sometimes, and I remember the people who keep me alive. Ashley taught me how to love my grown-up body, and Joey cares more than any other human being. Chucky knows exactly what to say, and Patterson makes the most beautiful paintings. Good grief, I'll brush my teeth. It's the one thing I can't skip, no matter where I sleep. Chill out, I'm on your couch. Come closer, maybe we could snuggle it out. Dean's got dance moves like nobody's business, and Liam stays up late. We have so much to talk about. Emily can sing just like a princess, and Mikey C is so good and so sweet to me.
Yep. What up? What's going on? How y'all doing? Sorry I'm so late. I was cultivating a hemp crop. And you know how that is with cultivation. You know, sometimes it doesn't go right. So I was cultivating. Sue me. Anyway. So Trump's like Caesar, huh? That's cool. We needed a Caesar for a minute now. I wonder. I don't know, man. Like you know how I'm always looking for that one easy trick. The problem that I'm encountering. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. The air conditioner. I was pre-cooling. It'll turn off in a second. Just fucking take a temperature. Yeah, the problem is the fucking demon rats, man. It's like, no matter how well you parse it, I keep coming back to the same thing. Like, we need them out of the way. Like, if we want to do what happened in France, right? We need to defeat Macron's party. But, like, you know, we don't really have a contest with them. I'm sure we'd win. It's just like, the shit with Bernie and AOC are like just debasing themselves, trying to suck up to Biden. Like, how do you not, like, what do you think happened the first term? You know, like, do you just think that, like, oh, those darn Republicans got in the way? You know, like, what could you possibly be thinking is like gonna happen differently this time? Cultivator Trump, yeah. It's just like there's a way to do this where whatever fucking Democrat they put up there wins handedly, but you know, that's not gonna happen. just, I mean, because of them. Because, we talked about this a million times. Why is that? Where's the sound coming from? Jesus. Um, fucking. Oh, dude. I was gonna say. Yeah, fucking. Of course, Diplo is using that fucking that Maoist remix that we played earlier. Of course. Hmm. Vote present and hold your nose. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that, I mean, I almost feel like it would be, 'cause here's the thing: the Democrats have shown that they don't have any will to fucking do anything to halt the fucking reactionaries, right? And when they're in power, they inevitably have all their simps like, oh, those fucking Republicans. Oh no, they're such a pain. Oh, they're so tough. Oh, and then there's this false idea put out there that like, yeah, they would be good if it wasn't for ex parliamentarian or fucking GOP roadblock or whatever. And it's just so much more bullshit to cut through, and the the benefit is just negligible with the Supreme Court the way it is. And just like Biden's going to introduce all these, like I'm just seeing all these articles today about how Biden's going to do all this progressive shit because he was talking to Bernie and AOC or whatever. And it's just like, it's not only is it going to not work, it's going to like fucking probably spoil like whatever policies they're talking about, because it's going to be associated with this incredibly historically unpopular party. And it's not going to get done. It's like if we had a socialist in power and they tried to do some shit, and you know the they had to like jam it through or whatever. Like, I'm confident that we would be able to recuperate whatever the idea was. But with the Democrats in there, and most of them not only not wanting to do anything progressive, but like actively disdain, like can't, like like they can't even pretend, It's like the Republicans can pretend anything, right? Whatever they see is popular, they fucking start leaning into it, right? The Democrats just can't do that because it's like this fucking dichotomy is like they see themselves as like anti-populist, right? Which is a really tough spot because it's like don't worry, let us take charge. You go back to brunch. And then like it's just fucking accelerating evil continues. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just think that like they end up making us look bad more than any kind of like they don't take the pressure away. Like they don't people like to use that argument where it's like, oh fucking the people of color and Republicans and blah blah blah. And it's like, that's not, maybe that was true 10, 20 years ago or whatever, but it's not true now, right? And we just lived through an extreme version of it. And the president did not, I can't think of a single thing he did to like fucking push back on any of the incredibly fucking aggressive maneuvers of the right. So like, I don't know, man. It's like I said. So well, anyway, TLDR. Like I have a couple of one easy tricks, but none of them really work with the Democrats in power. Um, yeah, we need to accept the reality that the demon rats fascist unities, but there's not that many of them is the issue. Is like that's the thing. It's like the only reason they're competitive is because the demon rats are so bad, right? Like we outnumber them by a wide margin, and we would outnumber them by an even wider margin if we didn't have these fucking libs up there embarrassing us. Um, it's just, you know, especially with this fucking fossil in there. It's like at least with like, it's like he's not even funny. Like at least with like Kamala, she'd be funny, you know? Like Biden is just depressing and fucking the same like kind of menacing like undertones, and he's doing a genocide. And the Democratic Party, this current iteration of it, has determined that like they would rather do 50 individual state by state abortion referendums than, use this incredibly popular policy to message across the country on a fucking federal level and, you know, reclaim like women's reproductive health. It's like they don't fucking care at all. And it's like stuff like that should tell you who these people are, and that should be enough to get you to stop simping for them. Mm, mm. It's like the other thing too is like you think that like when the right is in power, they they make themselves look shitty, right? Like they do a bunch of horrible things, and their political opponents or just objective observers are able to use that and say, look how fucked up these guys are. But we don't have anybody who's doing that, right? It's the same fucking like shrieking pearl clutching over stuff that this party has indicated they very clearly don't care about. It's like, let me get my shoes. You should get that domain, bro. Hold on, let me get my shoes.com. Um, also, like, I don't know. I was just gonna say, there's less and less boomers voting every time, you know? Um, I mean, it's kind of funny when you think though. It's like that must mean he like takes his shoes off when he gets up there. It's pretty cool. Um, hey, Trump guy, what's your favorite Trump policy? Yeah, dirty projectors. Oh yeah? Who's the left? This fucking guy. Okay, but you saw that like the only attempt they made to build the wall was fucking Steve Bannon like running a fucking scam, collecting money from patriots and fucking like just stealing it. Like, all right, guys, I'm gonna fucking we can't build the wall, so we're gonna have to fundraise for it. And then you just took everyone's money. That's your wall. I mean, wouldn't you rather just have a policy that like was able to concretely like limit the number of immigrants? Like, which by the way, I think that's a misplaced anger. Like, you realize it's the fucking bosses who are fucking you, not the immigrants, right? Mm. I mean, I don't even bother with you, man. Again, see, yeah, that mentality is just fucking like, oh man. Mm. I imagine you have a job where you speak English. Wouldn't doesn't that tell you something? How many immigrants you see working in offices or shit and customer service? They do jobs that people like you don't want to do, you know? So go ahead. It's like here, you can probably prove my point for me. So you think that like Joe Biden is like a radical left winger, right? Mm-hmm. Your boss is Middle Eastern. Okay. Do you think that like he came over the border like undocumentedly? Yeah. Okay. You're not answering my question. Do you know anything about Joe Biden's career? Like he's consistently been one of the worst you know, destructive and like dishonest politicians at any party for my lifetime, right? Um he's also been incredibly fucking reactionary, which is funny though. It's like that just shows you how fucking fake our politics are, where it's like it's not about like left and right. It's like just fucking branding. Like if you ask this guy what the left wing is, like what defines a lefty, he'd probably be like abortion or something. Mm-hmm. Well, um, that's what I mean. It's like you would think that like so his whole career, he's been the guy like, oh, come on, Jack, I'm not a lefty. I'm credit card Joe or whatever the fuck, you know. His whole entire career, right? He made a name for himself by left punching, just like oh fucking I'm not like those guys. Um and then he received exactly negligible, if not like less than negligible, reward from it for that from the right, you know. His whole life he pretends to be like, oh, I'm a fucking centrist. I'm fucking, in the middle. And then he just has like his polling number. If you looked at it, it's probably just going fucking downhill the entire time. Yet he continues to do it and just doesn't speak to any of the millions and millions of people who are begging for representation. And you guys don't even fucking notice it because all you do is just believe whatever fucking bullshit Hannity tells you. It's like, hmm, whatever. By the way, if it was a fucking lefty up there trying to take out Trump, they wouldn't have missed. Okay. Oh man. That's how you know he's a hog. Do 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 do. I don't know what song to use. I might use this. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, so you grasp that much, right? And you think the case is that, like, oh, if it wasn't for these damn demon rats, we'd be in a better place. Our wages would fucking keep pace with inflation. Fucking like rent wouldn't be unaffordable. We'd have fucking healthcare. If it wasn't for those damn demon rats, right? Like, it's like I've noticed people on the right, like they understand that, but then when you like fucking pry a little more, they inevitably think that like, oh yeah, it's the Democrats' fault, and not just like the system itself.
Foo Fight 2
Of
says this channel might be good for Sunlitter Bro.
course it is. Um, mm, okay, let me get this shit lined up. Okay, perfect. Got it. Yeah, he made a zombie game today. It looked pretty cool. What do you think about JD Vance, dude? Who loved Trump, want to feel like a victim for being white and tagged. Yeah, that's true. So true. The fucking grievance politics. Yeah. These are people who like had shit handed to them their entire life. The fucking boomers. They had the system, like they had the one fucking tiny little sliver in there where the shit was working like a, as advertised, where they got fucking like starter homes and were able to like build credit off their fucking mortgage and decent well-paying jobs with healthcare and then it's like spent the rest of their lives just trying to like desperately pull the ladder up behind them and then talking shit. That's the those are the people you're talking about, right? Mm. JD Vance is soon to be vice president. Mm. Mm. What's this?
Speaking. What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or no? Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage. Speaking. What?
Oh man, they're all so bad. By a judge that was out for rich people. Their parents had committed securities fraud and got sentenced appropriately. Yep, yep, yep. That sounds right. Hmm. Well, this is the thing about those poor white people is they are fucking grist for the mill, right? Like they these people who fucking like lean into that like that fucking white nationalist type vibe, they they don't care about any of those people. They are, I would say, much more ideologically aligned with your average liberal than anybody on the right. They think you're fucking like stammering rubes and just it's like they know like how easy you are to please, you know.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is coming to speak to Congress July
Jim
24th
Justice.
on a bipartisan invitation from the leadership of both parties.
Yeah, he looks a
in
lot like
both
Johnny
chambers of
Knoxville, huh?
Congress. This invitation is so deeply insulting to every single person in this country, it's really hard to know where to start. Netanyahu's going to pressure Congress for more money, more weapons, to continue to defy international law in support of Israel's genocide, and maybe even to send our sons and daughters to die for Israel in a regional war with Iran. And Congress knows that's what he wants. They want that to happen. They want to give him even more of your taxes to blow up more hospitals and schools in Palestine.
Blew up another school
but let's
today.
also remember the fact that this is happening at a time when almost 2/3 of people in this country are living paycheck to paycheck. It's happening at a time when the leading cause of bankruptcy in America is medical debt.
Seems like it'd be
Test scores in
smarter
American schools
to,
are hitting the lowest
you know,
level in decades. There's
not
a
do that.
literacy crisis in this country, not just among kids, but adults. Cities across America continue to be decimated by globalization and neoliberal free trade. Our infrastructure is among the worst in the developed world. And last year, the US suicide rate hit an all-time high. But what's Congress concerned about? That they haven't given enough of our money to Israel. Congress has already committed over $20 billion to Israel in the last 9 months and covers for their genocide at every single step. But that apparently isn't enough for them. So now they've decided to invite the architect of the genocide to make the highest lawmaking body in this country his captive audience. But that's not even the craziest part. The craziest part is that the International Criminal Court may very soon issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, in which case Congress would be harboring an internationally wanted criminal. Congress would be legally obligated to arrest Netanyahu, but the United States itself refuses to sign on to the Rome Statute and refuses to recognize the authority of the ICC. In fact, in 2002, the US passed a law which got the nickname the Hague Invasion Act, where it gave itself the authority to use, quote, all means necessary and appropriate to bring about the release of any US or allied personnel being detained or imprisoned by, on behalf of, or at the request of the International Criminal Court. And when the ICC started going after Netanyahu, members of Congress wrote a letter to the ICC threatening to impose severe sanctions on the court's leaders if they issued an arrest warrant, and that such an action would be interpreted as a threat not only to Israel's sovereignty, but to America's sovereignty. It's been reported that Netanyahu's traveling with a much smaller delegation than usual because if he brings more people on his plane, they'll have to stop to refuel. And if they refuel in any country that's part of the ICC, that government would be obligated to arrest him. So his plan to fly directly to the United States is literally based on the fact that he knows that the United States is the only state he can safely travel in. So just to recap, Congress won't do anything about healthcare. They won't do anything about student debt. They're perfectly happy to ignore the housing crisis that's raging in every city in America. But shielding an internationally wanted war criminal is a hill they're willing to die on. And let's just remember who these people are. They're not workers. They don't do or make anything. Their job is being politicians. And most of them are millionaires. Literally the 1%. 9/10 of them are just mouthpieces for the last lobbyist to take them out to lunch. They're criminals. They're white-collar criminals. They're just as guilty as this war criminal they're inviting to Congress. Hell, half of them are making money off of his genocide. They're parasites that only live to serve themselves.
Much more than half.
This isn't just a Palestine issue. It's not just an Arab issue or a Muslim issue. This is an issue for all Americans. Because one of the many things that this genocide in Gaza has shown us is that our so-called representatives abdicated their responsibility a long time ago. They have more loyalty to their criminal friends overseas than they do to their own constituents, to the point where they'd sooner harbor them from facing a trial for genocide than listen to us. Since Congress has decided to protect this criminal, dozens of organizations have declared that they're going to unite at the Congress to attempt to arrest Netanyahu in a massive protest at Capitol Hill in DC on July 24th. People are organizing buses from all across the country to go down, so it's probably going to be huge. And even if you can't make it, you should share this video so people know it's happening and maybe someone else will take your place. The last time Netanyahu came to Washington, he received constant standing ovations from Congress, both Democrat and Republican. Now they want to honor him again as he butchers Gaza and stands as the main impediment to a ceasefire to create the illusion that he's some respectable leader. Netanyahu is anything but a respectable leader. He's an international pariah that's trying to overcome his global isolation by visiting Congress. This protest will make it absolutely clear that the politicians who invited him don't represent us, just the elite corporate donors cutting their checks.
Yeah. That guy does really good videos. Concise. Puts it together.
We want to start off with some of the reverberations of what has been taking place in Kenya. Many people have seen, of course, an uprising primarily of the youth against a finance bill that was pushed forward by the IMF. And to get into some of the context around both this specific issue and I think the broader role of the IMF in African economies, we are very, very honored to be joined here once again by Dr. Grieve Shelwa, who's a professor of political economy at the Africa Institute and also a senior fellow at the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. Grieve, as always, thanks so much for being with us.
Hi, Eugene and Rania. A pleasure to be back here.
Well, pleasure is all ours. And, I think a lot of people sort of had heard that the IMF was playing some role in what took place in Kenya in the finance bill and different pieces. And I was hoping you could sort of break down for us, maybe the specific role to the extent that's relevant, but also, why is it that the IMF would be pushing a country like Kenya to inflict pain on its own population when, of course, the way they put everything is that they're trying to help countries develop?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great place. That's a great question to ask, Eugene, because ostensibly the IMF is supposed to be a global multilateral agency that is supposed to come to the aid of countries that get themselves into financial problems. And effectively, the IMF is supposed to help get these countries on the road to economic sovereignty, economic self-determination, and to sort of like fully flourish as countries. But that's been anything but what the IMF has done ever since it was established in 1945. In fact, I just looked it up now. Kenya has gone to the IMF 22 times since 1964 when it joined the IMF. And when you work it out, it's like it goes to the IMF on average every 3 years, right? So it's stuck in this perpetual cycle of always going to the IMF, of always being at the IMF's bidding, which then exposes Kenya to manipulation by the IMF, by the West, and so on and so forth. So you're asking the right question. I mean, it is a strange way to assist a country by inflicting pain on the country's people, particularly the most poor.
And, I guess in Kenya, there was a very well organized effort against this bill, this attempt to institute all these austerity measures. Can you talk a bit about the significance of these protests that were violently suppressed? I mean, hundreds were arrested. And of course, the way the corporate media in the US framed it was that protesters were the ones being violent for unknown reasons.
Yeah, I mean, these are historic protests, Rania. We haven't seen protests like...
I mean, the new thing that you've seen him doing recently is, like the more reactionary party.
On the crime side, the New York Times side.
Which was the fucking genocide in Gaza? They they're expansionist, They, it's like they see themselves as like a Western bulwark against the, the swarthy hordes. And they think that like, they're supremacists. They think that like they are better, like they would be a better governance or whatever. And they're just like racist scumbags. And they have our backing, so they can do whatever they want. And what was I saying before that? Oh yeah, the IMF. So they have one party will get themselves a fatty loan. Like Trump gave out the largest IMF loan ever to Argentina, and then it tied the hands of the next administration because they were just... The IMF does, quick summary, they give countries money and then they like include all these draconian restrictions on how they have to run their economy. Like, oh, we'd love to give you this money, but we need you to cut this many private or public sector jobs. You got to cut the pensions. You got to fucking raise the retirement age, shit like that. And, either the country's desperate, so they go along with it, or the party in power is complicit and they know what they're doing. So they get their country fucking on the hook for it. And then they and their friends can all capitalize on it. Which again is exactly what happened in Argentina.
this in Kenya. We haven't seen protests like this in much of Africa. They're incredibly inspiring, incredibly inspirational to many people across the continent. If
Yeah, I
you
mean, Ukraine is not. It's they were trying to provoke Russia, because Russia doesn't fucking bow down to the Western bankers, and it's not even that they are such huge enemies. It's that if you don't give in on every single issue, you're an enemy, and they're going to do everything they can to get rid of you. So they have been trying to fucking, undermine and weaken Russia since, fucking 2010 or so. It's funny too, because that Obama and Romney debate where, Romney was like, oh, fucking Russia's a threat. And Obama like was doing like a fake laugh at him. He knew what he was doing, right? Like they've been fucking trying to do everything they can to weaken them since before that. But it's like in the 90s, we used Boris Yeltsin was a fucking completely cucked to the West. So he let them do whatever they wanted. And the fucking country went downhill. And, Putin came in and fucking put a halt to that. And that's made him an enemy ever since. And any Russian president who doesn't act like Yeltsin is an enemy. Well, also, our economy is like built upon the bloodshed these days. Like that military budget is essential. Like all these Wall Street industries and then the banks that are invested and owners in them and all that's what they do, right? They bribe politicians to get government contracts, which are just giveaways. And the more the military budget goes up, the more of that cash there is out there. So you see all these people talking about Ukraine funding and shit. No, it's just a cash grab by the military industrial complex. All right. If you actually look at the details of what kicked off the Ukraine war, it's a good summary of it there. It's kind of long though. Yeah, I know. When we were kids, that was the thing, right? Oh, the Cold War's over. Russia are our friends now. And that was true as long as Boris Yeltsin was fucking, bending over for them. And second anybody pushed back at all, they became enemy number one again. And, the boomers were all predisposed to believe that because they grew up with it. And the people like us, we remember the 90s where it was like, oh no, Russia's good now, right? So it really sucks. And it's completely unnecessary. All these Ukrainians dying for nothing. There's no fucking, it's like more meaningless than most wars. Like all war is fucking pretty meaningless, right? But this one, and even more so, is just disgusting. Sooner or later, the Ukrainians are going to realize that they've been had, and they're going to be incredibly angry at their Western fucking backers. You can set your watch to that. It's going to come in a fucking, probably a year or two.
you go to WhatsApp groups this evening, in fact, as a matter of fact, what happened earlier today, Rania, is that the Kenyan president dismissed it.
Well, if you read that article, it goes through the details about the fucking coup in 2014, and then as soon as they had their guy in power, they just started doing everything they can to fucking needle Russia. Like they were just firing shells at them, like killing all the separatists, and they had tried to do that with their army, and the regular army was like, no, I'm not going to shoot this guy. He's Ukrainian. And there was all these defections to the Russian side. And, again, that article goes through all those details. But, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, the same shit from the 9/11 wars has just continued to escalate. Yeah, I mean, all these post Cold War wars have been completely provoked by the West, right? If you look at like, those Balkan wars, these were people who were all living together just completely peacefully and, productively for decades. And then, in the 1990s, all of a sudden it's, fucking Serbs and Croatians and we all hate each other. And we need to, it's a blood fucking, vengeance and shit like that, right? That shit was just completely astroturfed. Same thing with Russia and Ukraine, um, they were part of the same country, fought side by side for decades, and then, oh, wait a minute. As soon as it's convenient for them to hate each other, you get the handful of people who do hate them and put them in power, and it just spiraled from there.
His cabinet. He fired his cabinet secretaries precisely because that's the demand that the young people of Kenya have been asking for. So that's one of their demands. The demand one was withdraw the finance bill because it's completely, it's trying to inflict pain on the poor, and it's trying to essentially let go of the multinationals who have a free ride, the very wealthy in Kenya who have a free ride, the global capitalists who have a free ride in Kenya, and yet the poor have to pick up the bill. So essentially, demand number one, withdraw the finance bill. The president acquiesced. Today, this afternoon, the president acquiesced to demand number two, which is dismiss the cabinet, which is giving you this kind of advice that inflicts pain on your own people. So these protests, Rania, are incredibly historic. Exactly, they've been reverberated across the continent. And you're right, corporate media, especially in the US, was completely wrong to frame the protests as violent. The protests were incredibly peaceful, organized by young people, Gen Z in Kenya, led by women in many cases, incredibly peaceful. And then the police, the state, were the ones that were violent when they tried to repress these particular protests. So exactly, these are incredibly historic, very important protests. We're still trying to make sense of them, and the events are unfolding very quickly.
I think the most important thing that people like of conscience should be working towards is just helping our fellow citizens understand that it's, the working class, we're on the same side. The politicians are not on our side. All of them, none of them are, we need to have like solidarity among workers.
Just illustrated to you this afternoon that the president dismissed his entire cabinet. This is uncharted territory, a victory for these young people, a victory for progressive forces in Kenya.
They just had it in Kenya.
Victory, I think, for progressive forces
France.
in Africa.
No, I think that's a very good point. And to me, because it gets so much to the heart of the matter of what's happening here, which is, how can Africa actually develop? How can it move out of poverty? How can it use its resources in different ways? And I think that seems like an important context for this because, so much of what the IMF is prescribing for countries like Kenya.
Like they're in trouble too, because it's like these countries, these developing countries they're getting wise to the schemes, right? And they finally have an alternative now because, China will give them these development loans with much less strings attached, and they won't coup you if you fucking, don't do the right fucking political moves.
Or Zambia or Ethiopia or any of the other heavily indebted countries is, tell me if you think I'm wrong, but it seems to me that their prescriptions for how these countries should develop are the opposite of the types of policies that we've seen in countries that have become
divide and
developed
conquer
in East
is the
Asia,
oldest strategy
in
in
Europe,
the book.
and North America. And it feels like a protest movement like this is really sort of bringing that out into the forefront. But anyway, I was hoping you could just talk a little bit more about that, because I think that's really the undercurrent beneath so much of this is, okay, if the IMF is not the answer, how can countries develop? And well, I'll stop editorializing there.
Yeah, you're right, Eugene, you're very right. I mean, the IMF has been sort of spreading the gospel to Africa, which is a complete opposite of how other countries have developed more recently in sort of East Asia, South Asia, China, even the West, or even I heard you just before this show began, like American development, if one can call that, is steeped in slavery. So we don't want to do that. Yeah. But essentially, countries that have developed most recently have done it by capacitating the state, making the state big and present in the economy and directing the economy by capacitating everyday working people, making sure they have the resources,
the countries who have turned the corner, it's because they've empowered the state to actually push back on some of these fucking corporations. Because that's what effectively we have is corporations run the show, right? That's all of these client states, the same thing. They are all like just, the government is corrupt and they exist simply to empower these Western companies.
Making sure they have education, they have access to healthcare, making sure they're living decent lives. But the IMF completely gives the opposite type of advice in Africa. And especially, it is very difficult for African sort of governments to resist this because they have this debt cloud hanging over them, right? So debt is used as a mechanism to control. You are in debt, you have
So I
no
was just
choice.
saying.
Therefore, if you want our assistance, you've got to do these things which are going to make your situation even worse. That will make sure that you keep coming back to us in the way I just illustrated that Kenya has been going to the IMF, has gone to the IMF 22 times since 1964. I mean, clearly the IMF is doing something wrong here, right? Their job is to make sure that Kenya is on, at least ostensibly, right? Kenya should be on the path to self-determination, and they no longer will need IMF assistance. But they keep going back every 3 years. So you're essentially right, Eugene. I mean, you have to understand it as it is a design. The idea is we're going to, in a way, knock off your knees so that you never run, and therefore you're always going to be, available to us to do our bidding. For example, most people are wondering what in the world are Kenyan police officers doing in Haiti? Why would Kenyan police officers agree, or why would the Kenyan state agree to send their men and women all the way to Haiti to go and do some nasty things there? Well, when you're at the bidding of the West and you're at the bidding of the IMF, strange things can happen.
I'm curious, and maybe this is a bit rhetorical, but obviously Africa, one African country after another has been hollowed out by the IMF over the last several decades. And there's so much evidence that IMF policies in African countries, as well as other global South countries, not only do they not work, they devastate.
Do the
they
opposite of
starve
work.
people.
Yeah.
So how is it that in a country like Kenya, you have a government that, despite decades and decades, like half a century
Corruption.
practically, of evidence that these policies do so much damage to people across the African continent, how is it you have a government still? I mean, obviously they had to withdraw this particular bill because of the reaction to it, but how is it that Kenya has a government that's willing to still implement these policies?
Yeah, this is incredibly puzzling, Rania, but it has not always been like this. So if you look at African history, for example, from about in the 1960s, when many African countries got independence, up until the late 70s, mid 80s, there was like a serious project of building self-determination, economic sovereignty. I think we know the heroes and heroines, Thomas Sankara and the rest of them. There was an actual attempt. And I think there was a realization on the part of the West and the IMF that, oh my God, if these guys are actually going to make it, right? And then for some, for many, many reasons, for some, for some obvious reasons, we ended up getting ourselves into a serious economic crisis in the 80s, mostly engineered by the West, which then loaded our countries with debt. And then we became completely susceptible to IMF influence and interference. But also the IMF and the World Bank were very, very clever. At this point, they begin to set up training schools on the African continent, in parts of the global South. They begin to train our economists. They begin to train some of our smartest people, indoctrinating them with this IMF neoliberal ideology. So again, many people today, Rania, who are running ministries of finance or departments of the treasury in African countries are people who are schooled, or they're mostly IMF or World Bank alumni, or have gotten their degrees in economics departments where IMF orthodoxy is taught. They're in a sense brainwashed. And this is the generation that is mostly running African economic finances today. So in a sense, it is not surprising from that point of view. But it was not always like this. If you go back to the 70s and 80s, you would find a different kind of cadre running economic affairs in Africa. Mostly, these are folks who are mostly trained in the Soviet Union, mostly were trained understanding exactly what it is required to build your economy, what is actually required for you to have economic sovereignty and economic self-determination. But all this was wiped out starting in the 1980s. And this is why we find ourselves in this moment. But it's also important to realize that there is a re-emergence
Pretty
and a
much the worst thing
resurgence
that can
of
happen to
that
your
kind of
economy.
thinking. And I think I'd like to draw a through line between that kind of thinking pre-1980s and what's happening in Kenya, for example, today with the young people. They're discovering Thomas Sankara. They're reading classic texts, right? This is the kind of debate and discussion that's happening in all this mobilizing.
No, I think that's an extraordinarily important point. And, you know, it takes me back to another question of whether or not we need to, if this is a moment to start in the world more broadly talking, especially those of us who are here in, you know, the imperial centers, like the United States, to start talking about not just debt relief, but debt forgiveness. I mean, I can remember 1999, 2000, there was a lot of momentum behind it. I mean, in some ways, the beginning of the Iraq War kind of shifted the geopolitical ground there, and we sort of lost the threads of that. But is it time to bring
peace
back
dividend?
that kind of conversation? Because it really does feel, when you look at these just odious amounts of debt, you know, relief cannot really do enough. I mean, there has to be serious debt forgiveness, it seems to me.
You're right, Eugene, and I would even go
odious
so
debt.
far as to say I think the terminology should be debt cancellation, because in a sense, forgiveness makes it look like, you know, we brought this upon ourselves. Actually, we didn't. These aren't just debts, as you just rightfully put it. These aren't just debts that in many ways are loaded upon us, you know, sometimes unsuspectingly so, and so on and so forth. So I think this is debt cancellation, because this debt, if this debt doesn't go away, we'll keep on having the conversation in the way that Rania just asked the question a short while ago. So exactly, this is the moment for our sisters and brothers at the Imperial Center to join hands with us and really demand for debt cancellation, and demand for a rewriting of the rules in such a way that you know, we need to have really global multilateral entities that are set up so that we can help one another when times are bad, and, you know, rejoice when times are good. But the IMF and World Bank are not fit for that purpose. They're not global institutions. They're really Western institutions doing the West's bidding. So I agree with you entirely, Eugene. We do need to have a conversation about debt cancellation.
Let me just ask you one quick follow-up to that, which I think is notable. Say a little bit more about them being Western institutions, because I think that's another thing, is people say, well, aren't they all members of the IMF, all these countries, so isn't it equal in terms of how decision-making is done?
Some countries are more equal than others. So, for example, the IMF is governed by an executive board, which is the board that determines its policy, its lending policy, et cetera, That board, and the board supervises the operations of the managing director, who's the person that sort of heads the IMF. That board, one of the most important countries on that board, which has a massive voting share, is the US. So the US can veto. You know, the US has sort of, just like they veto in the Security Council, as we've seen with the genocide in Gaza. You know, people have been wondering, but the UN is ours. It belongs to all of us. How is it that one country has such powerful veto power? How is it that one country can say, no, we veto that resolution, even though that resolution is sensible? The same kind of stuff happens in the IMF. The same kind of stuff happens in the World Bank. In fact, I'll say one more thing, Eugene. There is a gentleman's agreement. The gentleman's agreement, because it's men who agreed in the 1940s when the IMF and World Bank were being set up, that the head of the IMF will be selected by Europe, and the head of the World Bank will be selected by the US. If these are truly global institutions where we are all equal members, why would you want to have a monopoly on who heads it? You know, so all this tells you that these are essentially political institutions, and they've been set up to do the bidding of the US and its friends in Western Europe.
Well, as always, we really appreciate you helping us sort through all of this. Dr. Grieve Shelwa from the Africa Institute and the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, thank you so much for giving us some of your time here on the Freedom Side.
Hell yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Let me just post this shit right now. Just add the thing. Cool. Right. And we bounce and hit the beat. Okay. Right there. Okay. Cool. Oh, another one about Libya? Oh, that's long though. Oh. Destiny on fucking Piers Morgan. Oh god. Hmm.
There's an Israeli warship that was sailing from the United States back to occupied Palestine. And it needed a pit stop on the way in the Mediterranean, right? So the Israelis asked the Spanish...
I would say the Civil War was I'll get into all this, but it was it had the similar effect of like a bourgeois like nationalist revolution, in that like the the southern ruling class were effectively the same as like a medieval king. The war was just trying to like get some of that shit from the Constitution, actually enact it, and then we fucking didn't really do the job right. Fucking Reconstruction was totally fucking botched. Yeah. And so I mean, it's the I mean, in a lot of ways, the Revolutionary War was a step backwards. Like people call it a counter-revolution, because it just consolidated power in the hands of like rich like the southern planter class, and the the northern proto-industrialists, and it wasn't a good look for most people. Yeah, the Counter-Revolution of 1776, the Gerald Horne book. It's really good. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying that the gains from the Civil War were not as fucking large as we would have liked, just because they put the same people back in power, right? And it's just, we've seen like the last couple hundred years, we've seen that these same ghouls throughout history continue to fucking run shit, dictatorially, and they've just taken like more and more steps to like obscure that, and try to like make it seem this illusion of democracy, right? And that's, I would say that the last couple hundred years for humanity, it's just been a series of like back and forths, with people trying to democratize the world, and the rich powerful people trying to undo any progress, and then say, as they do so, pretend that they are just, oh, we gotta fucking bring freedom. Like when America says they're intervening for fucking, freedom or whatever, some bullshit rationale. It's never that. It's always just because they stepped out of line and they're trying to get them back in their pocket. I'm just being nice to the kid. What the fuck, man? I'm not like here to fucking pick a fight with every random chatter that comes in. Like there's a way to do that, right? You can get your point across and not be a dick about it, right? That's generally what I try to do around here. Like I don't let anybody fucking talk shit. They say something that needs to be corrected, it's corrected, but I'm generally trying to be nice to people. Yeah. Yeah. People are putting cops in check. I mean, I'd like to think that, but I mean, cops have more power than they've ever had. You know, our cities are held hostage by these cop unions. Most cities spend half their budget on fucking the cops, and we have very little to show for it, you know. But again, it's the same people that run the military-industrial complex, right? There's also the people who are involved with the fucking FOP.
Government to let them dock, and Spain refused. They told them to go away because they don't want to be complicit in genocide. Okay, and honestly, the Spanish, they're the best out of all the European countries on this issue. But guess who did let them dock, and not just dock, but replenish their supplies? Morocco, an Arab country. Can you believe
we know the deal with
crap?
Morocco.
I swear to
That's because Morocco is trying to fucking take their neighbor Western Sahara, right? They are trying to fucking, occupy it and, pretend that it's part of Morocco. And they seem to have like a tacit agreement, as long as that they are the West bitch, they will let them do that. They'll look the other way. So they're going to be complicit in anything.
God, it's not a joke. Morocco in Tangiers. Now this story is already from June 26, but it gets deeper than that, and there's some developments from
I think that your average American thinks that way, right? I think that the people in charge, they know that and they play to that and then do the opposite, right? It's you would be horrified at the kind of fucking terrible shit they've done in our name, right? Just in recent history. Like
this week as well.
Pretty much every time we go to war, every time we intervene and we say we're there to help in some fashion, we did the exact opposite, right? We're there to fucking try to dominate them because they stepped out of line a little bit.
That I want to connect to the Israeli warship, because what you're seeing is an Arab country behaving worse than a European country towards Arabs. Can you understand how significant this is? Now, just to be clear, Morocco are one of the Arab countries that used to have or still have a significant Jewish population, right? If you had to list like all so like where do most Arab Jews come from? Iraq, well, obviously Palestine itself, but in addition to Palestine, Iraq, Syria, Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt. So, and of course, you have Arab Jews in every single country, and Yemen, of course, right? But like the biggest communities are in those countries, and many of them don't exist anymore because the Israelis will come and tell you, well, they were pushed out by the Arabs. Yeah, that happened after 1948. What happened in 1948? Israel tried to steal Palestine, and then you had the Israelis going into all these countries and dismantling the Jewish communities to get them to move to Palestine. So just briefly to tell you that, because that might help to explain this connection. The problem is that it doesn't really, because most Moroccans, even though there used to be, or there are a lot of Moroccan Jews, they're still not okay with what Israel is doing. Okay. Do not misunderstand the official position for the popular position, because in Egypt, for example, Egypt has ties with Israel. Jordan have ties with Israel. Does that mean most people in Egypt and Jordan are okay with Israel? Absolutely not. They fucking hate its guts. They want nothing to do with Israel. But these governments have been captured by Zionists and the Americans, and many of them were even set up by the United Kingdom in the first place. I mean, they just didn't exist. Like Israel, they didn't exist before the UK created them out of thin air. So, in this case, we're talking about the Abraham Accords, right? And it's not just a ship that they've let dock here. That's not the only development. It gets deeper than that. But look at the people protesting, okay? Just to give you an idea, all right? So, like I said, most people, they are fully behind Gaza, without question. It gets deeper than that. This week, the Moroccans have bought a $1 billion spy satellite.
See,
can you believe this nonsense?
That's how they get us to go along with what they want. You know,
what do they need the spy satellite for in the first place?
so that's like their fucking grandkids will be paying that back, and it's just done to cement whatever relationship they have with imperialist powers.
Who is Morocco spying on? Like, what military or intelligence application could they possibly have for any of this? Someone explain that to me. I'll tell you another thing. Do you guys know that Morocco bought the Pegasus spyware from the Israelis as well, from NSO Group? Do you know that?
Nope.
There were even claims that they were using it to spy on the French president. Honestly, I would support that endeavor because, Morocco used to be a colony or a mandate, as if it makes any difference. It was colonized by the French, so they can go to hell if it's about that. But I don't think those were the intentions. There are also accusations that they're using it against journalists and there are human rights violations. And no one should have that stuff anyway. This is a cyber weapon. You don't need it. You just don't need it. There is no justification to have it. And there's no justification for the Israelis to sell it. But what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to paint a picture for you
Pegasus shit
of all these various relationships that Morocco or the Moroccan government have cultivated with the Israeli occupation, despite their duty towards Palestinians, not just as guardians of Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa Mosque, but as Arabs and Muslims. Okay, so and even if on a humanitarian level, like, why should Spain have more of a firm stance on international law and humanitarian law than Morocco? This is, it's crazy. So you don't even have to be Arab necessarily. Just no matter what way you look at it, it's a bad position. And it's a scandalous one. And one of the reasons that this happened, I'll tell you how it happened. The Americans agreed to recognize Morocco's the Moroccan government's claim over the Western Sahara.
This is what I was saying a minute ago.
Okay, so this is a territorial dispute. It's an issue that they have tried to impose on the population there. And the Americans, look how scandalous this is, because it shows you the Americans don't give a crap about human rights or about international law or about anything like that. It's just about, like, what is good for us or what is good for Israel, but not what is good according to the law. Do you see how ridiculous American foreign policy is? Every country in the world conducts foreign policy based on its own interests. Fine. But not every country in the world shoves its finger in other people's faces and says, I am the true democracy. I am the representative of human rights. Only America does that. And that's why it's hypocritical. And that's why I'm complaining. Do you understand the difference? Okay. So the Americans said, if you establish economic and diplomatic ties with Israel, you meaning Morocco.
We're lucky that, like, the people who run our country are a lot more psychotic and bloodthirsty than the people who run our enemies' countries, like, if you look closely at the Ukraine war, you can see a marked difference in that, and, say the Iraq war, for instance, like the shock and awe. We just carpet bombed the fucking entire cities and, anything strategic for days and days and days on end before we sent any troops there. Russia didn't do anything like that, and largely avoided attacking civilian targets, right? In certain instances they did, and they've, retaliated a little bit a couple times, but for the most part, they've been just purely attacking military targets. So, that's cold comfort, but you got to think that, like, if we are ever in a nuclear war, our enemies will probably largely focus on military targets,
Then we, the United States, will recognize your claim over the Western Sahara. The same thing that Trump did with the Syrian Golan Heights, except there was no, there was nothing in it for Syria. What was there?
The rods from God? I don't know, like that shit is incredibly expensive, and it's very obvious to launch a system like that, right? Um, when ICBMs can be anywhere around the world in like 10 minutes, you know? So that was ultimately what they decided, the original Reagan, initiative, right? By the time they actually went through and crunched all the numbers, it was like not really worth it, you know? But that was before our military industrial complex had like complete control over our political class. They might be able to get it through if they tried again, you know? Yeah, and it's just, look, you'll see, like, especially with space stuff, it's a ton of money is given out, and very rarely are contracts ever actually performed, right? You just, like, they just get billions of dollars in taxpayer money and don't ever actually produce anything for it. It's, like most things, it's a giveaway, except for this is something that's publicly known about because the NASA budgets are, not classified like the military ones.
Right? So he violated international law and a UN Security Council resolution that the Americans themselves voted on. And in any case, it's just scandalous because the Abraham Accords, they called them peace accords. Peace with who? Morocco doesn't have a war with Palestinians. I mean, except this. The authorities, the government in Bahrain are not at war with the Palestinians. The UAE are not at war with the Palestinians. What kind of... I mean, are the Israelis at war with them? No. Who was this peace deal between? Peace deal means you sit both the Israelis and the Palestinians down, and then there's a fruitful outcome from that. There's a diplomatic or whatever, some kind of settlement. The Palestinians were never invited to the Abraham Accords. They were never consulted with the Abraham Accords. Even when the partition plan was passed, the founding document, according to the Israelis.
I saw a headline as like Zelensky wants to have another peace conference, and this time he wants to invite Russia.
For their state. Palestinians were not involved in that. So, it's like every time the West talk about a peace plan with Palestinians, usually Palestinians were not consulted in the slightest, okay? Just to be clear. So what the Abraham Accords really were about laying the foundation for this crap, for business deals, for selling spyware, spy satellites, for allowing Israeli warships to have a port city that they can depend on in the Mediterranean, in addition to what they stole in Palestine, on the other end in the Strait of Gibraltar. This is what it's about. Do you understand? So again, to pull this up on the map, just so you can have a visual representation.
Mr. Trump was impressed. He told allies he thought Mr. Vance was smart and handsome. Those beautiful blue eyes, he'd say repeatedly. Great on TV.
Presentation of this. I know some people are visual learners, and again, I'm all for it, and I love bringing up maps at any at any occasion. So look, Gaza's down here, okay. Morocco's all the way over here. This is the Strait of Gibraltar, okay, and Tangier right next to the Strait of Gibraltar, okay. Obviously, Gibraltar is British, so it's not like the Israelis are stranded if they, it's not about that. They do it also symbolically, They could have gone to Gibraltar if it was really that necessary. They could have done that. I think what this was about setting a precedent and establishing this as, the norm. Like, oh, Israeli warships. Again, this is a warship. It's a ship with complete and purely military applications. It's not, even a civilian one, if there is such a thing in Israel, would be a scandal, nevertheless. But just so you understand what we're talking about. So they docked it right there, okay, in Tangier. And people in Morocco are absolutely fuming. And in addition to that, we see this week, they've went and spent $1 billion on a spy satellite. I mean, it's amazing. And we've got other defense deals. So in 2022, Israeli aerospace industries sold the Barak MX air defense system to Morocco for $500 million. All right. So these include interceptors, an MRAD, the LRAD. Again, I don't know why anyone in Morocco needs these things. Morocco is not at war with anyone. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. UAVs also last year that they delivered to them. Just ridiculous. And this is a very key sentence here. Morocco's reliance. You know, I never saw many people bring this up when it came to Pegasus, but I'm going to use this as an opportunity to reiterate my point, which is that.
Look, I thought they were cool when I first read about them, right? It's just when I read a little bit more about them and I saw that it was just a scam basically. I changed my tune. It's just like, look, any weapons, any additional weapon, especially one that they're like pitching to the average like fucking voter, is some sort of scam, right? Like the military stuff that they like, the equipment that they actually need, they don't need to negotiate that, right? The military knows what they need to reload their guns and shit. All this other stuff like is just fucking cash grab, you know? And so, yeah, some of it's cool, like, the fucking SR-71 is cool and all, right? But like it's not the way, like, these contracts that are pitched are not actually like going to deliver something that's like cool. And if it does miraculously come to fruition, it'll just be used to fucking, like kill more people and like in unjust wars. Like, yeah, I don't know if you would disagree, but there's been like we've not in every single time we've intervened in a country, it's been a net negative, right? Like there's been no good. They haven't done any good with their global military. It's been at best squandered, and I think it's probably more nefarious than that. You know. Yeah, Israel's economy is falling apart. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that Pegasus thing, I don't know if you know about that, but it's fucking horrific. It like downloads, like you get it on your phone, it's spyware, and then it can just like do whatever it wants basically. It can turn your camera on, it can fucking record your conversations, it can look at all your files, and obviously since it's Israel, there will be no accountability for it. Like they can literally do whatever they want. Um yeah. No, you really couldn't though. Right? There's a huge step up. Like we've been watching these Israelis drop these 2,000-pound bombs, which, by the way, these bombs in the Iraq War, we didn't use those bombs because they said that it was too large and there was too great of a risk to civilian casualties. I'm shit you not. Like there's a report that's like we decided to forego the largest bombs in our arsenal because it is in like uh fatally like it's just too lethal to use with any kind of like basic level of diligence regarding civilian casualties, right? It's like you can't drop that in a populated area and fucking be sure that you're not going to kill civilians, so they don't use them. And the Israelis have just been using, hundreds and hundreds of them, and they don't blow up. They blow up like half a block, maybe a third of a block, something like that, right? They're not as destructive as we think they are. Nukes are really destructive, right? But just non-nuclear weapons are, unless there's something bigger than the 2,000-pound one. But as far as I know, like that's the one that Trump made the big deal about, the Moab. That was the 2,000-pound bomb that Israel's going through like candy, But we couldn't though, really, because all these countries have fucking missile defense systems now. It's like, been one of the effect is like, which again, you got to also see it. Like, if you envision our foreign policy as exclusively done to drive military sales, it makes a lot more sense, right? Everything we do around the world, you'll see it's like optimized to justify the largest increase in net military sales, right? Just trying to freak countries out and be like, oh, we're going to get you. Ooh. So try to get them to buy more shit. Because even if they don't buy from us, they buy somebody they'll buy from somebody else, and then the opportunity cost will mean that somebody else comes to us, right? It's just a massive scam, and they don't care. They don't value human life at all, so they just will kill whoever. Like, it doesn't matter. They'll kill us. They'll kill us. Obviously, they'll kill them. It doesn't matter. False flag. Like, basically every war we've ever had has been started by a false flag. Every war since World War II has just been largely driven by false flags. And as bad as I think it is, it's always worse. Like, in my head, I have an idea about how bad this capture is, and then I'll see something like the next day to just be like new low. Always a new low to get to. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, like, that drives our foreign policy. I mean, that in fucking Israel. I mean, I think the ruling class is coming to that same determination, by the way. Not for nothing. I do think you're right. I do think, yeah, any next conflict we're involved in, I think that's something to look out for. Like, and I think, by the way, I think that that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to drag us into a war against Hezbollah. And that's what it looks like Israel's doing. If you look at our neocon foreign policy establishment for the past 40 years, at least, Israel wants something they usually get it. It's like they have determined that, like, Iran is not allowed to exist. Like, just the fact that they say, like, fuck you, we don't like you, that means they need to be wiped off the face of the earth.
When you're buying Pegasus spyware, or in this case, you're buying spy satellites and other aerial or aerospace systems from the Israelis, what guarantee do you have that they don't have backdoors inside of them? You have no guarantee whatsoever. You know, it's we have a phrase in English. It says "no honor among thieves." I think that's perhaps
what are you talking about?
The closest I can find to the sentiment I'm trying to convey here is that, you know, the Israelis are known for stabbing people in the back. I mean, they stole Palestine. They came as refugees and then, you know, stabbed Palestinians in the back and stole the country. So they're known for this. Even the Americans, I mean, they shot at the USS Liberty in a.
I don't think you can top.
We'll have the anniversary of King.
You can't really stop hypersonics. As far as I know, we don't really have a missile defense system that's capable of taking those down. I'm sure they will buy something that they claim can do it. I don't know, man. I wouldn't have a whole lot of faith in that. Like, the Patriot systems have performed fucking terribly in Ukraine. And so far, I mean, less than fucking stellar in Israel. And, yeah, I mean, yeah. And that's the thing they do, and they like, if there's like a fucking full-on launch, like they send, there's like fucking dozens of warheads, right? And you gotta take them all out at hypersonic speeds. I mean, shit. Plus, there's like EMPs and shit, dude. Fucking, I bet you, if Russia or China wanted to hit it, like, they could fucking just launch an EMP and we'd be decimated, just like in low Earth orbit above us. Chuck it, they could fucking drop something from a satellite or something, like a basic like that, and detonates like 100 kilometers up there or whatever, and it's enough to just cripple us, like take the internet out, like power grids, all kinds of shit. Yeah, well, what we have is a global fucking like color revolution apparatus in place all over the world, right? Between like the aid money, the military money, the NGOs, and the media, Hollywood and shit. They have these countries by the balls, and they can crank the knob up whenever they want. They can just squeeze. Like you saw in Georgia, man. You see those people protesting in Georgia a few months ago? They were protesting the fact that their government might increase transparency for funding for NGOs operating in the country. So, like they said, if a foreign country is funding an NGO in Georgia, they need to be transparent about it. And the U.S. fucking like activated our agents, our NGO workers, and they were on the streets like a day later with like fucking hundreds of people like fucking screaming and throwing bottles and shit. Like they can do that anywhere around the world at a moment's notice. Right? I think our military stuff has kind of been exposed recently, though, in the last few years. So I think just like Israel, like we've largely lost our deterrent capability, and they're just being too obnoxious, man. They need to just chill the fuck out and stop trying to provoke wars everywhere. It's just telling you, it's driven by the military, the industrial complex. It's them. They run all these fucking lobbyists. They have all these fucking politicians they've had for years. They have so much of the system just completely like dominated. Like, just think about it. Think about anybody going against the grain. Like, oh, we shouldn't send fucking weapons to Ukraine. No, we shouldn't get involved in Syria. No one even fucking mentions it. No one even says it, It's like all this talk of like authoritarian dictatorships or whatever, and there's significantly more ideological divide in every other country on the world than this one. Like there's this huge political spectrum. There's this tiny little sliver on the fucking center right that they're allowed to argue over, and just everything else is completely off fucking, not allowed. Yeah, I like a lot of Danny's stuff. He's pretty good. Mm. Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think the most likely scenario for now is fucking Israel doing some shit. Mm. I mean, I think people think of cities like New York and LA as like liberal enclaves or whatever. And I think there's a lot of fucking, it's like where the fucking creative industries are, right? But those cities in my city, like every big city I know of is completely fucking dominated by the real estate developers and the cops, right? They run our municipal politics all over the country, right? The cop unions get so much of the funding that like they can do whatever they want effectively. Like they can juke the stats, right? They can make it look like it's a crime wave or like their fucking shitty mayor's doing a great job. Like they can do blue flu in varying degrees. They can fucking like start protests, kill people. Like they do all these things, right? And most cities just shut up and give them what they want. And then all of our politicians back them up. Between them and the real estate developers, right? Our cities are, they have like a pride parade, I guess. What do you mean? Yeah, because it's uh, I mean, the Pentagon and Wall Street. Would you name two different centers? It's the center of fucking capitalism and the fucking center of war.
King David Hotel bombing. So you have so many, occasions of Israelis murdering the very people that they demand help from, their so-called allies, and turning against them. What guarantee do the Moroccans have the Israelis won't turn against them? None. And the Americans and Israelis are notorious for stabbing people in the back. Okay? In any case, just to come back to this scandal of what Morocco have done here. I mean, let me be clear. Morocco is they're not doing bad, okay, for
So
themselves.
was the one in the 90s.
Economically, but people are struggling. So when they spend $1 billion on a stupid spy satellite deal, I'm sorry, that money could have easily been put to better use.
Yep. Anywhere. I'm saying you might as well just fucking set that money on fire. Honestly, you'd be better off setting that money on fire.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing show
who do
for
you
everybody
think?
today. I got a couple of programming notes.
I don't know.
right
I'm more
here.
like a LIHOP guy, you know, where they like were funding all these terror groups, and you know, even when they had intelligence suggesting they were doing something, they, you know, stand back and stand by. Right? Same thing with the fucking McVeigh, right? And the 90s one too. The fucking Blind Shake was all over the 90s shit, and he was our guy for the whole time. Osama hated unnecessary duplication. Yeah. Oh man. I mean, that's not should have just made one big one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what was going on there. I think seems like they, from what I've read, it's like they had. I mean, Sear Shocker's gonna go over it or whatever, but maybe it was like a jurisdictional mix-up, because I've seen people saying that like the local cops were supposed to have that part, and you know, maybe they didn't. You know, they weren't clear about that. I mean, I think the cops were there though, right? Because there's that story about the cop going up on the roof and the guy pointing his gun at him, and then the cop just walking away. Like, what the fuck? It's like Uvalde all over again. I mean, people are gonna like fucking like, oh, it's the fucking libs or whatever. I mean, I don't think. Maybe I think they would be like fucking the Biden campaign would be more likely to take a shot than the like the deep state or whatever, right? Despite popular narrative, they're not, you know, the fucking deep state, like the bourgeoisie, like the real fucking power players, you know, big capital. Call it what you want. They have no problem with Trump, right? You know. I mean, they probably prefer somebody who was like less embarrassing, but no, they're completely aligned. But obviously Biden would be easier because he's fucking dead, you know. I don't know. My newest theory is that the kid was like a suicide by cop thing. Like the kid wanted to go out helping Trump. He was like he thought the cops would shoot him probably before he got a shot off, and then finally they didn't. He just like started fucking shooting next to him. What? What do you mean? We're communists. This is a fucking proudly communist stream. We've never been in trouble. Like, we just follow the rules. Just follow the rules and you don't get in trouble. I mean, it's not that hard. You know, you don't have to say everything that's on your mind, you know. Pretty simple. Someone was talking about the cops not liking who was in charge. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's a fucking woman, right? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know though. I also feel like Trump is fucking like I feel like he's the kind of guy who would be like, "No, stop. No, get that out of here. Nope, I don't care. No, I don't need that. People love Trump." um yeah, just follow the rules, man. They're not hard. It's like, well, again, you are like a guest, you know? You're on their platform and you're in our fucking room, right? So like just like I said, you don't have to say every little thing that's on your mind.
At the top. Unfortunately, one of Crystal's youngest daughters is in the hospital today.
Shit.
We are wishing her absolutely the best. Another programming note. It's been quite a personal just mess here on Breaking Points. My grandfather died a couple of days ago. I am actually getting married in a couple of days on Saturday, so I'm going to be out for the rest of the week. Luckily, we have our very own Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky who are stepping up to the plate. Ryan, thank you for bailing us out of these multiple personal crises that we face here on Breaking Points. We really have never been more thankful to have you, man. So thank you both.
Glad to be here. Wishing Crystal's family well.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, we all are. We're all thinking about her this morning. We'll keep everybody updated on that as well. So we have a couple of things, major things, obviously, to react to this morning, Ryan. We've got the RNC, the first day yesterday. The big news that Crystal brought everybody yesterday is that Donald Trump has chosen Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio as his running mate. We're going to run through some of the details of that announcement, and then we're going to bring in Emily Jasinski from the RNC to get a reaction. Ryan and I are then going to interview Lieutenant Tim McMillan. He's the co-founder of Debrief Media. Some of you may know him,
like
but for our purposes, he actually is former law enforcement who worked multiple presidential protection details, and he's going to go over some more stunning details that we are learning about the failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and more importantly, the failed Secret Service and local law enforcement response. The things that we are finding out now are just absolutely shocking, including that the gunman was known to law enforcement with the picture some 30
the Trump campaign knew he was too.
And that
he
the
was on their
building
list
that he was
of like
in during the shooting apparently had
he was on. They had like a list of like gun nuts or something. You know, like Trump families who are really love guns. It's kind of funny.
Secret Service snipers inside of it along with law enforcement. It doesn't get more of a failure than that. We're going to talk a little bit about the polls. We're going to talk about some of the reaction anticipated of the RNC, where Donald Trump stands today. And then also, Ryan, this will be great for you and I to discuss some more stunning details. Trump has chosen Senator J.D. Yesterday is that Donald Trump has chosen Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Multiple personal crises that we face here.
Really share his personal.
Absolutely the best. Another programming note. It's been quite a personal just mess here on Breaking Points. My grandfather died a couple of days ago. I am actually getting married in a couple of days on Saturday, so I'm going to be out for.
Sagar's getting married on Saturday? Really? Oh man. That's not him. It's supposed to be a common name or what? Is that her? How much is Sagar getting net worth and earnings? Is this him? Oh, that is him. Okay. She's pretty hot. I mean, I don't know that hot, I guess. Sorry. It's about right, I guess. It's good for them. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Number 3 podcast in the USA. Number 2, Harley Quinn and the Joker, Sound Mind. Wow. I'm gonna listen to that Harley Quinn one. That sounds pretty sick. I didn't realize they had podcasts like that. Yeah, right. There's that too.
For the rest of the week. Luckily, we have about the polls. We're going to talk about some of the reaction anticipated of the RNC, where Donald Trump stands today. And then also, Ryan, this will be great for you and I to discuss, is the DNC and their official decision to try and nominate Joe Biden officially, virtually before the convention to stay any more conversation about whether he should stay in the race. We're also going to talk about Joe Biden giving another interview yesterday on NBC News with Lester Holt. We have a couple of clips from that. He also appeared on a YouTube channel, on Complex, actually, for YouTubers who are out there, and made some claims about Israel and Palestine, which certainly bear scrutiny. RFK Jr., who, by the way, Emily will have an interview with sometime later today, will be getting Secret Service protection. We're going to talk about that. And then finally, the documents case against Trump was officially dismissed by the judge. Massive, massive victory, legal victory for him. We're going to talk to our legal friend Bradley Moss about it. Now, look, here's the thing about Bradley. We all know he has an opinion.
Again, we're not controlling anything other than the rules. Like, that's just that's the rules. I don't know what you're complaining about. I think those are Twitch's rules. Like,
but on the facts of the matter, he actually can be a pretty objective legal analyst whenever he wants to be. So we're going to push him a little bit on that. So let's go ahead and start, with the RNC. By the way, we finally got our very first view of Donald Trump after that failed assassination attempt. Guys, let's go ahead and roll some of this video that we can see. Ryan, you can see he's got a large piece of, it's like gauze and bandage that is on his right ear, which he said was pierced by a bullet. Obviously a very big bandage, and it's a living reminder of the assassination attempt that was just a couple of days ago. Here we have J.D. Vance officially being nominated, and I think it's by acclamation as the vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party while he was standing with the Ohio delegation. Just to go a little bit more into it, guys, let's go ahead and put this next one up on the screen. The official Truth Social announcement that from Donald Trump yesterday. After lengthy deliberation and thought, considering the tremendous talents of many others, I have decided
just complaining
that the
about
person
people
best
being
suited to assume the
grievances,
position of vice
doing
president
grievance
is Senator
bullshit?
J.D. Vance of the great state of Ohio. J.D. honorably served our country in the Marine Corps, graduated
Dude,
from
Trump's
Ohio
heart
State,
is not in
summa
this at
cum
all.
laude, Yale, blah, blah, blah. Hillbilly Elegy became a bestseller and a movie. It championed the hardworking men and women of our country.
No, it
JD has
didn't.
had a successful
No, it
business
didn't. It
career
did
in
the
technology
opposite
and
of that.
finance, and now during the campaign will be strongly focused on the people he fought so brilliantly for, the American workers and farmers in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, and far beyond. So, as you know, Ryan, with those three states that he listed, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, literally the must-win states there for Donald Trump. The initial response so far from the Biden campaign and from many critics of Vance have been about some of his past comments. So before we get your thoughts, I just wanted to throw to this interview where he addressed some of that last night with Sean Hannity of Fox News. Let's get to it.
If you go back to what I thought in 2016, another thing that was going on, Sean, is I bought into the media's lies and distortions. I bought into this idea that somehow he was going to be so different, a terrible threat to democracy. It was a joke. Joe Biden is the one who's trying to throw his political opposition in jail. Joe Biden is the one who's trying to undermine American law and order. President Trump did a really good job. And I actually think it's a good thing when you see somebody, you were wrong about him, you ought to admit the mistake and admit that you were wrong. Sean, I got to say, Donald Trump is as healthy as anybody I've ever met. I tell him all the time, he's got ridiculous genes. I plan to be a very good vice president for Donald Trump for 4 years.
Interesting there, Ryan. So yeah, give us your reaction. What do you think?
Well, the most important thing, of course, is that this is what I predicted, right? But the reason that people didn't think that this was going to happen is that he doesn't, quote unquote, bring anything to the ticket. Just politically speaking, Ohio's already in the bag for Republicans. He doesn't check any diversity boxes other than having a beard. And so people are like, why do that? Especially when, then you lose a major Trump supporter in the Senate, and maybe DeWine appoints Vivek, but maybe not. Maybe he appoints some
Almost certainly will
DeWine.
not. Yeah.
Almost certainly will not. We'll appoint like a DeWine-like figure.
Yeah.
And so the question was always, well, why would he do that? It just doesn't add anything to the race. And maybe I was wrong when I predicted, and the only reason that the prediction came true is that Trump is now so confident in the polling that he doesn't feel like he actually needs a boost in the election. And what he needs is help governing and help pushing the kind of MAGA agenda forward. And as you saw in that statement that he put out, Trump loves credentials. It's one of the funniest contradictions about Trump. Yeah. He just absolutely runs against all the elites. But the fact that he was summa cum laude at Yale kind of makes it into the Truth Social post about his upcoming vice presidential nominee. So it really does feel like him leaning into his base and showing an extraordinary amount of confidence that either Joe Biden is going to stay on the ticket and Trump is going to handle him easily, or he's going to get replaced by Kamala. And as he said in that golf course video, he's like, she's practically even worse. Right. So that's what I read from it.
I think you're right. Breaking Points viewers will know, if you want to go roll the tape from a few months ago, I said, I don't think that Trump will pick JD. And this was pre-assassination attempt, obviously. Right. But I said, I don't think he will.
And all that.
Yeah, I said, I don't think he will pick JD unless he is totally confident of victory. And it's like, well, I actually saw your analysis on that in the Snap reaction. I totally agreed with it. And look, full disclosure, I have known JD Vance on a personal level for probably almost 8 years now. So people should take everything I say with a grain of salt. I do think it's important to put that out there.
I might have even known him longer. You want to hear my funny JD story?
Yeah, go for it.
So as he was writing his book, and before it had even been published, he reached out to, or somehow he got in touch with Ariana Huffington, who was my boss at the time at the Huffington Post, because he wanted help, promoting the book. And we ended up, excerpting a copy of it. And Ariana connected me with him and said, who's great at book promotion? Ryan, talk to Ryan.
That's true.
So JD and I talked before the book came out, and I gave him some little advice here and there. And it's funny thinking back on the advice that I gave him. One of the things was, like, every event that you go to, make sure you collect all the emails of the people that like go to those events. And of course we'll run an excerpt of the book. It sounds really interesting. Yeah. And thinking of like going from collecting 30 emails at a Barnes and Noble in Columbus, Ohio, to being the vice presidential nominee is quite something.
I'll tell you, it is personally surreal and weird, to kind of see something. It's something that you imagine in a movie, then you see him get officially acclaimed. It is interesting, I think, for a couple of reasons. The big difference is that,
I think Trump legitimately thought that he didn't have the Christian right at first. I mean, he obviously did, but I think there was like some rumble. There was some fucking preachers attacking him and shit. I don't know. It's a solid instinct,
This was Crystal's point. She was like, Trump has never given any consideration to governing. So why should we believe that he's going to care this time around? Honestly, I think that's a fair criticism. And that is one where I also was frankly worried. I was like, oh, well, here we go. We're going to get Tim Scott or Doug Burgum or, any of these other just box checkers. Or Doug is a guy who brings in a lot of money. Tim Scott, I think we all know what that one is, because Trump just loves the fake diversity. For Rubio, it was the same thing. Oh, he speaks Spanish as if, this is the funny thing. Pence won, 10 million more votes in 2020 and flipped multiple Hispanic counties in South Texas. I don't remember anybody saying, oh, well, if only Mike Pence had spoken Spanish, then all these Hispanics would have voted for him. So it's a stupid way of thinking about how minority voters actually vote. But regardless, I can only say that from my knowledge of the conservative movement and others, this is a pick of a person who genuinely does care about a lot of the purported things that Trump also has ran on in the past. So if we talk about immigration, if we talk about industrial policy, if we talk about foreign policy. Now, I will say on foreign policy, I'm going to be totally honest. it is a little bit more mixed than a lot of people may know. JD is very anti-aid to Ukraine. He's very, I would say, pretty similar in my view about that conflict. Also about having to reorient U.S. foreign policy towards China, and also about the way that we should approach, let's say the military-industrial complex and all of that. That said, I mean, I'm going to be totally upfront here and say that he certainly has a very different opinion, I think, on Israel-Palestine, that conflict as well. I have never spoken to him about it, just in case anybody wants me to know. But he did talk a little bit about in his interview.
Yeah, I heard Edgar Momentum was saying
100% anti-war candidate.
We all heard him last night on the stream, right? That he's got the receipts. He's gonna get him fucking thrown off the ticket. I mean, I believe it when I see it, but yeah. He like did that whole fucking like that sort of like alt circuit back in podcast and shit back in the day, supposedly. So I'm interested to see what kind of receipts he produces. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Remember, he's Teal's guy, so I think his policies are just like whatever Teal's are, and that's I mean, just kind of like draws attention to whatever policies he wants drawn attention to, and tries to ignore whatever ones he doesn't, right? Like any of them. Like Josh Holloway. This whole time, like, you see it's like how they are able to like I don't know, I don't want to call it populism, it's like demagoguery. That's what that is, right? No, like populism is class politics if it exists. It's like the fucking farmers from the turn of the century, right? Like attacking people and claiming to be like the voice of the people or something. That's literally the definition of demagoguery. It's like no. It's like they don't speak for anybody other than the fucking shareholders that have always I don't know, man. Look, Democrats can win if they want, and the shit that they're doing with Bernie and AOC or whatever is not it. That's along the same line that I'm thinking that, but like again, it's like the same old fucking bait and switch. Instead of like doing concrete reforms that they can do themselves, they propose to do, if we have a supermajority or whatever, we'll do fucking this and that. And it's like, no, you won't. First of all, you'll find some parliamentarian bullshit when the time comes, but you're not going to get those seats anyway. Like, they could do something now. They could literally fucking like give people fucking good things and turn the race around, right? But they would rather lose.
But he is certainly, I would say, different than Lindsey Graham or any traditional doctrinaire Republican. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I think that's right. People might see his Ukraine policy and think for a second that, maybe he's going to be different than Washington, the Washington consensus when it comes to Israel-Palestine. But no, that's not really the case. I think Crystal's point is an interesting one about how Trump, I'll believe it when I see it, and with Trump's interest in governing. But I think one way to think about it is that, whether or not you think that there was a deep state pushback and conspiracy to undermine and destroy Donald Trump, whether you believe that or not,
he put Mike Pompeo in his
Donald
administration.
Trump very much believes that.
Right.
And so you don't have to believe that Trump has all of a sudden gotten an interest in governing, for the sake of governing because he wants to lift up all people or anything like that. All you have to believe is that Trump thinks that he was not surrounded with the kind of people that were loyal to him and that would defend him in his battle, with this deep state. And I think he feels like J.D. Vance is one of those people. And so whether that leads to governing or not, I think for Trump is completely beside the point. But it does show that he's going to, kind of approach this, what he sees as this internal conflict, with more seriousness than he did last time.
That's a great point, and that is another way where you can both believe in Trump's narcissism and his own personal interest, and also project it. Yeah, as what? And I've interviewed Donald Trump five times, I think, in the Oval Office. And what is the number one gripe that he would always have? These people are not loyal to me. I remember interviewing him immediately after the entire Jeff Sessions bit, and actually, I think I pressed him, or maybe it was Jared Kushner, in either one of these interviews, and I was like, guys, what are we doing here? Jeff Sessions, it was preempted Trumpism before Trump. This guy is the OG immigration hawk, you know, on all of these different policy issues, a lot more skeptical on foreign policy. And they're like, yeah, well, he wasn't loyal, you know, on the Mueller investigation. But here is where you can actually fuse kind of the two things, as you said. And you can have somebody who's deeply skeptical of the federal bureaucracy, of the intelligence community, of a lot of the other people who are, quote, out to get Trump. And look, whether they're out to get him from a lawful perspective or not, which I do think is true, I think it is empirical that there's obviously an ideology that pervades people who work in the United States government. And he has said, JD, very openly and clearly, he's like, look, we need to fire all these people and get rid of them. All Trump hears is, oh, the people who tried to get me, we're going to fire them. So those are not necessarily, you know, incompatible, I guess is one way to say it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. Like their interests align there. Right. And for Trump, the fact that he's loyal and they have the same enemies is enough.
Right. Right. Good point.
And JD has shown that he'll just debase. Like debase is maybe a little bit unfair. He's done such a 180 on Trump that he has the zeal of the converted.
He certainly does. And listen, I again will say, no one can ever know anyone's heart. Here's what he said the same in interviews. I'll tell you on a personal level, if you talk to him without the cameras rolling, he would tell you the same thing. He's like, I think I was wrong. I believed a lot of these media lies. His own personal, quote unquote conversion on a lot of, not even necessarily issues, but of Trump himself as this figure in the Republican Party who is both speaking to a lot of the concerns, but itself is the vehicle through which to get some of the things done for the voters, let's say, that he represents in Ohio and others. I think it is genuine. That is my opinion, but you know, you can say what you want. Go ahead. Yeah.
What we see now may be his genuine opinion, and what we saw before
you see this?
may be.
He was an anti-Semite and Epstein-pilled, claiming that Trump was part of Epstein's empire. Relevant because recent Epstein documents, which were unsealed, revealing that Trump compelled young girls to perform lesbian sex in front of them. Then he raped them. It's obvious that this is what truly activated Crooks as a presidential assassin. Media, however, cannot make this connection, because liberals thought that Epstein was only a liability for Democrats. They then proceeded to make it a partisan issue, whether or not Epstein killed himself. Reality is that they're both exposed to this network. It's the highest contradiction at the heart of American politics. Yeah, I don't know about that, dog. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. That would actually make a little bit of sense.
Warning, I do not endorse smoking. Smoking causes cancer and so on and so forth.
That's not
proven. Do not smoke. All right, we're ready? This video is years in the making.
Every time we travel abroad, saved a cigarette.
To one day, smoke it. To one day, smoke it all in 2 hours. We have collected 15 different cigarettes in our travels.
Oh, cool.
And today, we're going to be ranking them from S tier to F tier. Fuck you, Critical. You made a cigarette
This is the real version. This is the real version.
You didn't even smoke them. You got like 7. You got like 7 on the table. You didn't even smoke them. And this is a year in the making. Ass. 2 million views for that? We're gonna actually do it. We're gonna do it. Leo's come all the way down from Birmingham. I've come all the way down from my room. We're ready. What are we
Okay,
starting
yeah.
off with?
Wait till the end, yeah? Hold your horses, yeah? Because we got some mystery cigarettes that I bought in a Chinese restaurant, in the back of a Chinese restaurant in Birmingham, so...
What being
Speaking of China,
Vincent Hedges?
We're starting off with the...
Alright. I just would rather
vape.
like, I mean, I have some pouches that I fuck with when I can't smoke, but you know, I usually just smoke when I'm outside and vape when I'm inside most places.
The most famous cigarette between our two channels. Story about the Chonghuas. I got this in the Philippines when I saw a Chinese man looking at this whole row of cigarettes in the airport, and he was only looking at the Chonghuas, and he says to me, "Whoa, this is a good cigarette." And I thought, all right, I might as well buy some of these.
Yeah, dude, Chonghua's all the way.
Just found out I might burn this mask.
This is what we're basing all the cigarettes off now.
Why can't he reveal his identity?
God, I miss smoking cigarettes.
How long's it been? One day.
On the crime side, the New York Times side.
Nice flavor, nutty.
Man.
It's got a nice little image of the Forbidden Temple.
Fuji?
There's a lot of
It's
care.
got some bite. It's got some bite.
What's up, dude?
And if you look at the way it ashes, well, not yet actually. The way it ashes, it kind of leaves like a triangle on it. I'm very tempted to finish this fucking cigarette.
Yeah, this is the first one.
Yeah,
this
I bet,
is the first
dude.
one, so
Look at all those
that's probably
cool
the
cigs.
only enjoyable cigarette out of all of these.
We don't know yet. We don't know.
Thing is, it's got flavor. It's got power, you know?
Power.
It's got bite.
There's a lot of good things
And
to
it's
say.
also got lore, right? It's got legendary status as a cigarette, you know? And look how long it ashes as well. That's the thing with
dude.
like Chinese cigarettes, like shitty Chinese
love that
cigarettes.
shit.
They ash so, look, and it's not even ashing. It's not even ashing.
They don't f about with that tar, man.
Because the thing is with these, if you ash them,
He's taking a comedic break.
all the backy falls out.
What do these Chinese do, man? What do they do? It's so fucking good. I'm smiling. This is the first time I smiled in months. I'm fucking smiling, dude.
Beautiful.
They have this belief that the more ash you leave on a cigarette, the stronger it is.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, bro, China's up.
Yeah.
China's the greatest
That's
country
what I
to ever
mean. That's what I
exist.
mean, yeah.
I'm saving this one for later.
Oh my god. No, where are we rating it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it
Go
has
back to
lore.
just chatting.
It also was very enjoyable. I think you'd agree, right?
Yeah, it's
Fucking
like
politics.
there's no way we're gonna not put this at
For
the
the
top.
birds.
I've got nothing bad to say about Chonghuas.
It has so much culture behind it, you know?
I'm putting it at S tier.
S tier.
S
Low
tier.
low S, but still S.
Next, we're gonna go with a plain one, an ordinary one.
Marlboro Gold.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
cigarette
they
of
don't
the
sell those
people.
here.
It's the most common cigarette you could probably find.
Not here, right? We don't have those. We have Marlboro Light and Marlboro Red.
They've even got it in rolling tobacco form, which I'm a little bit of a fan of.
Don't
Just
say
let's not
slurs.
fuck around.
No slurs.
How does it taste?
That's a regular ass cigarette.
Well, how does it compare to the Chonghua?
I'm not as instantly happy. It doesn't hit me.
Hey, give
as
me those
hard.
Chonghuas, man. I need to order
I
some.
think gold is like, I don't know where that is on the strength range.
It's very familiar. I've definitely smoked
said,
like
we don't-
hundreds of these in my life.
It's way
Yeah, we don't have these. I mean, I can imagine what it probably tastes like if it's a combination of like light and red.
weaker than the Chonghua, you know?
Yeah.
It's way smoother.
We're much more familiar with it.
This is the dangerous thing about these. It's so like smooth, so calming.
You could probably like sink 10 of these in a row.
Easy.
We
It's
don't-
nice though. It's nice.
There's not much you can say about the Marlboro Gold.
I think it tastes better than the Chonghua.
It's definitely not a bad cigarette. I know what a bad cigarette is.
I mean, I'm sure I've had them before.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. That's the thing. It's good. It's. I don't know. I don't think it quite deserves the gold title it gets. You know, I'm thinking more like a bronze. It's very medium in my opinion.
I think that's where
Mid.
we're gonna place it.
Yeah.
C tier.
I'm happy with that. C. Yeah.
All right, one more cigarette and we'll go get more beer.
Yeah.
All right, camera speed, go.
Yeah, I
Next
never
one,
liked
we're
any of
gonna
those
compare the next
72s or
Marlboro.
27s or any of that shit.
Black
No.
Menthol.
I like the Camel
This is another one
when
I
I was
picked
a
up from the
teenager, I used to smoke those
Philippines.
Camel
And
Red
this one's
Lights,
kinda
right?
crazy
They were like made
because
for
it's not the
teenagers.
filter that's menthol, it's the tobacco itself.
What? No way.
They're like
I've got a hot
fucking.
take
They were
about
like
menthol. I fucking
100%
hate menthol,
made
bro.
for.
You can't get sick of menthol.
Fucking get
I
teenagers.
don't
It was
like
like the
menthol, bro.
end
It's
of
easy
the
to
era
hate
when they were allowed to
menthol.
do that.
Mint.
It's like the people who like grew up with Joe Camel. It was like, you know, the next step in the progression. Oh yeah. Um, I mean, I never smoked Camel 99s. I remember they had Camel Red and Camel Red Light, and they were delicious. But also, like, the fucking marketing was very much for, like, to try to get teenagers.
You're a bitch.
I mean, I don't like menthols.
First hit.
I don't
it's not
even like
menthol yet.
fucking mint toothpaste, man. I use, like, fucking anything but mint. It's like when I go to the grocery store, I just scour the rows for something that's not mint. Sometimes they have, like, cinnamon or whatever. Dude, I used to get these vanilla, like, I used to order these vanilla toothpastes, and, they, like, one by one, they were all discontinued. They were so fucking good. I don't understand why that's discontinued. Like, I don't understand why there's not a bigger market for non-mint toothpastes. Fuck mint, dude. Oh, I hate mint. Suck my dick, mint. Ugh.
Oh fuck, maybe it degraded over
Mint.
time, I don't know.
It's like
dude, I'm
onions
not
and
tasting
mint.
it.
Go fucking hang out together.
How does that compare to the other
Losers.
Marlboro?
Very similar.
Yeah, I mean, those are okay. I wouldn't mind those. Like, I might like a hit or two at the end there sometimes. You know, or if I'm like, you know, it's been a while and I need it right now or something. Yeah, like supercharge the end of the cig. Fuck mint, dude. No. Maybe put like egg yolks or something in it. It'd be fucking cool. Fucking glitter. Yeah, Newports are reds. That's the hard shit, huh? Fucking love cigs. I just love it. It's just from the first moment it touched my lips. I've been in a lifelong love affair with the cigarette. So just no, fuck Shamrock Shakes. I remember one time when I was a kid, like either my mom or my dad, I forget which one, they were like all jazzed up about Shamrock Shakes. And like I like played along like I was into it too, just because I wanted fucking chicken nuggets. I was like, oh yeah, Shamrock Shake, great.
There's no menthol in this, bro.
Is it dead? Is the cigarette dead? It's been, I'd say,
No, it's
a
because you
year.
were smoking all these other
A
cigs.
year exactly since I bought it.
There's no menthol.
No,
We
dude,
gotta
that's
get to the
it.
bottom
That's
This
fine.
is just a Marlboro Gold.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine.
completely dead now. It's gone.
No.
There's no more.
That's
menthol.
disappointing. That's disappointing.
Yeah.
This
I
is
don't think
getting
that's
worst
real.
tier, man. It's getting lowest rating. Well, I hate menthol anyway, so I'm very happy to put this in F.
It's gonna have to be our first F, man.
Because it not only was it menthol, it was a scam. We can be like, yo, after that disappointment, we had to like.
Maybe
drink.
you had to crush something. No, not really. I mean,
That made the
again,
Minecraft
like,
diet noise.
you know, when I was like a kid and it was like hard to get cigarettes, like sometimes you could get like something like that instead. You know, like to, right? Like when I was a teenager, I was like, I'll smoke whatever the fuck I can get. Yeah, Turkish camels are pretty good. Yeah, I like those. Yeah. Menthol fate? I
What was
didn't
that
know
next
that.
cigarette we're gonna do?
Okay.
Interesting.
Camel.
Camel.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is the camel, dude?
Wait for Luke to pour his fucking.
Who?
Luke.
I mean, it's a scam. You know, like the idea of like acting in the best interest, like speaking with the voice of the people, right? Or like, you know, speaking like truth to power to benefit the working class or whatever. That's great. That's not what populism is in this country, you know? It's just like demagoguery, you know? It's just like, oh, isn't that great that we hate the same people? Right? That's not populism, right? Oops. You know, like genuinely representing the interest of working people is fucking not a thing in our politics. It hasn't been for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Welsh Luke.
Next up.
Oh, don't that look good? Hold up.
I don't know, probably
Don't that
Ramona.
look good? Wow, my
That
family.
would make a lot of sense.
Next up, it's the Camel cigarette. I believe this is specifically it's American company.
Yeah.
I got that in Portugal.
He's
They're
such a
very
fucking Lahain
famous.
guy.
Oh, you got this in
It's a
Portugal.
Portuguese Camel cigarette.
Oh, that's probably pretty good.
What's your impression?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit's good, I bet.
Oh, kick, man.
Oh,
That's what I
I
always
wasn't talking
think
to
about
you. What the
camels is
fuck?
they're very like harsh, you know. At least I've always thought that. Like I can definitely say compared to all the others we smoked, that's like way harsher, you know.
Yeah,
Way
it's
more
pretty
painful.
fucking harsh. Yeah.
Way more painful.
That's even harsher
That's
than...
why like camel smokers have the most raspy voices ever, you know.
Isn't that
They're
exactly
not
what I
like all the
said?
cowboys smoke, you know?
They're even harsher than the Chonghuas, which are supposed to be harsher.
It's hard. It's really hard to be harsher than a Chonghua cigarette, you know.
That is
I want
harsh.
these Chonghuas,
I
man.
do like it when it's harsh sometimes, for like, if I'm having like a bad time and I might feel some pain, you know, if I'm going through something rough.
Maybe you take that mask off, you feel a lot
It
better.
limits you from smoking the whole like pack in one. So I don't know. You could look at that as a negative or a positive, you know. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of camels, honestly, personally. How do you feel about it in general?
I'm not as harsh on the camel as Leo, right?
I fucking hate camels, dude.
If it was up to me,
I mean, I used to smoke
if it was up
Parliaments.
to me, I'd put it at C. For
Now I
camel.
smoke,
I don't want to put a F. It's not the worst thing I've ever tasted.
I smoke mixed packs.
It's one up from the F. What's that? D.
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 We put camel at D.
Camel and D. That's controversial, you know.
Yeah, that's what I said. So, like, when you're genuinely representing the interests of people, you know, like in juxtaposition with the moneyed interests that run the country, that's good. But that's, you know, vanishingly rare, and in its stead, it's just demagoguery. You know, it's not actual populism. Yeah.
Let's start off the Natural American Spirit trilogy with Natural American Spirit Yellow. Now,
Let's do it, brother.
Natural American
People
Spirit
love these shits. I don't really like
cigarettes.
You know what? I gotta say something. I don't think I've ever smoked an American Spirit
Really?
cigarette.
Shit.
So this is good. I'm losing my virginity here.
I got all 3 of these cigarettes from Germany.
Okay.
Yeah, so I couldn't find them in the UK, so I'm not surprised.
This might be life changing for me.
First things first.
They don't have these in
Smells
the
good.
UK.
Smells good, tastes good. It tastes pretty muted for a
Yeah, it's
cigarette.
probably
Goes
they're
down
probably
very
pretty good if you
smoothly.
clip a third of the
No
filter
harshness
off.
at
Like,
all.
they're so like
so
you have to
excited.
suck so hard on those. They're so fucking thick.
It's like breathing in air.
Oh, damn. That's
You gotta
nice.
get it going
It's like
first.
Swedish wilderness air.
It's burning nice.
It's a hard drag as well, you know.
They're alright.
really
American
nice.
spirits
Yeah.
are pretty good. I
You
guess.
get a lot
but,
of bang for
like
your
you
buck
said.
with these cigarettes, you know. I really like this. I've never had
Yeah,
an
it
American
takes like
Spirit
fucking
before.
15 minutes
That
to
will
smoke.
change today. Slowest burning straight we've had so far, I reckon.
Is it exceptional?
Yeah, they used to like give these away for free all the time. I remember back in the day, at, like concerts and stuff. So I'd always have like free packs of them floating around. Yeah, if you can fucking get like you know, like maybe like a tenth of it, right? Like loosen it so it comes out, it's probably a pretty good cigarette. You know, but it's hard to get like to balance it out. They're just so fucking thick, like you can't pack them, you know. You gotta just fucking squeeze them a little bit.
Though, but do we dare put it in S tier?
I smoke
It is
mixed packs of like
It's very chill.
Yeah.
I like this.
Mostly L&M's, but like I have a couple Dunhills every day too.
I would be open to putting this in S, but
It's
like
too
low
expensive.
S. You know?
Another low S? I'd
Or
say
very
high
high A. High A.
I'm thinking high
Oh,
A,
that's
'cause
right.
I feel
That's
like
right, I
they
remember
get
that.
better than this,
Okay.
These American spirits.
Yeah, okay.
Next up in the trilogy is the blue. I always get blue cigarettes because I like the color blue.
Yeah,
not anything to do with the strength. He likes the color.
I don't know what blue means in cigarettes.
I don't get it because I'm usually afraid it's like menthol.
Is it different?
This has got more kick.
Ah, it's different,
You know?
is it?
A storytelling
It's got a lot
cigarette?
more taste
Yeah, I
than the yellow.
guess. Yeah.
Very nice though.
I mean, like you said, it's good, a lot of bang for your buck.
Another one I got from
you know?
Germany.
That's really good.
You can smoke
American
like half
Spirit
of
might
it
be
in
the
your
way
smoke
forward,
break.
you know?
Yeah.
I mean, there's supposed to be less additives and
It's kind of
shit,
weird,
right?
actually, to expect from a cigarette.
It's got good taste though, you know?
Yeah.
That's got like the taste of a camel, but the hit of like air.
Yeah, I think this is better than yellow.
Yeah, because it's
Blues
got
are
the
the
kick
best
that
ones.
The yellow one was missing. It is really good. That one's good.
Is
That
the,
might be S.
Isn't the black the stronger ones?
I agree. This one is an S tier. The natural American spirit selected American blend.
Yeah, the black one.
Ooh, that
Yeah, I
sounds
thought-
good.
It comes in black.
I smoked
packaging,
those a
so
couple
you know they're
times.
serious. This is
Oh,
serious.
No,
this
these-
is
this is
premium
right here.
business. That's a good
Does
name
American
as
Spirit
well.
make cloves?
Oh, it's got a much more standout flavor.
Oh,
but
that's
it
right,
Still,
cool.
is smooth as hell.
That's skill. That takes skill.
You can tell they put a lot of care in these.
Yeah, these guys are
Yeah,
killing the cigarette
those are like
game.
the high end.
I accidentally swallowed that hit.
He's so hungry, man.
We're gonna take a chicken break after this one.
Yeah, my cousin used to smoke Lucky
I was
Strikes.
too greedy. It's too good.
Mmm.
He was like
Interesting. Wow. See, that's got like the punch and the taste of a
like he was like LARPing as an
But
like
the
like an outsider's
smoothness
character.
of a American Spirit, and I love it. That's great. That's really good. I don't think it's quite as good as the last American Spirit we had, though.
It's not as good as blue.
No, I think this is high
Yeah,
A.
I
this
think
is
that's
A.
right.
It's
Yeah,
very unique.
I think blue is
Give it
better.
I'm thinking A.
Yeah, I'm out.
thinking A for natural American
Winston
Yeah,
Reds,
spirit,
Yeah.
natural black.
American Spirit blues. I used to smoke
We had
Parliaments,
chicken break.
you know, like in my
Oh, some good
20s.
chicken.
Shit.
You know what's the best
Um,
thing you could have after a
But
meal?
then when you know the more expensive cigarettes became,
7 facts.
it was just like a
Next
rip
one.
off.
Hmm.
We have to actually
You know, because
decide
you
it
smoke,
yet.
they're so
Yeah. Well, let's
small,
do
you
the
smoke
Greek
them so short.
Oh yeah, the
I'm feeling the Greek one. I'm feeling Greek right now.
we've got.
And I
the
used to get like Dunhills and like you know, like on special occasions or whatever. And then I just slowly was like, oh, those are good. And I just started getting them more and more. And then for a while I was just smoking Dunhills. And then I was like, these are too expensive. So I was like looking for something that you know tasted the same or similar, and couldn't find anything for a while. But then I tried L&M's, and it's pretty close. It's a little different, but it's like the difference is like I was saying about American Spirits. The difference is like just like a little bit more tobacco in the cigarette, I think. 'Cause it's like you smoke it just like a split second faster, and it makes it tangier.
Assos. I got this in Athens. Nice red
Ooh,
Assos.
the coffee
We're gonna
shop
find
just
out
sold
if it's
Lucky
ass
Strikes. That's pretty
Oh.
cool.
Sauce.
Nice.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing I've been doing like an acid trip, like smoke 2 packs of Lucky Strikes and then never smoke them again.
It tastes a little like poison.
Yeah, man,
A
especially
little
when
bit.
I was doing drugs and
But
shit.
It's just what I needed after fucking me.
Made in Greece.
Fun fact about Greece. Greece is the
I
biggest
should try those CBD
smoking
cigarettes.
nation
Those
in
are
the
probably
EU.
pretty good.
Like they smoke pretty young there.
Give me that shit, bro.
I don't know if Assos is the most popular Greek brand though.
Yeah, right? They are like a
It's
double.
like poison, doesn't it?
Got an interesting taste to it, you know. Tastes
I
very
should
like
try those.
chemically, you know.
Let me get some of those
I don't
blues
think-
next time I
I don't
go.
think they got much
I gotta
tobacco
go tomorrow.
farms in Greece.
It's got a very bitter taste, you know.
It is bitter. Oh, no,
That's a
it's
Greek
kind of
cigarette?
because it's Greek.
Oh, it's very harsh as well.
Where's the
Nothing good
fucking...
so
I like
far.
those French
I
ones.
don't know, man. That just has a horrible taste to it. Very bitter. I don't think it's quite F though.
I think I would like that
It doesn't
nowadays.
offend
My old
me.
age, I'd like a slow
I
burning
could
cigarette
smoke it.
more.
I could smoke it.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a D.
Yeah, I'm cool with D. Which one do you want to do next, by the way? Yo, that was good.
This next one I'm gonna do is a gold leaf.
I'm very excited. This is what
That
I
looks
used to
pretty
smoke when I was a
good.
little boy.
Where are those
young
from?
Boy.
Those Australian?
How's the flavor on that? Wow, Mal.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's that tasting?
Speaking of taste, this is a good tasting vape.
As you to switch back. I thought it was just gonna be me pick.
Right. So. Try that.
Let me hit, bro.
Tell me that's not S.
Let me hit.
Tell me that's not S.
That's a nice damn cigarette.
Yeah.
We should have started off with this.
I want to smoke those, man.
I really like gold leaf.
Tasty. It deserves the name gold.
Yeah. I think that's the first tobacco I ever smoked.
Good introduction. You've been hooked ever since.
Yep. I think that's on the level with the yellow American Spirit.
Wait, where'd my beer go? Luke, pass me that beer. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I like it, man. I think that's on the level.
I think I put it on S.
Yeah.
It deserves it. Next up, it's the Chesterfield Blues.
Ooh, those are good.
This is the normal version. I got this in Germany as well. I got a lot of cigarettes from Germany, and I can't lie, it's looking pretty rough since it's about a year old.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be very dry as well, so it's going to be more harsh.
My cousin used to smoke, the same Lucky Strike cousin used to smoke Chesterfield.
Not much of a difference from the last cigarette,
You think?
actually.
Well, I have quite a preference toward Chesterfields, you know. I've always had a thing for Chesterfields. I think it's because their packet looks so nice.
They don't got dead babies on them and shit.
No, exactly. Oh, I really like that, you know. I think
I
it's
like
A,
the dead babies.
I don't think it's S because it's got a bit of a weird taste to it. Definitely a lot less chemicals than what was the first thing we recorded after
The assholes.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is really good. I think A.
Let's put it at A. This is a different Chesterfield.
This is a Chesterfield Blue, but it's a Vogue. It's a skinny one. No, it's very feminine and you know, nice.
We used to call these hooker cigarettes before Big Woke made us call them lady cigarettes instead.
I wonder, actually, I'm interested in how this will match up to the normal blue, because this is still blue.
It's tighter. It's a tighter pull.
This also, it's looking pretty damn rough. This is from Poland. Direct from Poland. Direct from Gdansk.
It's the Drake
I mean, I just
cigarette.
prefer specificity, and that's more specific.
Shake it around, dude. Shake your spear.
Yeah, like skinny cigarettes
Yeah,
like that
Caprice.
are always nicer, in my opinion. They just go down nice.
Look at that thing, dude. Fuck
That
that.
is like nothing.
No way.
It is tighter to suck in, which I don't actually like that.
No.
About the skinny
Yeah.
cigarettes. You gotta suck real hard. You
Yeah,
gotta
no way.
That's why
Dude,
they're called
fuck
hooker
that. Gives me a
cigarettes,
headache.
really.
You gotta gawk.
Smoke
bro.
players?
You gotta fuck tour that cigarette, you know what I'm saying?
Shit, bro.
I don't know if I've
This
ever
is
seen
different.
those.
Your face isn't honest. Look at it, bro.
I want to smoke the cigs from fucking all the Kevin
I
Smith
think
movies.
these in the moment are the best. Like, remember in Finland we were chiefing these.
What are they called, nails?
All the time. Yo, 90-degree smoke, bro.
Smoking around corners.
Do you think this is better or worse than the normal one?
I think it kind of goes below the normal one. Honestly.
Okay, yeah, I'm alright to do that.
Well, we put it at B.
Yeah,
Wow.
that can go B. I'm happy with that.
What are we doing again?
Yeah, a little dart.
Shit.
Oh yeah. Let's go with the French. Oh, that's not it. Galois.
Oh yeah, those are good. No.
Galoises.
Galwaha. How's that tasting, bro?
I remember like a French girl came over like 2 summers in a row, and I stayed in contact with her in between, and she brought me a shitload of these.
Tastes like a cigarette. Tastes like everything else. Tastes like everything.
This video
you
has
smoke.
been a con, man. They all taste like cigarettes.
I gotta say, it kind of burns, but in the good way. It's kind of harsh, but in the way you want it to be.
Yeah. The self-loathing way.
I'm actually getting a lot of enjoyment out
Forgot
of
about
these
her.
pulls.
I'm excited.
I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of these pulls.
Give me that shit, bro. Greedy with the rotation, man.
It's funny,
I
like
think this is S tier.
you know, they say like your memories are like encoded with smell. I feel like for me, it's like encoded with cigs. Like if I think back to like the type of cigarette, like when I smoked different types of cigarettes, and I remember like the people who were there. Wow, that's crazy.
You're not officially even going to be able to do that with that pass.
Remember her name was like Sophie or something? I'm just remembering her for the first time now. I remember seeing the movie Independence Day with her. And smoking lots of cigs. I mean, she was obviously into me, but it's, neither here nor there. There's these two kids we were on the swim team with, a brother and a sister. The brother was my age, the sister was like a year older. She was like the sister's exchange student. Then she came back the next summer just to hang out, and she was super hot. Again, like I said, just now remembering her.
Alright, you ready to rate?
Oh, I was just like fucking writing with letters and shit. Like it was like, bring me cigs when you come back.
It's like peppery.
It's really nice, isn't it?
What do you mean? Of course it is.
You can tell it's made with, French cuisine.
They know how to treat it.
That's the only French babe I got with. Okay? There's plenty of them along the way. Alright?
I think A.
Mind your own business.
I'm putting it an S, dude.
Nah.
Are we split on this decision?
Yeah, because it's harsh still.
It's definitely S tier.
You wanted to put a B, I want to put an S. We could put it an A.
It's a classic.
I'm happy with that. We're taking a trip back to Lyon.
And we're going with the LD.
Yeah, she was definitely a Sophie.
Or as the French say,
and she was like
We thought these were LBs.
This was in like what? I don't know, 1997, 1998. So she was obviously incredibly alt rock.
I was balling back then.
Man,
it's different now.
Those were the days.
It's good, but it's not as impressive.
Got a weird taste.
No, I'm telling you, I was on the swim team with the girl she was staying with.
It's very light.
Actually, you know what? There's a perfume.
I forget their name though. What the fuck with their name?
This tobacco is perfumed.
Yeah. It's
like the brother's name is Mark. I forget the sister's name.
Stand out.
I forget their last name.
It's not smooth and it's not harsh.
My mom would probably remember.
Do you want to give that a C?
I was thinking B.
B?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, low B.
It's not mid enough to be C.
Got a fucking British cigarette finally, mate.
British cigarette.
Or my L&M, that's what I smoke.
L&M.
I didn't know those were British.
It's a big name.
Well, no wonder they taste like Dunhills. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
No?
Try that. Tell me you don't get that. A very bitter,
scared, bro.
A bitter taste straight away.
I'm scared to hit this, bro.
It goes down very smoothly.
No, they're great,
dude. I got a smoked the cigarette once.
I don't know. I don't smoke the blue. I've smoked the red ones.
That's ass.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Ass.
The taste is horrible. We can't let
I figured they were like Marlboros
like
or something.
The French are fucking killing it.
This is why Brexit was a bad idea.
Exactly,
this is the cigarettes we got at home.
Exactly, man. That's what I've been saying.
And think of the cigarettes we got abroad. F. Now, don't stop recording, Luke, because we're on.
Get a zoom in on this. Get a zoom
final
on this.
Motherfucking one. The Chinese mystery pack.
Man, I got this in the back of a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown in Birmingham.
Really?
So
wow,
I think it's gonna be interesting.
I want to go to Chinatown and get cigarettes.
Design very clean.
I'm doing it. Oh, dude, that's such a good idea.
Look at that, and this is probably the
why
best
didn't I think of that earlier?
Smoked so far.
Oh, dude, we'll have a sig. We'll have a sig stream.
Probably.
Let's check it out.
Told you they used to have this store in like Wicker Park that was like a.
Oh man.
No.
Okay, get a taste of that.
All right, don't say anything just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might suck.
A slight dung taste, maybe.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Excrement taste.
Oh no!
Like,
I see what you mean.
In the after.
It tastes like shit.
Oh
really?
no! This is shit. This is fucking poop.
S tier, bro. Come on.
This is fucking
top.
It tastes
top
like
notch.
actual shit, bro. It's got a real doo-doo taste to it, man. Like the aftertaste
Wow.
is crazy.
Yeah, we're ending on the poop.
It's really,
cigarette.
yeah. There's really a poo-poo taste there, man.
Oh my god.
There's a caca taste in there somewhere.
Don't pass me that back, dude.
It goes down.
I mean, at
nice,
least
though.
it's something
Don't
different.
pass-
You know.
It goes down smooth.
I'm not really smoking it because it's Chinese. I'm smoking it because it's something
I'm
different.
having a hard time defending this one.
So as long as it's
I'll
novel,
put it like
whatever.
D, I don't know.
Yo, I think S, low key.
We'll meet in the middle and put it at C. Thank you so much for
You put the
watching.
Dookie cigarette at C?
No chance in hell.
Oh man, I'm grossed out at the thought of it, dude. Snoochie boochies. Ugh. Ooh. Trinidad Island and UFOs. 11 hours ago.
We're learning new details on the moments leading up to the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
Yeah, federal law enforcement sources tell Fox News that an officer confronted the gunman and then retreated.
Yeah.
Fox's Caroline Elliott joins us live in Butler, Pennsylvania
Fucking go.
tonight from outside the crime scene.
Get his ass. Come on, fucking roast this guy. Come on.
Mark, Christina, we're told police officers had the opportunity to stop the shooter as early as 30 minutes before. And federal sources tell us tips were coming in, warning police officers of a suspicious man on top of this roof behind us.
Yeah,
but
cigarettes
nothing
rule.
happened until after those shots were fired. Federal law enforcement sources tell us a local police officer even took a photo of the suspect and flagged it to state police about an hour
And he
or
left
half an
him
hour
up
before,
there?
we
What
should
the
say.
fuck, dude?
Eventually, the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, made it to the rooftop armed with an
Look at this
AR-style
freak,
rifle.
dude. Oh,
Law
man.
enforcement sources tell us rally-goers warned police again, and according to the Butler County Sheriff, around the same time, a local
I know
police
kids
officer
like this.
lifted another officer onto the roof. That's when the shooter aimed his rifle at the officer, and the officer ducked for cover. Moments later, the shooter fired several shots toward the crowd, killing one Trump supporter, injuring two others.
So close.
As police pointed out, Donald Trump came within millimeters of taking a bullet to the head. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro says the shooting should have never happened.
Pennsylvania State Police is leading the investigation into the two wounded Pennsylvanians, along with, unfortunately, Corey, whose life was taken from us as he was there advocating for his preferred candidate. That should never, ever happen.
In an interview with ABC News, the Secret Service director says she takes responsibility for what happened. She says there will be some changes
I like
at
the thought that
agency,
he was
but
Epstein
she's not
pilled.
stepping down.
That's interesting.
Mark, Christina.
Yeah, Caroline, what's the scene look like behind you? Is it still pretty active, or have they kind of wrapped things up for now?
Yeah, Christina, as of right now, this is still an active crime scene, and the media is still being kept several hundred yards back. When you're driving around, you can still see FBI investigators looking for any details on what could help them understand what happened here on Saturday.
What details are you
Christina?
looking for, man? The kid was a fucking crank.
From Butler, Pennsylvania. Caroline, thank you.
Again, it's like an ultra rightist, like, I don't even know what you would call this. Like, but being too right wing for Trump is kind of a bizarre position. Oof. Oof. Fucking losers, man, governed by such incompetent rubes. Boobs. Boobs. Speaking of. A transmitter? You mean like a phone?
We are on the floor of the.
That's the kind of thing that like the libs would do, because it's like they made this. It's like like everything. It's like partisan, and they both sides have no interest in like honestly evaluating any of these causes. I mean, That's a fair point. I mean, it's obviously not just the flavor; it's a je ne sais quoi, you know, like and yeah, it's like it's obviously that I'm addicted, but there's also something else there, you know, and I've known about it for a long time. Um, it's fucking not, you know, it's like illogical, you know, there's not like a logic to it.
The Republican National Convention right now. Gaze out at the amazing sights.
Gaze are out.
I've never had more fun in my life. I guess what we're gonna do is just kind of poke around and see if there's anybody.
Dude, Michael
of note
Tracy
to
works
speak
for
to.
Glenn Greenwald now.
Let's see who
That's
I can
funny.
spot. Oh, Congresswoman Sparks. How are you? Good. What's your reaction to with Rumble? What's your reaction to J.D. Vance getting the nomination?
Oh, that's good. You know, I think, you know, we have a lot of great candidates. We have a very long bench. But it's all about President Trump
Who's
and
this
making
lady?
America great. And
What do you expect for a second term
Yo,
for President Trump in
we
terms
have
of
fucking
Ukraine and
representatives like
Israel
this?
as compared to the Biden administration?
I think, you know, as President Trump said,
Is she
you know, we
Israeli?
need to restore peace. We need to restore our economy, that we have ability for people to get wealth back and have a growth in the economy, because right now inflation and disparity is going to destroy a lot of people. And I think this is something about the future of the country and strengthen the country, strengthen the borders,
Yeah,
strengthen
exactly.
the people, and really bring peace around the world. We have a disaster right now. It's awful what's happening.
Yeah, she needs
President
to
Trump
beef
has
up
said
those
that he has a
eyebrows,
good
huh?
relationship with Zelensky. And some people question that because they think he's Putin's puppet or this kind of thing, which is silly. So what is his relationship with
Yeah,
Zelensky?
some subs
and
would be
Ukraine?
nice. That would be cool.
Because Representative Sparks, you are Ukrainian, correct?
Originally, I grew up there, but I'll tell
I
you,
grew up
it's
there.
about peace through strength. And President
Oh
Trump
my
had a
God.
lot of peace around the world, and aggressors didn't move. And his policy is to bring
That's
peace
not why,
and
though.
actually put.
That's what I mean. That's Trump's branding is like, oh, I was fucking so chill that nobody wanted to go to war or whatever. And that's not true, right? That's not what it is. It's like the fact that the neocon establishment types were like, you know, caught off guard and like unable to successfully fucking, you know, dominate the foreign policy agenda of his administration. Like the reason that Biden has had more wars because he's done more provocative military escalation. It's like Trump didn't do certain things like that. Like he did them in sort of a more logical way because again, he's presented with the situation and his agenda is not like what is going to make the weapons people the maximize profit. Whereas when Brandon's administration, more likely, you know, Blinken's like when he's trying to decide the fucking defense budget or whatever, that's not what he's doing. You know, like he's trying to maximize the money that's fucking doled out to these people. And it's it results in a more aggressive foreign policy, you know. So then Trump gets to take credit for it. Again, it's not because he's not a warmonger too, because he is, just in his own fucking, you know, sort of like insane half-assed way. It's you know, like Red Scare, like he just wants to like overthrow communist countries and like you know, fucking relive the glory days or whatever. Yeah. It's the same reason that it's the same thing he did with Hillary Clinton. It's like they're so aggressive that it's like not hard to like be less aggressive than them. You know, like with most things.
Pressure on countries
Everything's
like
so
Russia and
predatory.
China. He never
Just
gets
be
so much
a little bit less predatory and you look like a fucking nice guy.
credit. But what he created in the Middle East with Abraham Accords, he did to Russia to move further. He was the one who actually put sanctions on Nord Stream 2, forced more production production of energy. He was put back on China not to buy.
Put many sanctions on Russia.
That's right, and he is the one who actually forced Europeans and NATO to step up to create more deterrence that spend money to deter Russia. He doesn't get a credit for that, but his foreign policy was pretty powerful.
Will Trump continue supporting funding for Ukraine? I've spoken to other members of Congress and the Senate who said that he supported the National Security Supplemental in April to send many billions to Israel and Ukraine. Will he continue supporting that?
Real sweaty he is.
It's not about, we cannot be stupid how we spend money. We need to have strategy and oversight. Soviet Union was defeated not by weapons, but by smart strategy, but have smart energy policies. And that's what it takes in financial policies. And that's what he can bring to the table.
Right?
Not to have never-ending wars where it costs a lot of money and a lot of lives. And that's what you have to be much smarter. And he's a very smart man.
What about the Biden administration policy where they allow Ukraine to use U.S. weapons to hit certain targets within Russia, but it's never clear what the parameters are?
It's all of politics, and ultimately, you know, we have a serious war, and we shouldn't be tweeting Biden, you know, what they're doing and threatening Putin over Twitter or X, and in reality slow walk the aid, okay? We need to have a serious conversation that Putin understands he shouldn't have advancing, he cannot do what he's going to do, but force Europeans to step up too.
Do you think Trump would remove some of the constraints that Biden has tried to impose on Ukraine?
I think Trump will do whatever it takes to bring peace back, and that's what we need. And he will stand with allies like Israel, he will put pressure on a lot of countries like Europeans that actually have been not serious about the situation, and now it's become a problem for all of us. And also serious dealing with China that playing games with Iran and Russia to destabilize the whole world and come here. So I think he's very serious and he's brilliant on his foreign policy because he's unpredictable. That deters a lot of aggression.
I mean, she's right about that, I guess.
Okay,
we'll give her that.
Congressman Mike
That's,
Waller
I think,
of New York, so let's go to him.
Look, I think that's Trump's biggest strength, ultimately. You know, and it's like, fucking, not a testament to anything good about him, just about how bad things are. That, like, the thought that, like, he might accidentally do something, like, slightly less bad, you know, than the Hawks and fucking the DC elite are pushing for is, you know, that's generally a good thing.
Him. So I wanted to ask you a couple questions about a forthcoming Trump administration and Israel policy. You spent a lot of time on that. Also, issues around anti-Semitism.
Who is this guy?
For Trump to be more aggressive in combating anti-Semitism, using the mechanisms available in the federal government to pursue some of the initiatives that you've tried to advocate in Congress? What's your general synopsis of that?
Yeah, look, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act that we passed through the House, 320 to 91, codified President Trump's executive order.
From December 2019, right?
Absolutely, which required the Department of Education to adopt the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism and all of its contemporary examples for Title VI violations of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. So the president,
dude, he specifically referenced the
and
examples.
Obviously we've seen in the 5 years since anti-Semitism on the rise, not just here in America, but around the globe. The terrorist attack against the state of Israel on October 7th.
Look at his fucking psychotic eyes, dude.
I absolutely expect that in a second Trump term,
look at him. He's staring right in his eyes.
In his strong support of
what
Israel.
A freak, man.
Remember, he's the president that moved the
dude,
U.S.
I
Embassy
fucking hate
to
people
Jerusalem.
like that.
He brags about that to this day, very often.
It's not so much about bragging. He did.
He reminds us.
He did what other presidents said they would do and did not. And I think that speaks volumes, obviously, to his support for Israel,
MF,
but also, obviously, his support of the Jewish people.
Now, in terms of your legislation that would have required the adoption of the IHRA definition within the civil rights enforcement framework, do you ever want? There's been some controversy among other conservatives on that. There was famously a claim that it could have criminalized citing the Bible. I'm not endorsing that, but there was some controversy. Do you ever question the validity of some of the statistics that are used to tabulate anti-Semitic incidents? Like sometimes it's a little bit ambiguous, or the criteria, especially for the ADL, comes under scrutiny. Is there is it empirically
they stopped taking them on Wikipedia
that there's been this massive surge? Is there any open room for debate or questioning as to whether those statistics are sound?
Well, first of all, on the issue of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, it does not ban the Bible. It does not criminalize Christianity.
It just does.
I'm a
Liar.
practicing Catholic, okay? I would not put forth legislation that would do that. It obviously
Creep.
has First Amendment protections, both in terms of speech and the right to practice one's religion. But with respect to stats of anti-Semitism, I don't think anybody really would question that there has been a rise in anti-Semitism.
What are you talking
when you
I guess the issue is often.
What do you mean?
see
What?
what we
No, there's
saw on these
not.
college campuses, obviously there's been a rise in anti-Semitism.
What?
What statistics somebody cites or
You see how they do
that is
that?
compiled? Obviously, anytime you're looking
People don't like when the Jewish state's killing all these people. So there's a rise in anti-Semitism.
at stats, you can always look at the numbers and question something. But I think part of the reason that we put forth the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act
Literally
is
the
because
opposite
these
is true.
universities and colleges
They're doing the
were failing
opposite.
to act. And in
It's like nothing worse than what they're doing in terms of like combating anti-Semitism. It's like just pretty much the worst thing you could imagine doing if you were genuinely concerned about that.
part because the definition of anti-Semitism, frankly, at times is not
Okay.
well understood.
They have
And
to
I think-
outlaw
And it's fluid and it's
any
often,
criticism of it.
contested.
Well, of course it is, because there are people who hate Jews and they want to say, no, that's not
Yeah, look at him.
anti-Semitic. When
He's
in
fucking
fact,
get raring to go.
Part of why I asked is because if you look at how the ADL, for instance, tabulates that data, they will take any pro-Palestinian rally, essentially, or any a huge array of pro-Palestinian chants or whatever that may not be intrinsically anti-Semitic, but they consider it as such, and therefore they put it in the database. Is that at all warranted to have skepticism about how that is done?
It's clear, and Congress recognized this, when you engage in a chant from the river to the sea, calling for the eradication of the state of Israel, that is anti-Semitism.
Even if you're a Jewish activist chanting that?
It doesn't matter what
Okay,
someone's
bud.
background or ethnicity or religion is. If you are engaged in that kind of conduct, then yes. And so
they're self-hating Jews.
Look, you can label it whatever you want. The bottom line is, when you have these incidents, which we have seen throughout the
whole
course of
point
the
is that
last
you're
many
labeling
months,
it, dude.
you have seen a rapid rise in anti-Semitism. And what we are saying as Congress is that these universities, these colleges, have a responsibility to keep these students safe. If it was any other group, we know they would crack down on it because they have when it has popped up.
Yeah,
But
I
for
mean, I
some
think the
reason,
people who
under
have
the
that,
guise of the
it's
conflict
misplaced. It's
between
like
Israel and the Palestinians, they
Misplaced.
think it's okay, and it's not. It's wrong.
One final question.
What?
Your wife is from Moldova, is that
when
right?
you just said criticizing them over their treatment of the Palestinians is wrong. It's literally what he said. Mm. Mm. I think that all the I mean, yeah, I like on the far right, but it's like I've yet to see anything at any of these protests that I would label anti-Semitic that's not an obvious false flag, or like, some dumbass like being inartful with their wording. Like they keep just assuming it's true, and it's like, no. You heard what he said. Fucking chanting from the river to the sea is anti-Semitism. So they just that's going to be a feature at any single protest. So that's what we're working with here. Because like that's one of the examples that he referenced specifically. There's those 6 examples that are the real problem. Is like it's unprecedented in like many numbers of ways. Like it's gonna suck. Yeah. Right? It's like I mean, there's people who are just sort of like are naive or don't know about the issue or like haven't, again, because of the conflation that goes on in the media, are unclear about what's going on, and then generally like if you explain it to them, they're that they get it. And otherwise, it's just the same chuds who are always fucking hateful.
Right? And so you've taken a special interest in Eastern Europe or Ukraine-Russia conflict. Or I've heard you cite that your wife's.
I see it happen. Like I remember a few years ago, there was a bunch of like high school kids, and had like spray painted on some synagogue or whatever about free Palestine shit. He got in trouble for it, and it was like it seemed to me like they just didn't understand as a direct byproduct of the kind of weird fast and loose they play with facts about it when it comes to the Zionist entity.
From Moldova, just throwing it out there. The Biden administration doesn't really specify the parameters of this new policy that Biden announced in May, whereby Ukraine can use U.S. weaponry to strike targets inside territorial Russia, but the Biden administration is not telling us what territory exactly. It's ambiguous. It seems to be just made up on the fly. Do you see a problem with that, and might Trump resolve that to your liking?
Well, look, Russia obviously, under the reign of Vladimir Putin, has committed war crimes here in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin is a vile thug and dictator. And Ukraine, much like other allies of ours, including Israel, has a right to defend itself. And I think from my vantage point, not only should we be helping Ukraine in terms of arming them, we should be allowing them to prosecute the war and defend themselves accordingly.
They can't
Would that include, say, striking Moscow if they felt that was necessary for self-defense?
We are funding the entire thing,
man. At the end of the day, when Russia has invaded Ukraine and is marching towards Kiev, is your position that Ukraine should just roll over? I mean, at the end of the day, they have to be able to
my
not only
position
defend
is they should
themselves,
attack the
but push
troops
back.
who are
And
attacking
that
them.
obviously requires the ability to strike the Russian military within Ukraine, and potentially, obviously,
I just don't know why you bomb civilians instead of your enemy supply lines.
That is just a reality of war. And if anybody thinks that the United States
Come on, Tracy,
somehow
move on.
would not defend its country, its
my God.
borders, its people, they're kidding themselves.
And how do you anticipate Trump and maybe J.D. Vance navigating that issue?
Look, Russia, China, and Iran are not our friends. Donald Trump knew that and understood that as president of the United States.
I don't know about you, but after that terrible
Palestine
incident
can't
on
defend
Saturday,
themselves. No fucking way.
I don't even want to think about, but I was struggling how to kind of comport myself. I didn't want to just delve right back into standard politics. It felt like
It's the same way he answered all those questions. It's like word games, right? They like have this like weird way to like define things so that their insane logic seems less insane. It's tricky. That's what I'm saying. I'm sympathetic to people who are fucking caught up in this mindfuck because it's intense.
It's just out of
And
respect for the
pervasive
gravity of
and
the
everywhere.
episode. How have you been thinking through that dynamic? Because whether you like it or not, the convention was right upon us. So what's your thought process been like?
Well, literally, thank God, by the hand of God,
Oh my
he
God,
was
I can't
spared
listen to
just
any
by
more of
turning
these
his head
sickos.
from a would-be assassin's bullet. I
Fucking
thought back as a kid, I
fail
was
L,
just
dude.
literally a kid when Ronald.
Like I said, if that was communist, we would not have missed. That fucking job would have been done, just like as Shinzo Abe, I mean, that guy wasn't exactly a communist, but I'll take credit for that one. He was anti-fascist. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. I would tempted to watch the Jimmy Corsetti video, but I'm sure he's gonna be insufferable. Oh, let's watch this motherfucker. Hold on. Remember we saw this shit and he was saying that he had a source and telling him secret info?
An alien technological signal
has been detected.
See?
Signs of an advanced civilization, talking, sharing data or transmitting information. Who are they? We don't know. Where are they? We do know. For over 20 years, this has been known about, but not shared outside the astronomical community.
Really?
Why not? We are ready for confirmation.
Really?
Ready to hear we are not alone. You want answers?
This seems like controlled
So do I.
disclosure.
So today, I hand you over to Simon, who begins to answer your questions.
This seems like an escalation. Like
a lot of you have actually asked me, it's
just like if you were sitting in a boardroom fucking 10 years ago trying to figure out a way to like reveal that you've been lying to the world for a few decades, you know, and there's fucking, you know, more that, you know, we live in a fucking crowded universe or whatever. The way it's come out, you know, with like To the Stars Academy and fucking Elizondo and those Navy videos and all, it has been like a progression, and then like Grush, it's like keeps ratcheting up. If we're playing that game, it's about time for Professor Simon over here to admit this, right? This is about time for this to come on board, right? Like if this is definitively shown and it's like the way that academia accepts it, that's a huge step forward, right? I mean, he's some fucking you know, YouTuber. But he covered some story a few months ago, and he's like, I have, you know, contact at, works at such and such. Or no, he said the guy who emailed him out of the blue, or something, I forget. Some astronomer who works at the, some ESA installation. The ESA's big radio telescope, whatever that is. And he said that there's been a signal, they've fucking been, you know, like the narrator just said. And, yeah. He's been kind of fucking covering it ever since. I mean, it's stuff, like, I think it's definitely true. I think there's fucking aliens that like are visiting or something. I think there's something flying those fucking saucers. I don't know what it is. You know, might very well be aliens.
It's real. Well, yes. Peer-reviewed Nature article, Alien Technosignature Verification Framework by Breakthrough Listen. It is real. They found something. So how do you find detail? That's what's being funded right now by the EU Horizon Fund. A big welcome, hi, to a whole bunch of new subscribers. Who am I? Well, I'm wearing my Adam Savage t-shirt because you never see Simon and Adam in the same room together, but no, I'm not Adam Savage. I'm a Brit, I'm actually Scottish, and I worked for BBC Television all my life, and also for PBS and National Geographic, people like that, as a film editor. And I've also directed and produced films for NASA and even for the cinema. And my special hobby is the history of physics. This is a very interesting story. I've heard that a technosignature, what it is, you know, listening to technology from aliens that isn't coming from Earth, is a much smarter way of actually looking out there for aliens. I mean, are they going to say hi? No, probably not. But their daily life, like ours, you know, we transmit the I Love Lucy show, or we did.
There's no way that
And
anyone's
aliens
using
by
fucking
now,
radio waves.
it's disseminated into the universe, you know, and eventually aliens are going to pick it up and go, Desi Arnaz. But excuse me for being flippant. It's just my character, okay? And hopefully you'll enjoy the things that I bring to you here in the future in YouTube. There's lots of very, very good subjects. A deep dive into UFOs, for example. So today I'm going to answer some of your questions and also verify what I'm saying is real by a peer-reviewed Nature article on the Breakthrough Listen project. Oh, by the way, this is really fun. I put out an interview request with a leading member of Breakthrough Listen. These are the people actually listening for the technological signature right now. I think the other thing I'd like to say is we live in 2024. Something amazing has happened with radio telescopes. You can now network them together to make the whole planet Earth into one giant radio telescope, multiplex signals. So there's radio telescopes in Europe. A new one has just been built in Africa,
seems like
and we have the square kilometer array, possibly the world's lead.
He's doing like a weird, like fucking BBC presenter type thing, you know, like
leading radio telescope in Australia. But we have something much more than that. We can now join all their signals together to make a giant ear.
Get to the fucking proof, bro. Come on.
Technological signal. And that's what the Horizon Project.
He's like teaching the fucking fifth graders or something.
The overall overarching funding from the EU to all science. I mean, everything. But if you look at their budget,
it's the thing with these channels. It's like how
they're funding radio astronomy right now. Like there's no.
How much do you respect your audience?
In the word tomorrow. So let me get myself together and be serious for a minute and actually talk about this Nature article on how you could possibly look for an alien technological signature. There's a link in the description, but I'm just going to read it out because it's probably easier. Abstract. Abstract means just like the summary of the paper. It says the aim of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, which we know is called SETI, is to find technologically capable life beyond Earth. Yes, please. But a new approach is listening for alien techno signatures. I mean, are they using advanced physics to communicate? On the 29th of April 2019, that's a bit after they first heard it, the Breakthrough Listen SETI project at Parkes Mureang Radio Telescope, that's in Australia, found data. You see, this is very interesting wording. In a narrowband signal, also very interesting, narrowband signal that is consistent with a technological alien signature in the 982 megahertz BLC1 band, where you would expect to hear something. Here in this paper, like in the description, we present how you would work out if it's real or if it's interference. You see, that's the point. I mean, it might be somebody in the comments said, are we actually listening to our signal being bounced back? Are the deep space Lagrange point satellites that are actually confusing the radio telescopes? There are now deep space probes. We have satellites in orbit around Mars. How do you think they get the data back from the Mars rovers? So here's their results. They say, we found in BLC1 a signal, and it's shown in figure 1. This is a waterfall plot. And again, I'll put this up full screen so you who understand what a waterfall plot is. That's just time and frequency falling like a waterfall, but it shows detail graphically. The waterfall signal in this graphic represents many hours of observation, not just a snapshot. They go on to say, we first ensured that the telescope and back-end logs showed normal operation. Good. We filtered out anything else in the 982 megahertz band, including aircraft. A signal from a distant planet, that's what we're saying, would be geographically unique to that location. So, for example, little green men here, and you're listening over here, and you're hearing it, shouldn't work. It's only when you point the beep, 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 point to him do you hear something. If you're hearing everywhere, it's probably a natural occurrence. Astronomically close to the target are 2 pulsars, and they had to eliminate those signals, which can be multi-spectrum, so I'm sure that was hard, but you could filter them out. Oh, this is good. Finally, we honed in on the signal, and it was offset by 12.5 degrees from the nearest star. Oh, that's good. Star, planet. What we found were highly attenuated, low-level signals at the expected drift rate.
Yeah, that's definitely a planet, yo.
Right?
Wow, that's cool.
Orbiting. And this is the night in question.
Where is it?
On November 2020, we began our scheduled observation from Mureang, the radio telescope. They also eliminated LEO, low
this
Earth
isn't
orbit
radio,
satellites.
right?
I'll put this full screen again in
I
their
think it's
Nature
catching
article
their
that
communications.
were above the horizon at the time of the observations in 2020. And this I'm about to show you is what they found. Edit here for full frame. Are you noticing these striations?
Techno signature, right?
They're at a set rate. This is not a natural occurrence. And finally, looking at all the statistical probability, they came up with this. cut to full frame. What you're seeing here is a plot showing the population of lookalikes and mirrored lookalikes compared to the BLC1 start frequency we were searching for. High probability. So what's going to happen next? Well, they're not going to tell you. This is well known in the science community. Me and my science mates know that this is going on. I have a YouTube channel and I want everybody to know. But this is the proposal for Discovery Listen for the future. Our found source is still uniquely fascinating. It's a SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence target, for very good reasons. The search and the interpretation of the signal gives us unique challenges and will require a network of radio telescopes rather than one dish listening to it. And that, my good friends and new subscribers, is all I know for now. This article that I read out and published in Nature is now 4 years old. In 2024, the EU Horizon Fund has funded networked radio telescopes, as I said, in Germany, in Africa, and now the enormous telescope in Australia. I'm hearing through the grapevine, they are focused on one SETI target. We need answers. I think this should go public, and they want more detail. The truth is out there.
Where's the fucking link, dude? You said the link in the fucking description. No links. Oh. Narrowband signal in April and May of 2019. Frequency consistent with the movement of a planet. No modulation was detected. The signal appears to have originated from the direction of Proxima Centauri. Oh yeah, it has been given a breakthrough listening. Wow. Oh. This is the one at Proxima Centauri? This is the one right next door. I mean, that would be a fucking interesting... Yeah, that's a good call, right? I think this site in West Virginia is supposed to be pretty good. It's like radio silent or whatever. Avi Loeb did a TED Talk.
When I look up at the sky at night, I see 100 billion stars of the Milky Way galaxy. They look like lights in cabins of a giant spaceship, the Milky Way, sailing through space. Okay. And I wonder if there are other passengers.
Oh my god, he's
cabins.
such a fucking loser.
There are 100.
He like fucking pretends that he's like an alien guy, and he's not. He's fucking fake ass ufologist. Fucking Cosmic Chode's a better ufologist than Avi Loeb.
Billion of them, comparable to the number of people who ever lived on Earth. It would be arrogant to think otherwise, that we are alone, that we are unique and special, especially if you read the news every day. We are not the pinnacle of creation. There is room for improvement. I'm just a curious farm boy, and I wonder about the world around me.
I mean, it said April and May.
And I hate to behave like the adults in the room.
I mean, maybe they caught us listening and then they modified, you know, they fucking
and that bothered me since
switched
I was
it up.
a young kid. And so I decided to become a scientist. And
I don't trust this guy because he's fucking, like, weird. Like, he's got, I don't know, man. Like, even before this, I remember him making headlines, like, fucking for a long time. Just, you know, it's like wild takes. I don't trust him.
the questions based on evidence, not based on prejudice, not based on the politics of getting the largest number of likes on social media. I don't have a footprint on social media. I enjoy nature. Whatever it brings to our doorstep is welcome. So let's just look around.
I wonder if he knows Jaime
And
Shed.
for 70 years, we've been searching for radio signals. This is equivalent to staying at home and waiting for a phone call that may never come because nobody cares that we are lonely. It may also be that others are addicted to digital screens and they live in a virtual reality, as we are at this point in time. A much better approach is to check if there is any object in our backyard that may have arrived from a neighbor's yard.
This is what this is?
Like a tennis ball that may tell us that the neighbor plays tennis. And we haven't really checked until the last decade. The first object to have been reported by astronomers that came from outside the solar system looked really weird. It was discovered by a telescope in Hawaii. When it passed close to Earth, it was the size of a football field. What you see behind me is the artist's depiction. It looked really weird because as it was tumbling every 8 hours, the amount of sunlight reflected from it changed by a factor of 10, which meant that it has a very extreme shape, most likely flat, like a pancake. And moreover, it exhibited a push away from the sun by some mysterious force.
What do you mean? This is might be that like
no cometary tail around it, no dust, no gas. So the question
like
was,
this is the type of galactic neighborhood where life forms, right? I mean, it would make sense that like there could be something regionally biased about where we are. I understand that like that's a different kind of star over there, but maybe it's something else, like the timing or whatever. Yeah, it'd be nice if we were that close. Yeah, no, I think that we're gonna look, if we haven't already, that Professor Simon thing is making me think that like, yeah, they probably aren't allowed to reveal that shit right away. There's probably like a stack of fucking papers waiting to be published that have all these different techno signatures. I mean, I think life is everywhere. I really do. I think that I think simple life is literally everywhere, and I think complex life is a lot of places too. I think that it seems to me that like the way matter interacts, like it just seems inevitable. Like, over time, it doesn't matter. Luckily, like the 14, maybe more billion years is like a lot of time. And like I don't see it like even on Mars, like I feel like if it ever had the conditions for life and then it stopped having those conditions, I feel like life would adapt to a lot of different situations. Like I would not be surprised if there's life inside Mars today, like deep underground, I think it's everywhere. I also think that like we just have started looking with the kind of specificity to catch the sort of shit that we're seeing now, right? What? Oh yeah.
what is pushing it? And I suggested that maybe it's the reflection of sunlight. But for that, the object had to be very thin, like a sail. And that meant that it was not produced.
I've heard this fucking lecture like 1,000 times. Every fucking podcast this guy goes on, it's the same shit.
If you don't believe that conspiracies exist involving lost ancient civilizations, well, by the end of this video, you'll likely think otherwise.
Look how tight his shirt is.
What I'm about to show you is alarming to say the least. In fact, the disturbing details that I've recently uncovered involving the circumstances that the world's oldest pyramidal structure took me by total surprise.
Dude, fucking look at him hating on Bosnia like that.
Indonesia has created a firestorm of attention over the last few years, as this potentially 27,000-year-old structure could stand to upend the known narrative of ancient
Pyramid of the Sun truther.
As it was thought
That's
to be
not what it
totally
looks like.
impossible for
Artist
primitive
recreation.
prehistoric
That's what it looks
cavemen
like.
to be able to geoengineer a mountainous hilltop into a series of 5 step-like terraces, which many described as being the world's oldest pyramid-like formation. However, very little is known about this mysterious site, as we do not know exactly who created it or when, but at some point in the distant past, an ancient civilization carried literally hundreds of thousands of volcanic stones up this steep mountainous hill and created various structures that once stood here thousands of years ago. And today, the ruinous landscape of those remnants is all that remains. That and many unanswered questions. However, the man-made nature of this site is well established, and although many will debate on whether it should be classified as an actual pyramid, the reality is that whatever you want to label it is totally inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, as it was undoubtedly created by an unknown group of ancient people, as archaeologists have confirmed. However, the intense debate involves just how old this structure actually is and what could be discovered if the site was to be dug and fully excavated, which
the debate's more about like you know, according to Flint Dibble, he was saying that like it wasn't man-made, like you know, just that one middle patch that was relatively recent. The inside was like a lava tube or something, I think, is the skeptic take. You know, they're not good faith. It's just they just say everything's fucking fake or whatever.
In fact, various archaeologists have been consumed by discussion as to the legitimacy.
The oldest levels, there was some fucking you know, it wasn't soil. There was some sort of material they got from deep on the inside that was carbon dated to 28,000 years, and I think the argument is that it's you know, part of some sort of like man-made construction. And the skeptic take is that it's just dirt. I mean, it's definitely, the inside is like hollowed out. Like they worked it on the inside. It looks like, you know, looks like under the fucking, you know, Cholula or whatever. But like I said, they said it's a fucking lava tube, which would be awful convenient that there happens to be a lava tube that's like right inside this pyramid. I mean, it's like, it's so hard to take these establishment. I don't even know if that's the establishment consensus either. Like, I know that there's certain like online activist types who vociferously renounce this kind of research. Anything that challenges the paradigm is just relentlessly attacked. But I don't know who they represent. I don't know if that's like the consensus among academics or narrow band of them, or just like an online fucking, you know, some sort of scheme, like a government or otherwise. Yeah, I mean, that's I don't think they question the aging. I think that the skeptic take is not that it's as old as they say it is, just that it's natural somehow. So he said, I guess he would say that that's dirt from inside of a lava tube. And Professor, what's his name? Danny, he says it's part of the, you know, he sees the void on the inside, and he says the material is from the human construction. Flint Dibble says it's a lava tube that just happens to be directly that this pyramid is centered on, which I think is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, you know, and it's like the way that it was caught up with like it was like a polarizing issue in Indonesia. It's really interesting. I have long been suspicious about this. Like, I think there's a lot more development history underground in Indonesia than we know about. Like, I've long thought that. Because fucking people went out that way right away. And like the type of people who made it that far out onto the islands and shit, like on the way to Australia, that's a skill, right? That's like you need to have your shit together, I think, to do that. And I think that that was a long ass time ago. And I think that like just the general lifestyle in that area would like kept them like active and, you know, prone towards civilization building, right? And like if that was 20,000 years ago, right? Or longer ago, right? Um that's would have been wiped out, right? And that makes a lot of sense. Like you know, why it's not more obvious, like yeah. Yeah, what if like the ancient super civilization is from Indonesia? And that would be, you know, why they're good sailors, right?
Of the 27,000-year dating itself, as scientific papers have been published and later retracted, further leading to the firestorm of debate as to just how ancient the site actually is. Make no mistake, we do not actually know just how old Gunung Padang is, and most of the recent evidence neither confirms nor denies that it could be the oldest ancient structure on Earth, as further study is required to ascertain a precise dating. But this is where things start to get interesting. As you may recall, Graham Hancock's hit Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse brought this ancient site international attention, where he showcased the use of ground-penetrating radar that was conducted at Gunung Padang, which identified a subterranean tunnel connecting to a chamber or cavity, in which the surrounding soil was dated to approximately 27,000 years old. But to be clear, any existing ancient artifacts have not actually dated to that period of time. But the bizarre reality is that an appropriate archaeological excavation has not actually taken place that would confirm otherwise.
Yeah, they haven't really found any artifacts, but it's because they haven't really,
whether this subterranean anomaly is an actual man-made structure centered at the heart of this mysterious and incredibly old site, or, as the skeptics loudly suggest, it could simply be a natural anomaly, such as a cave
directly
or a lava
underneath
tube created
it.
during the formation of this
I mean,
hill long ago, which in
I guess
itself
they could
is
have built the
volcanic in
hill on
nature.
top of it,
However,
you know?
experts who have physically worked at the site, such as highly credentialed geologist Professor Danny Hillman of the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and by the way, has 176 publications and over 8,500 scholarly
He has a book
citations.
called like
he has
Indonesian
adamantly
Atlantis
insisted
or some
that his
shit, though.
interpretation
That's
of the
why they
ground-penetrating
hate him.
radar data strongly warrants an excavation into the tunnel and chamber,
he's right,
as
though.
it has strong potential to be a man-made construct. And keep in mind, he has decades of experience as a geologist, which is exactly the field of studied profession that would be most qualified to interpret this type of data, which is exactly why Graham Hancock has firmly advocated that this site requires further study and excavation to find out exactly what lays buried under these mysterious ancient ruins, especially considering just how enormous the implications are. I mean, can you imagine what could be waiting to be discovered inside a potentially 27,000-year-old chamber? It would literally rewrite history and be arguably the greatest archaeological discoveries of all time. So enough discussion and debate already. Let's send archaeologists to go digging so we can find out exactly what it is. And who could possibly be opposed to excavating this subterranean anomaly? I mean, on one side, you have the naysayers screaming that it's probably a natural formation, like they say about everything, whereas those with an open mind and that carry a spirit of exploration and discovery want to find out the answer. And ultimately, we will never know until we dig and find out. So with that said, what exactly is the holdup? Well, this is where things go from interesting to quite strange. Because if you're thinking to yourself that perhaps this has something to do with a lack of funding or resources, I'm here to tell you that that just isn't the case, as the Indonesian government stated a full decade ago that they are offering unlimited funding to researchers that are trying to uncover whether this mountain holds one of history's biggest discoveries. And although that was a long time ago, and that offer does not appear to have been upheld, and in fact, the authorities within the Indonesian government are now saying that they will not be the ones to fund it. Hence the non-existent archaeological excavation, which has not happened and has remained at a standstill for the last 10 years since 2014. So I'll ask again, what is the holdup? Well, before I take you down the dark rabbit hole of what I uncovered, it's important that I remind
gonna
you
blame
of what I
Soros.
shared in my recent
Watch.
video involving the disturbing
Yeah,
updates
see?
surrounding Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, as it will further highlight just how dark the situation is at Gunung Padang.
He's gonna
As
blame
I
the globalist
previously
cabal.
outlined, the current state of affairs involving excavations at Göbekli Tepe has been, as far as I'm concerned, corrupted, as the tentacles of the World Economic Forum have seemingly infiltrated excavation management at one of the world's oldest, largest, and most mysterious ancient sites. As a 20-year partnership was established in 2016 involving the Dojus Group, which is a Turkish conglomerate that has been made the sole partner of...
It's like Sodexo Marriott for Turkey. And this is what he's doing. It's like, dude... These types of groups exist in every country. It's like, that's the problem with capitalism, right? Duh. It's like insiders who like monopolize government contracts in a certain area. It's like, yeah, it is a globalist cabal. It's called capitalism, dude. Fucking get your shit together. Yeah, right? Like, it's like, what do you... It's like the Turkish tourism ministry is like, made a deal with them to like operate their fucking sites because they're major tourist attractions. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I would like to excavate everything in the world too, but it's like you don't. It's generally not how they operate. Like, there's a lot of other interesting sites in the region. Why don't you look at one of those? Let them fucking profit off this place. I don't. It's like,
excavations and tourism management at this site. They are the ones making decisions here, and they have unlimited funding and resources as well. And I was astonished to learn that the CEO of the Dojus Group is a longtime member of the World Economic Forum. And by the way,
See?
that 20-year partnership
doesn't
was
understand
literally
anything.
announced at the annual WF meeting in Davos, which only makes this entire situation that much more bizarre. But moreover, everything that's happened at this site since the partnership was established speaks volumes. Whether it's the destruction of priceless ancient ruins that were destroyed when they built the infrastructure for tourism, which started following the partnership with the Dojus Group, which included multiple roofs, viewing platforms, concrete sidewalks, and asphalt
yeah, this
roads,
is what tourist sites
again,
look like,
were
bro.
constructed
Have you never
over
been at a
ruins,
single
which
tourist
caused
site?
destructions of those relics. But if that wasn't bad enough, all of this infrastructure is now clearly preventing a full excavation of this site, as they would have to physically remove the asphalt roads, sidewalks, roofs, and viewing platforms to do so. And by the way, you may recall me asking in my prior video the sincere question as to whether the 4 sets of tree orchards were planted over any ancient ruins at this site. Because as you can see, they're literally sitting in the middle of the site itself. Well, I regret to tell you that I did some research, and the answer is unfortunately yes. In fact, you can see the before and after photos. These orchards were planted a full decade after excavations began. In fact, I got in touch with an archaeologist who physically conducted excavations at Göbekli Tepe, and I was shocked to learn that all of these trees were indeed planted on top of buried ruins at Göbekli Tepe, which raises many questions and only further validates that there is no intention in the foreseeable future to fully excavate this site, as they would have to cut them all down to do so. And by the way, they've made every excuse in the book to justify
they don't want
the
to
existence
excavate
of these
them,
trees, stating that they will help preserve the ruins from erosion. But give me a break. These ruins have been safely buried underground for nearly 12,000 years. And I even heard others try to explain that the planting of these olive trees would increase the value of the land. Really? Göbekli Tepe is one of the oldest and largest ancient sites on Earth, and the land is already priceless. But if all of this isn't bad enough, what is most alarming is that since the Dojus Group took control of this site and again became the sole partner of excavation management, they have inexplicably chosen to defer a full excavation to, quote, future generations. In fact, it's been said that it may be 150 years before excavations are complete, as they want to focus on excavating other ancient sites in Turkey, thus leaving Göbekli Tepe at just 5% excavated. That's right, approximately 95% of the ruins at this site are still buried, which, by the way, is exactly how I came to start my investigation involving the archaeological progress at this site. As I was shocked to learn that that 5% figure hadn't changed in the last 7 years since 2017, and that same figure was corroborated by a professional guide to Göbekli Tepe as recently as 2023, which makes absolutely no justifiable
Yeah, I mean, geez. This is like this guy's whole shtick now is like presenting normal things as if they're outrageous. Oh, oh no. Mm.
Okay.
Wait,
Hi guys,
you mean Jimmy Corsetti? Yeah, dude, he is super low T.
it's Jimmy here from the UAP Files podcast. For those that don't know, I also run the UAP Files over on Instagram, and I seem to spend my entire life.
Is this the guy? Okay. Yeah, I like this
looking
guy.
at UFO UAP footage, and I thought it was about time I compiled a list of my top 10 favorite videos from history. So I'm going to go from number 10 down to number 1. Hopefully
We just watched him the other night, right? With the did he debunk the debunkers video? I like this guy.
So coming in at number 10 is the Jerusalem UFO from January 28th, 2011. Multiple.
This one, you know, it's interesting because they put out like a fake one, right afterwards. It's to confuse people, right? Like it was like trending like the next night or something, and it was completely fake. And they had people come forward and say, "Oh, that's fake. We faked it." Like, yeah, you faked the second fucking thing that was made specifically to distract from the first thing.
Reports of a bright, glowing object.
Like I said, it's always a dead giveaway when they do that.
Significant religious site in the old city of Jerusalem, sitting on the Temple Mount. This one's fascinating because it was caught on 4 different camera angles. You see this orb come down, hover, and then a sort of a burst of energy before it shoots off into the sky at a rapid speed on all 4 angles.
Yeah, I actually forget which one's the real one, this one or the other one.
Some say it's a hoax.
So I guess that's successful.
Down everybody that took the footage.
It was a dub for them.
Off it goes.
Yeah.
Significant case nonetheless. Definitely worthy of our top 10. Not many cases are out there where we've caught this footage on multiple camera angles, but this is one of them. So next up in at number 9 is footage taken from pilot George A. Arteaga. He was flying a Cessna over the Antigua in Colombia. As we'll see from the saucer that comes into shot, a clear saucer shape shoots past. This footage has been used in loads of compilation videos over the years. You can see quite clearly metallic saucer shape. Now, some have suggested this is a balloon. However, the pilot said he was at 12,500 feet when he passed next to an object. It moved suddenly. He turned his Cessna around to try and get a better shot, got his iPhone out. And when the object moved towards the aircraft again, he said it seemed to have an oval shape, shined a lot, and it changed speed and direction without any pattern. Didn't appear to be a balloon, nor a drone, nor an aeroplane. It was totally different. That was the pilot, George A. Arteaga.
That's a fine saucer,
So
bro.
we've traced it back to the source.
You see how it's moving on its side, too.
And it's a clear shot of the object. Fascinating.
That's what flying's they always turn on the side to fly.
So this one is a significant case from history, the NASA tether incident.
Mm.
Space Shuttle Columbia.
Yeah, this is
STS
crazy.
Flight 75,
I think I
day
saw a
number 9,
debunk of this,
March
though.
the 1st, 1996. Now this is this long object in the.
What do you mean it's changing shape? I think it's just the glare on it when it gets closer.
Which was an experiment to generate electricity moving through the Earth's magnetic field.
I mean,
the tether broke after it extended about 12 miles, and the satellite drifted away from the shuttle. Now NASA said this was likely ice particles, but some have suggested that some of the objects appear to be intelligently controlled.
Yeah, it looks like ice particles, doesn't it?
And here we hear from the audio from the astronauts. They seem somewhat confused.
In the image, Franklin, we see a long line.
Oh, look at that one.
A couple of star-like things and a lot of things swimming in the foreground. Can you describe what you're seeing?
Well, the long line is a tether, and
Just forming wings. I mean, there has been a lot of reports that they do, some of them anyway. I mean, I think it's probably some sort of like it's not changing shape, but there's like some sort of like you know, like reflective surface that can, you know, like it looks like the background, you know, like it make the different shapes. Or like plasmas is another one. They have really fine control over like different types of plasmas in the air now.
It does look like some of these
and they can make like, you know, flying saucer looking objects out of this fucking, you know, intelligent plasma stuff they have.
Colima volcano in Mexico. Filmed on March 12th, 2018. Timestamp of 1929.
I've seen enough fucking flying saucer shaped craft. I think, you know, it's pretty absurd to think that there wasn't stuff, you know, that there weren't flying saucers up there, you
know. It does
know.
hover for quite a while. You can see it is moving. It's like almost a tic-tac shape.
Yeah, I didn't hear the audio. Was it in the left side? Shit.
And in a moment you'll see it hover back up and then it shoots off back to...
I don't know, like I said, I saw that tether one convincingly debunked.
Now this was caught on...
I mean, there's a lot of crazy shots from orbit, but not that one, I don't think. Like, there's NASA, they say everything's ice particles, right? Sometimes it is ice particles, sometimes it's not.
I was watching TV, then I heard a bang, it was the bin, and I looked outside, and it was like big circles, and they were moving, and I thought it was just in my room, so then I looked back in my room, and then it was there, and I got my camcorder out then.
So this one's a famous case from Denbigh, North Wales, known as the Denbigh Lights, January 3rd, 2012.
That's impossible.
Giant saucer-shaped object captured on camera. Police were even called to this incident.
And like, I don't know what those metamaterials look like. There's a certain one that's like
around like that.
Has very specific properties that like cause the speed of light to interact differently, according to the one theory. I mean, that's the Sarfati theory, I think, is like the metamaterial skin coating the craft. Like, so it's like the Tic Tacs are like coated in this metamaterial substance that is somehow slows down the speed of light or some shit. I've been told the math checks out, but it's really pretty crazy. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like his is like it's a solution for like low energy warp fields, basically. You know, it's the same kind of idea. It's like all different. You know, you have a warp bubble, and then you do X, or you do something different. Like the thing that makes his theory like more interesting is that it's the similar type of effect, but it's significantly less energy because of this metamaterial effect.
Like a disc shape, definitely, and it was I could see many explosions in the light, but it wasn't
yeah, just have like a...
We had the window open and everything.
I mean, that's the Roswell craft, right?
No sound, no.
That's what everybody said about the Roswell craft, right? It was at the same time, it was like completely flexible, but also incredibly hard. You know, it's like impossible to rip or whatever, but it was like crumple it and it would expand.
Like, and it couldn't mean anyone shining lights in the sky because the lights, like,
if it was a light, there would be a beam.
Yeah, there would have been. There was no beam, and the lights were like it was if it was a bulb and a light in the sky because the lights were that bright in the sky. It was like headlights.
The two boys, Alex and Nathan Thomas, who filmed this, gave this fascinating account, and despite being clearly nervous and slightly uncomfortable being filmed, came across as very credible and honest.
Yeah, like
the light
skin,
on this footage
yeah.
seemed to show a saucer shape,
Yeah.
a disc shape.
I mean, it kind of looks like the Tic Tacs have a weird fucking skin, doesn't it? You can't really see that close, but like something about
lamps.
It's like a shark skin or something, but at the quantum level. You know, like a shark skin like repels water, you know? It like does that, but at like a finer, like a fractal level, you know. Yeah, hard copy went fucking hard, for real, dude. They earned the name.
The government has
shit
more
was tight.
information
I wish hard copy
than it
was
is
still on.
generally willing to reveal to the public.
This is no home video. These pictures were taken by a sophisticated military tracking system, and it's got operators baffled.
Yeah, well, there's like the cavitating stuff that you can do, right? It's like that. There's more juice to get out of that effect.
So this is the famous
probably still classified.
1995 footage. This clip was from Hard Copy, who got the scoop. Now this was described as a disc shape moving erratically.
I'm saying, what the fuck? There's obviously a disc up there somewhere. I don't know what it is, but yo, look at this guy.
Anything disc shaped moving erratically with instant direction.
Critical mass.
A significant
We
case
must. Thanks, dude.
It might look like a home video, but the
Glad you're
numbers
here.
burned into the screen
I think I get a
are
bigger cut
actually
when it's prime,
high-tech
don't I?
computer-generated coordinates, like something out of Star
What?
Trek. That's how radar operators can tell exactly where the object is and how fast it's going.
Now this next one is from MPAS, the National Police Air Service, filmed on the 16th of September 2016 over the Bristol Channel in the United Kingdom. There's a full video of this of 8 minutes, which was released under Freedom of Information.
I've seen this one.
However, at the time,
I thought it was older.
It was put out by the MPAS on their Twitter feed as a bit of a tongue-in-cheek, jokey joke. This was their tweet.
Wow.
So this next one is the
Aguadilla.
video which is often referred to as the Aquadilla, probably pronounced that incorrectly, the Aquadilla UFO,
Aguadilla.
recorded near the Rafael Hernandez Airport, Aquadilla, Puerto Rico. The video was recorded on the 25th of April 2013 by a thermal imaging camera on the US Customs and Border Protection aircraft. And we'll see this footage. It's very popular footage. Many people have shared this around previously, and we've seen it on all the national press.
This
when it was
part is
declassified
whatever,
for
but
release to the public.
when
We
it
see
goes
the
in the
object appear to
water,
go over
that
the
part's
water
crazy.
at speed, dip in and out of the water, turning into a USO, and then coming out.
I mean,
of the
I don't
water,
think it's a
splitting into,
bird. Bird can't go that
continuing on
fast
its
in the
journey
water,
without
you
appearing
know?
to lose any speed. We
Dumbass
have no
McWest.
known aircraft that can do
That's what the
this.
debunkers say. It's a bird or it's a plastic bag or something, but it
There we go.
can't.
They've lost it in the water momentarily, and then it'll reappear. And we'll zoom in.
Things don't travel that
split
fast underwater usually, you know? It's really fast for underwater.
Incredible.
And then it splits. What the fuck, bro? The SCU studied this one. I mean,
And then they lose it.
they were pretty impressed by it.
So coming in at number 2 has to be the
Yeah, what
gimbal
if it
footage
wasn't
filmed off the east coast of the United
gimbal
States.
Yo, what if
The,
it didn't
Pentagon
split,
released
but it
this,
was like,
declassified in 2017.
what if there's just a base down there and it was just launching another ship? Like that was the cue. Like what if like the first ship like does a a lap or whatever and then comes back and then the second ship joins it and then they go on their mission. What if it didn't actually split is what I'm saying.
Although we believe it was taken on January 21st in 2015, captured by Navy pilots. No discernible wings or tail, rotating in mid-air against strong winds, no visible means of propulsion. The infrared signatures emitted heat, but thermal characteristics differed from any known aircraft. And it just looks so cool. The way it rotates and tilts in oncoming winds.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude.
No.
Well, if there's like, look at that thing.
That's not a bird either. And it's also not a fucking airplane.
Number 1, yeah.
Right? That's what the fucking. It's like, I hate it how, like, the thing with the debunkers is, like, no matter how many times you disprove their theories, they just keep saying them. right? It's like once they come up with the theory, it never goes away. You can never disprove it. And like you hear people like cite them to this day. Like Seth Shostak cites Mick West shit when he's in podcasts. And he does it like all the time. And he goes out there and just spreads this theory that I've seen just ripped to shreds so many different ways, and nevertheless it persists. Like oh yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's Puerto Rico. There's a lot of stories about that water, that body of water right there. There's like a really deep, like after, there's like a steep drop off right off the coast of Puerto Rico. And a lot of interesting stories from down there. I mean, we've all heard it's like the Bermuda Triangle. I mean, maybe that's it. Let me look at a map.
Has to be the Kamburgas Turkey UFO footage filmed between 2007 and 2009 by a man called Yalcin Yalman. Now this footage is so good because you zoom right in so you see the object, the light in the sky and the moon, and we zoom into the craft. We can see a sort of a metallic
This is a really nice camera, huh?
It sort of appears to be maybe a saucer on its side, and we can see what looks like occupants. Certainly some have speculated that. And then we zoom out and we see the moon and the sort of crater of the moon. Now the footage has never been fully debunked, and in fact the only independent analysis ever done
at all.
by Professor Zeki Ika, who is a director of the Turkish National Observatory of Science
A lot
and
of people have
Technology.
looked at it, and none of them have debunked any of it.
Not a model or a special effect, and the object has been lit by moonlight. And as you can see by this footage, where Yeltsin zooms in, it's just one of the best pieces of footage. And what's so good about it is it's not the only piece of footage, but there's many videos on old school camera, or old school film, I should say. These are the screenshots from the different captures.
Never
from
debunked.
Now we tracked him down. He hadn't given a long form interview ever before, and we had the help of Omar Baskin, his interpreter, who was able to give us a bit more context on the story.
We should watch this.
The beings had made contact with him from a very young age, and as
Really?
he got older, they told him to get a camera, go to Kamburgas Beach, and start filming them. And
They
would allow
did?
it.
Wow.
And this is what he captured.
I didn't
Really,
realize
truly
that. The
fascinating
beings
stuff.
told him to go
And if you
there?
want to hear that interview and that conversation that we had with Ona and Yalcin, it's season 2, episode 19 of the podcast. I also did a Debunk the Debunkers video after Mick West and the Sneezing Monkey put a debunker video out shortly afterwards, and I debunked that. Well, that's it, guys. Thanks very much for watching. And if you found value in this video, please give me a like and a subscribe and all that good stuff that really helps with the algorithms.
West.
That's it. See you in the next one. Take care, guys.
West. I'm subscribing, bro. I don't like your name. It's a really shitty name, but good for you. I wonder what he thinks about Gerb. I mean, has alien tech been found? That was his video yesterday, the professors. Alright, you know what time it is, motherfuckers. Just quit screwing around. You know? It's time. It's like if there's ever anything from, like, history that was mysterious to you.
Many researchers throughout history have concluded that there was once an advanced race of humans, which were in worldwide communication with one another.
In history.
Many methods for building, religious figures, and even legends have managed to cross the oceans of Earth over its long life. But the most compelling evidence for this intelligent and extremely advanced ancient civilization is the alignments discovered in regards to
assimilate the
ancient
mystery
sites.
and dominate the intrigue.
With the use of modern technology,
That's our slogan.
we've unraveled just how vast their knowledge must have been. For example, the Great Pyramid is aligned with Machu Picchu, the Nazca Lines, and Easter Island along a straight line around the center of the Earth, with a margin of error of less than 1/10 of 1 degree. Other sites of ancient construction that are also within 1/10 of 1 degree of this line include the capital city of ancient Persia, the ancient capital city of the Indus Valley, the once lost city of Petra,
You write that down?
the ancient Sumerian city of Ur, and the temples at Angkor Wat, among many others, which are just out of alignment. Many ancient ruins demonstrate that the people who constructed them had a special interest in celestial alignments and mathematics. Also, that they possessed a spot-on ability of judging geographical accuracies. From north to south, there is no doubt that past civilizations were involved in incredibly complex calculations and architecture. In Giza, for instance, there are many examples of attention to spatial coordinates. The Great Pyramid's faces are aligned with the 4 cardinal directions almost perfectly. In fact, they're less than 0.2 of a degree off perfect alignment. More and more evidence is also surfacing in regards to the suspected use of power tools. Numerous drill marks have been discovered within ancient sites over the past few years, even including evidence of misstarts from some form of high-powered tool, and accidentally split stones
Long Out
apparently
Caves
from
is
some
incredible.
form of drilling.
I defy you to explain
These
that.
discoveries not only confirm a past advanced ancient civilization here on Earth, but insinuates that they were in fact aware of electrical appliance, and maybe even an advanced form of travel that we have yet to discover. The floor space of the Great Pyramid of Giza is approximately 3,023 feet, and the height is 481 feet. Its measurements represent the northern hemisphere of the Earth.
What the fuck were people doing messing around with the meter in ancient times? How the fuck did they have the meter in ancient times? What? How the fuck did they know this?
Though controversial, some interpret this number as exactly 20 times the precessional number of 2,160, representing the precession of the Earth through 20 different zodiac constellations. Interestingly, the ancient Mayan culture was also heavily implicated within the alignment, a civilization who displayed advanced celestial knowledge, including a deep fascination with the ages of the zodiac, with a life calendar ending around the beginning of Aquarius. Another intriguing alignment is the 6,666-kilometer mystery. The distance between various monuments: Kailash to the North Pole, Kailash to Stonehenge, Egyptian pyramids to the North Pole, Stonehenge to Devil's Tower, Stonehenge to Bermuda Triangle, Bermuda Triangle to Easter Island, and Easter Island to Tazumal, are all at a precisely 6,666 kilometer from one another. Just what exactly were these ancient civilizations up to?
Have you ever thought about history and thought that that was a mystery and something was mysterious? That's kind of like the specialty of this channel. Look at that. How do you bend a rock like that? I guess it could have just like cut out the chunk on the side there. But then how do you cut it like that smoothly? Cyclopian as fuck, man.
Alexander the Great was a member.
That's not Cyclopean, that's polygonal.
Of the Arjad dynasty. He was born in Pella,
looks like
Central
words. Yeah, it's a good call,
in Greece, in the year 356 BC. He succeeded his father Philip II to the throne at the age of just 20, and spent most of his ruling life on continuous military campaigns through Asia and Northeast Africa. In just 10 years, by the age of 30, he had successfully created one of the largest empires of the ancient world, stretching from Greece to India.
Yeah, that was the wrong Philip, right? Yeah. They must just have like an AI or something that like looks for the whatever they're saying at the time. There's no, that's, yeah. What was his name, right? Philip of Macedonia? Alexander's dead. Wasn't his dad like a loudmouth?
In battle, he is widely considered history's most successful military commander. The final resting place of this Macedonian king is one of the greatest mysteries of ancient history. No one has apparently been able to locate any evidence to suggest where he could have been buried. Recently, however, archaeologists claim that the actual tomb of Alexander was discovered, and that this discovery was blocked by the Greek and Egyptian governments and has been ever since. Alexander died in a mysterious death at the age of 32 in Babylon in 323 BC. He had been holding a memorial feast to honor the passing of a close friend when he suddenly suffered intense pain and collapsed.
This video together,
He was taken to his bedchamber.
Look, mystery history has got a high standard to live up to, and this is bullshit, man. God, where's the other guy? This guy sucks, man. This is like his understudy. His Padawan. It's fucking lame. He's just showing feet? Are you serious? Dude, I wish I knew his name. I know it's like not his style, you know, he's not about the cameras and the fame. You know, he just likes to plug away in the background, just researching. I wish I knew what to refer to him as. I don't think, yeah. Who?
Where, after days of agony,
This
he fell
guy?
into a coma and died. Scholars still debate the cause of death. Alexander was embalmed, and a golden chariot was built to transfer his body to the sanctuary of Ammon. When the procession made it to the border between Syria and Egypt, it was met by Ptolemy, who stole the body. Its location, along with all artifacts ever since, have remained a mystery.
Ptolemy stole the body?
In the early 1980s, a man named Russell Burroughs claimed he stumbled upon a hidden cave somewhere near Olney. He apparently found human remains, metal weapons, and an ancient language carved into gold tablets. Stranger still, the language was Middle Eastern and European in origin, and not from any known American Indian culture.
I don't buy it.
What was astonishing about this apparent discovery was the fact that many artifacts recovered from the site strongly suggested that they were connected to the tomb of Alexander. The reason he claims his find has been covered up was realized by Virginia Hurrigan and Harry Hubbard, who upon deciphering the writings and cataloging the artifacts, realized that they detailed numerous close encounters with extraterrestrial life, apparently including a specific species of reptilians.
He needs to go hang out with Cosmic Joe.
Possession of has been disclosed across the web, with a large selection of photographic studies of said objects. Are the powers that be hiding the fact that past rulers throughout history have been in contact with beings from other planets? Many have claimed through the subsequent years that Russell Burroughs' artifacts are frauds. He still refuses to reveal the location of the hidden cave. However, it could also be seen as a smokescreen, obscuring from public view a real find of significant historical importance.
I mean, that's true. Maybe
around the same time, many archaeologists came forward.
Oh, that's cool. Whatever the fuck that is. I mean, it is something that they do a lot, right? Like I was just saying about the Jerusalem UFO video, right? Famously, the crop circles. You think Joseph Smith was just like a disinfo campaign? That'd be interesting. Like Scientology before Scientology.
To have found the elusive tomb, just where it should have been all along. Yet they also claim that her discoveries were indeed covered up, and it would seem with the help of Russell Burroughs' debunked find, it was successfully concealed from the world. Just what could there be in this tomb that is such a threat to modern understanding? What could be so earth-shaking that it would lead to an international cover-up? Let us know what you think in the comments. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care. Huelgoat is a popular destination with tourists and holidaymakers alike. This is due to its impressive natural setting, among which the vestiges of an ancient forest still survive, one that once covered the entire island of Brittany. Once part of royal and ducal lands, the forest is now overseen by the French Forestry Commission, the National Forest Office. It has a footprint of around 10 square kilometers, with a large replanting scheme repairing much of the damage sustained by the forest and storms, which occurred upon the 15th and 16th of October 1987, when 3.1 square kilometers of trees were leveled or damaged. However, within this surviving ancient forest, ancient Neolithic ruins can be found. Ruins synonymous with many other countries around the world, as if made by a people who were simply motivated by aesthetics, thus creating stunning, yet equally baffling structures, which we have come to know as dolmens. However, although in some areas
Ah, fuck. Damn. I was saying, you could do some, like if you looked at like Doggerland or somewhere like that, that used to be above the water and it's now like sunken. and try to like look at the slope and see exactly what part went underwater, like the long, what stayed above water the longest, and see what kind of human remains you can find. Sorry.
Areas of Earth, these can be attributed to past dwellings. Many of them which survive were created with such small base stones or such large roof stones that arguing that creating them for any other reason but their creation continues to be just as puzzling an explanation as the techniques that were once seemingly.
It would probably drive you to innovate if you were being fucking inundated.
Harnessed, which enabled our purportedly Stone Age ancestors the ability to pick up ancient megaliths of such enormous scales. Le champignon, or the mushroom located within the forest, is but one example of these mystifying, unarguably Neolithic formations, once created with a roof stone of many tons of weight. Yet any logical argument as to the past purpose of these stone structures remains just as elusive to explain, as how these incredibly ancient people somehow once accomplished such feats. Who were the Neolithics? How can their ruins be located all over the world, yet not attributed to a group in communication with each other? We feel the evidence to support this postulation is all but overwhelming, yet continually denied as a possibility, or even considerable as a reality by any field which is in defense of current rigidly defended fallacies, claiming that such groups were primitive and lacked the ability to cross continents. Yet the evidence in defense of this, found on almost every continent on Earth, which we feel is obvious proof of a conspiracy. Regardless of this and the denial of them having links with other countries, we find the ruins which still survive within this ancient wood within Brittany as highly compelling. Roman engineers have been attributed and indeed claimed many ruins as their own in which they were simply incapable of creating. Yet they seemingly hijacked a number of sites which we have continued to claim were not their works. The Patera pipes being one such example. Yet alas, although we claimed that the ruin was pre-Roman, our next subject of interest we feel unarguably supports
no way the Romans made
not only
Baalbek.
was the creation claimed as having been conceived by the Romans, but these sites, often the only surviving example, thus is also often argued as the first creation in regards to said concept. Yet although these are often claimed as first attempts,
aqueduct.
many of the ruins were of such perfected accuracy that not only are they still functional today, but could still serve modern man's purpose. The Patera aqueduct system, which in fact includes several examples of this ingenious solution to hilly areas in regards to water transportation, places in which the topography of the land makes bridge building an impossible task, forcing the engineers to think of a solution. With the site in question being such an innovation, now known as an inverted siphon, the one we are focusing on tonight is Debuünking, near Patera, undoubtedly connected to the incredible ancient relic that is the Patera pipes. An inverted siphon being a pressurized water conduit. One end sits at a higher elevation than the other, with the center of the structure being the lowest point. The Debuünking siphon, which was apparently renovated following an earthquake in the 1st century CE, is built out of stone blocks laid across the top of an impressive several hundred-foot-long wall. Piping holes were then artistically carved out of blocks of stone, which were fitted into each other and 10 apparently sealed to create a watertight channel. Thus, due to the system being closed off and pressurized, when water flowed into the higher end, it was forced through the system and subsequently across the valley. The inverted siphon allowed the aqueduct to cross lower elevations, forcing the flow against gravity at certain points. Yet the most compelling detail of the site, and the one we perceive as a smoking gun supporting our prior posit and confirming that this was in fact the work of a past highly advanced yet now lost civilization, is the polygonal stonework which can be found within the walls of the structure. A type of blockwork construction found all over the world, yet denied as being connected, just like that of the Neolithic ruins we often share here on the channel. That regardless of the similarities in ruins throughout nearly every continent, are actively denied as having once been the work of the same group. Kate Clow, an explorer behind popularization of Turkey's Lycian Way hiking trail, described the blocks in a Turkish newspaper title, Hurriyet Daily News, quote, "The system was designed for easy maintenance. If you examine the fallen blocks, you'll find occasional ones with top holes bored into them. These were for cleaning out deposits and must have been sealed with a plug when the pipe was filled with water. There were also occasional stones where the socket cutout was extended so that a stone could be slipped out of the pipeline. Without this provision, replacing a faulty stone would have been impossible, as the blocks interlock completely. The pipe joints have traces of a lime cement used initially to seal them. However, the whole pipe is now thickly lined with a deposit of pink lime from the water inside it, and this must have quickly sealed any remaining leaks between the stones." End quote. Who built the reverse siphon and the entire aqueduct as a whole? It is a place which we find highly compelling. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
The forager population paradox. along with a number of other paradoxes found in a number of academic fields of research, is now finally rediscovering much regarding our past, vindicating proof of what we have long argued is still hidden. In many areas, buried under meters of earth or virtually impenetrable forests, chapters of lost human history lay waiting to be found, which, due to our research into similarities and differentiating factors within unexplained ruins, at least 3 advanced civilizations once lost, we claim are now finally being rediscovered. Geological research has proven again and again, through the dating of many natural processes, the submergence of land masses, along with studies into erosion rates. Along with carbon radiation dating, many ruins once claimed as a mere few thousand years old have inadvertently, regardless of the subsequent conservative attempts at dating these zones, are now shown to have been undeniably far older. Yet the forager population paradox is scientific evidence which demonstrates that human civilizations did indeed once experience a global catastrophe. Known by many names, the Great Flood, the Great Deluge, Rapture, along with many other names in many ancient texts found all around the world. Only a paradox due to it not fitting with a paradigm. Population growth is a science which can accurately track the history and indeed ancestral origins and age of a species. Yet there lay a problem with the study of human population in particular. At some point within a now forgotten history, the human race experienced an event which reset our population growth. It would seem that even the great effort of bending carbon datings, which we allege are dishonest agings of ancient ruins, and the civilizations that built them, was still not conservative enough to hide this truth. Once a thriving ancient population seemingly vanished. Data supported, or rather corroborated by the many unfinished and destroyed ancient relics we often discuss on our channel. According to the Proceedings of National Academy of Science, USA, in a research project titled Periodic Catastrophes Over Human Evolutionary History are necessary to explain the forager population paradox. They state, and I quote, "Investigating multiple demographic scenarios in a large sample of human and chimpanzee populations, we find that periodic catastrophes combined with plausible fertility or mortality reductions can reasonably generate zero population growth. Our findings bolster arguments about the role of intergenerational cooperation in supporting the colonizing potential of human populations once released from catastrophes." End quote. Simply put, the only way to explain the population growth, or lack of at certain points of our species' history, in comparison to its persistently claimed age, the paradox, or the current population, proves that we did indeed experience catastrophe, an event long denied as ever being experienced by our species, with the last acceptably permitted event, K2, having been experienced only by the dinosaurs. We find the data, the paradox, and the methodological truths it exhibits highly compelling. There are many ancient monuments found all over the Earth which possess extraordinarily precise solar and lunar alignments. Ingenious designs, often many thousands of years old, constructed from stones, sometimes quarried, cut, and transported to the sites from many miles away. This movement of megaliths was accomplished using techniques or technology as yet not understood, and to date, many of these megalithic stone placements are perceived as near impossible feats of ancient engineering. And although many impressive examples of monuments which track the sun can be found to have originated from many different civilizations, the most notable of antiquity, most famous for a seemingly obsessive level of monuments devoted to the observing of the sun's path, was undoubtedly the Neolithics. One has to wonder, why was there such a fixation? Was the motivation for this massive undertakings of a tragic nature? Was it out of fear created by a memory of a catastrophic event, possibly involving the sun's powerful emittance of radiation? Maybe they experienced the consequences of an ancient warming cycle. We may never know. Yet the most important question in our field is not why these volumes of solar-aligned relics were created, but how. How did our ancient ancestors, claimed as having existed over 10,000 years ago, construct such precisely positioned granges, henges, barrows, and sun daggers? Something we have previously covered, an incredible type of sundial which tracked a sunspot across the wall of an ancient cave, with each month, solstice and new year, precisely marked out across the walls. Yet the sundials in question in this video are a group of far more familiarly designed dials left by the Neolithics. These sun-tracking dials can be found across the Neolithic sites of Ireland, Scotland, Orkney, and England. First discovered by an American by the name of Martin Brennan, a 39-year-old from New York. Not only did he discover the true function of curbstones located in Knowth, codename K7, K15 among others, he also cracked the earliest form of writing while studying the Irish Stone Age artwork. Earlier this year, a theory emerged on the internet by writer and journalist Ben Gagnon. He suggested that there was an image of a swan on curbstone 15 at Nantes. He claimed that while examining a photo he had taken of K15, he flipped it upside down and saw something no one had ever seen before, the faint but unmistakable image of a swan in profile. The true meaning or purpose of the curbstones had for a long time been heavily debated within certain circles. The intriguing cup and ring marks had been known of for some time. Yet, as previously mentioned, though the most popular theory of the design on K15 was the claim that it was the depiction of a swan glyph, this hypothesis was rejected even before Martin's unarguably accurate translation was discovered. Martin identified the sundial while examining a passage mount in the Boyne Valley, and although sundials thousands of years old have been excavated throughout Europe, many specialist individuals reviewing Martin's finds believe that the sundial discovered in County Meath is the oldest and possibly most important ever found. According to Martin, who has been studying megalithic Irish art for the last 10 years, Ireland's megalithic tombs are suffering from appalling neglect. Some of the most important passage mounts excavated previously have been ignored or conveniently completely sealed up. Martin's discoveries are undoubtedly remarkable and are of tremendous value to our ongoing deciphering of ancient antiquity and its past civilizations. It is a journey of discovery we find highly compelling.
Rising nearly 400 feet above the desert floor in a remote section of New Mexico within ancient Anasazi territory is a place named Chaco Canyon, and within stands an imposing natural structure called Fajada Butte. Hidden from the world for over 700 years, along a precarious narrow ledge, there lay a secret, ancient, astronomical observatory. Subsequently given the name Sundagger, and the reason why is nothing less than remarkable. It has been revealed that for more than 1,000 years, the Sundagger has been revealing to all aware of its creation the subtle changing of the seasons. In 1977, it was thankfully rediscovered when rock art and petroglyphs were spotted nearby. Anna Sofer, who was cataloging the rock art, was one morning greeted by the Sundagger, slowly traveling across the wall, traversing the strange, spiral patterns which were etched upon them. The intelligent Anna realized that the Sundagger could have been connected to the petroglyphs, so along with her colleagues, she came back at various dates throughout the year, eventually establishing the following information. On the summer solstice, the Sundagger appears near the top of the largest spiral, and over a period of 18 minutes it slices through the very center, cutting the spiral in half before leaving it in shadow for another year. On the winter solstice, 2 daggers of light appear, lasting for 49 minutes, during which they frame the large spiral. Finally, an equally fascinating and more complex light show occurs on the spring and autumn equinoxes. The large spiral is carved in such a way that counting from the center outward to the right, there are 9 grooves. On each equinox, a dagger of light appears that cuts through the spiral on different angles. Meanwhile, a second dagger slices through the center of the smaller spiral. These light shows, which had been going on for centuries, continued for several years after their rediscovery. However, in 1989, it was found that the granite slabs had shifted. The alignments that had been arranged so carefully were no more. It also seems impossible for us modern people to realign them, as all attempts have failed. Was this Sundagger really made by the Anasazi Indians? Or was it a far older surviving relic, one that they were merely aware of? A relic which has unfortunately eroded away? Similar ancient light displays marking the solstices and equinoxes can be found at other locations as well, such as in the southwestern United States and Mexico. In a ruin in Hovenweep National Monument, near the borders of Utah and Colorado, light beams also illuminate spiral petroglyphs on the summer solstice. At Burro Flats in Southern California, a winter solstice sun points a finger of light to the center of 5 concentric rings in an early Chumash rock art display. Were these monuments once used by a lost, ancient advanced group of marauders as calendar sites while traveling America? Perhaps one day we will know for sure. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
It's been revealed Ottawa splashed out on some new digs in New York recently, spending $9 million to buy a lavish condo in an area known as Billionaires Row. The extravagant apartment in the Big Apple will be the official residence for Canada's Consulate General Tom Clark. Our Mackenzie Gray has been watching this story closely for us. Mackenzie, what more do we know?
The Liberals have staked a lot of political capital talking about housing Neetu, but this kind of home isn't what they want to discuss.
It's one of the most posh addresses on earth, 111th West 57th Street in New York City. With views of Central Park, it's located in what real estate agents call Billionaires Row.
brand, right? It's like a Birkin bag. You don't even have to say where it is. You just say the number.
And now Condo 11A in that building is owned by the Canadian government to house the Canadian Consul General in New York City. 3,600 square feet, 3 beds, 4 bath, building amenities like an indoor pool and padel court. The sale price, nearly 9 million Canadian, according to the New York Post.
Welcome back. Well, it is a whole new world, at least politically speaking.
And the man who gets to live there, former Global News and CTV journalist Tom Clark.
Well, hi, everybody.
Now the Consul General, a position he was appointed to in 2023.
So people might wonder, what does the Consul General of Canada to New York actually do all the time?
Great question.
Well, Governor Shapiro.
Well, Global Affairs says Clark hosts networking receptions, official briefings, and hospitality events such as discussions with business and political leaders, and needs a nicer residence to continue to do it. GAC believes the home currently used by Clark, which was last renovated in 1982, doesn't meet New York building code and requires significant investment to modernize the property, leading GAC to recommend relocation to a new, smaller, more suitable, and more economical apartment. An argument the Conservatives aren't buying.
And these kinds of purchases fly directly in the face of a government that says that it's concerned with Canadians, with our cost of living.
Despite spending nearly $9 million, Global Affairs says the move will actually save taxpayers cash. They estimate the cost of the renovations on the previous residence is $2 million more than living on Billionaires Row. Neithu, no word on what will happen with that old property.
I support this.
Mackenzie Gray in Ottawa tonight. Thanks, Mackenzie.
Ezra Klein. He's the type of rube who would fall for that.
New CNN analysis this morning. The crowd at the Trump rally noticed the gunman at least 1 minute and 57 seconds before the assassination attempt. Almost 2 minutes. There are also new details on where the shooter was before he opened fire.
Chicken shit
still
cops.
to determine why he opened fire on Donald Trump and the crowd. CNN's Danny Freeman is in Butler, Pennsylvania. You've been following this for us for some time. What can you tell us this morning?
Well, Sarah, I really want to highlight some of the work that our CNN digital video teams have done specifically when it comes to that timeline that you just addressed. Listen, we've seen it ourselves with a lot of videos that have been coming out since Saturday evening. We've also heard it from eyewitnesses, but our team synced up all of that witness video and detailed, as you said, that there was at least 1 minute and 57-second gap between when people in the crowd, and from different parts of the crowd, I should say, at that Trump rally realized that someone was on top of that roof, and then that distance between when he actually opened fire. So I encourage viewers to take a look at that online because it really does paint a picture of not only how quickly this happened, but also how many people were noticing something was wrong before, of course, this tragedy struck. But Sarah, I want to detail.
Dude, show us the fucking video, man.
We are learning new information about some of the movements of the shooter prior to that ultimate shooting. We're talking, of course, about Thomas Matthew Crooks, the 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. We now know that on Friday evening, he went to his sportsman club that he belonged to. He went to the rifle range there to practice. Then we also know on Saturday morning, he went to a Home Depot and he purchased a ladder. Then shortly thereafter, he went to a local gun store and purchased, as we understand it from law enforcement sources, 50 rounds of ammunition. He then drove to Butler, and once he was on site here at the rally, we do understand that local law enforcement did note him. They noted that he was acting suspicious around the metal detector area, but then as far as we understand, he was not noticed again until he ultimately was perched on that roof and opened fire at former President Donald Trump. But again, Sarah, the big question that we still don't have an answer to right now is that question of motive. The FBI saying yesterday they still have not found a motive, and that's after interviewing witnesses, law enforcement.
Dude, you hear I saw him,
and even being able to crack into his phone.
he was on like a Trump campaign list of like fucking far right sickos in the region. Like it's quite plausible that like or I'd say likely that the Trump campaign sent this kid an email inviting him into the rally. Yeah, was the operative word. That'd be funny. What was his name? Michael Crooks? I forget his name already. Whatever. But
Still no evidence that there was any strong ideological motivation that would have led him up to that roof on Saturday evening. Sarah?
Danny Freeman,
Again,
those are
you're a
extraordinary
sicko if you're
pictures
to the
and an
right of
extraordinary
Trump.
long amount of time
You know?
for that gunman to have been sitting there with people noticing, except for the Secret Service. Thank you so much for your reporting there.
We are learning more about the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, in the 48
Thomas
hours
Matthew
before he
Crooks.
opened fire on Donald Trump. The 20-year-old apparently went to a shooting range where he was a member and practiced firing. The next morning, he purchased a ladder and 50 rounds of ammunition. What does all this tell you about what the shooter, what's behind the shooter,
He's
or
just
what
getting ready
motive,
for the
perhaps?
fucking mission.
I think we're still unclear on the motive. I mean, the reports today about they've sort of tried to look in his phone, or they've looked in his phone. They don't. It's not giving them like that sort of eureka moment, right? This like, okay, this is exactly why he did it. We're hearing lots of information that is not neat in the sense that it conflicts with each other. You know, he gave money to a Democratic cause, but is his dad a big Trump supporter? And was he part of the GOP? I mean, none of these are going to fit a perfect narrative. What we do know from the information that you just described is, in a very short period of time, he seems to have sort of thought through, executed, operationalized, and then almost was successful in killing the former president. That's a very tight time frame. It wasn't like he was hoarding bullets for a long period of time. You're talking in the last couple of days. So investigators are going to look at what was happening, what was he saying, and might others have known.
And of course, there is never any guarantee that we will learn what the motive is behind the shooter. But would you expect, given what we know so far, that it's more likely that we would in the next few days or weeks?
I think what we will be able to determine is whether he was motivated by a single ideology or not. This is not your typical sort of lone wolf case. There's no manifesto. There's no sort of, people aren't saying, well,
Like I said,
this or
if this is
that.
a lone wolf case, it's the first real one in history. You know, like every single lone wolf case that we've seen in the past has been some sort of fucking op, right?
But it is not at all clear cut. It may be, like you said, that we never quite know what was going on in his head that would have tied whatever it was he was thinking to assassinating or trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And it may be only he knew, right? And that is the challenge right now. I think what's clear is he was not part of any large network that was planning to bring down the former president. He wasn't radicalized into a group. This was a loner, someone who didn't have a community, someone who clearly didn't have support, who then used that status, used those characteristics to, for whatever reason, try to kill Donald Trump.
1 minute and 57 seconds, that's a long time. It is a long
Fuck Donald Trump.
I mean, what are the questions you have about that length? What do we need to know as these investigations continue?
It is John. Good morning to both of you. So there's a lot of questions. Why that perimeter was so small. I mean, I understand, having been involved in a bunch of these protection details, that the presidential detail is much larger than anybody else, vice president or first lady, and in this case, a former president. However, there's a team that goes into beforehand, and those buildings had to be a major concern. One issue that keeps popping up is the fact that apparently there were police officers assigned to the interior of that building, and that complicates things. I'm sure that the sniper had that in his mind when he saw someone climb up on the roof. So there's that ambiguity in the mind of the
fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
Usually much farther.
Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump.
The other thing.
Yeah, nigga, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah.
I
like white folks, but I don't like you. All the niggas in the hood want to fight you.
Minute and 57 seconds. So all those questions have to be answered.
Surprise the nation of Islam.
Phil, I do want to talk to you about the shooter himself.
He was saying, yeah, Nipsey got what was coming to him. Shouldn't have messed around.
He did this. If you're looking into this, are you thinking that he's doing this on purpose? I mean, it's such an unusual thing for a 20-year-old not to have any social media footprint and not have some sort of communication about what they may or may not have decided to do.
I don't think this is personal.
I think we're going to try to inject some rationality into some Let me give you a different perspective on that, especially the difference between an individual and a multiple person conspiracy. There's one obvious point. Multiple person conspiracy, you're going to get reputations among the conspirators. that allow you not only to understand operational planning, but to understand what they're thinking and why. Obviously, this individual not only doesn't have co-conspirators, but clearly didn't have much of an online footprint. So then you go to the more interesting question. My experience of watching a lot of plots is that when you get into a multiple person conspiracy, that ideology starts to gel. The conspirators talk among themselves, and whether or not you agree with the ideology or whether it makes a ton of sense, you can at least understand it. When you have one individual who's not communicating with others, he's going to develop an ideology in his head. It might be a hard right turn from anything that we would understand as rational. So I think one of the problems here is not just access to information, it's getting bits of information that don't make a lot of sense, and that might take some weeks to sort out here.
You build walls, we gon' probably dig holes, and if your ass do it, fuck Donald Trump, fuck you, fuck Donald Trump.
We don't know what's happened here. No one can yet give a legitimate explanation.
But you're clearly implying that it is odd. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me your lunatic conspiracy theory about how odd.
I don't have any.
If you say to me,
I've been told I've been told by many experts in the last 36 hours.
There's an entire cultural machine that has lied. There is an entire cultural.
Real time. That's it. That's why conservatives deserve absolutely zero sympathy.
You sound almost gleeful, Denton. I'm sorry. That makes you, frankly, despicable.
I'm not going to get on my knees and beg for forgiveness or show sympathy.
I'm not asking for that. I'm asking you to condemn what happened as an egregious attack on democracy. Can you do that?
No, I won't. No,
An egregious attack on democracy.
Frankly, Destiny, why the hell should we listen to a word you have to say? Former President Trump is the king of the comeback. But even
I've been saying that. Many people are saying that.
The past 4 days have been utterly sensational. After coming within a hair's breadth of assassination, last time he made a stunning return to the spotlight of the RNC. For once, the gravity of the occasion was not lost on him.
J. Trump.
We are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America.
Well, Trump hasn't made an entrance quite like that since he descended the golden escalator in 2015 to announce his first run for president. Bandaged and emotional, he walked into the arena like a UFC star and got the reception to match. Well, the many people who've criticised security failings at his rally on Saturday were quick to point out that his detail this time round seemed to be made up entirely of strapping men. But the focus of the night was undoubtedly Trump himself, a man who now looks like he's seriously preparing for a return to running the country. President Biden, meanwhile, fumbled questions about his own incendiary rhetoric in the lead-up to Saturday's shooting.
Biden's incendiary rhetoric?
Your opponent an existential threat. On a call a week ago, you said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was, what I guess I was talking about at the time was there's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing.
What a pathetic excuse, frankly, an increasingly pathetic president. Let's be crystal clear.
Pathetic excuse.
Talking about archery when he used the word bullseye, and he knows it. The presidential move would have been to say that everyone, on all sides, needs to dial down their incendiary rhetoric. But this president hasn't looked presidential for a long time now. One positive move Biden made in the fallout from the tragedy on Saturday is to finally order the Secret Service to protect R.F. Kennedy Jr. The last thing America needs right now is yet more political violence, especially involving a Kennedy. Well, in a moment, we'll meet tonight's panel to debate all this, but joining me now is a former counter-sniper in the State Department and the current Florida Republican Congressman Corey Mills. Corey Mills, thank you very much indeed for joining Uncensored. First of all, I can't think of anyone better equipped in the political world than you to comment on what appears to be
this fucking loser
by the Secret Service.
Yeah, I thought there was something suspicious about Nipsey's death.
Well, I just want to say I really loved your monologue just now that talked about.
Or do you think it's just fucking Trump being a petty bitch?
Words like in the bullseye, or regardless of what he says he went to indicate, it's obviously what he indicated was that he wants to put him in the crosshairs. But,
I mean, I still think
I just want to go ahead and say that this, in my opinion, is such a massive failure. It's such a big negligence on behalf of the advanced teams to say that a target which is 160 yards away.
Questions about like Michael Brooks too,
The perimeter is formed and it's discerned by the counter sniper teams, by the advanced teams, and by the security details.
Not that like he was a big threat, but that like I could see the administration perceiving him as such. Plus, I think he was on their radar because of the Lula stuff. He was like probably one of the only journalists to interview him when he was in jail. And I could see that being the kind of thing that like Trump would do to like impress Bolsonaro. Fucking I don't know. I don't want to watch this. It's time for new chode yet? 5 more minutes to chode.
Well, shifting gears a little bit, let's look at the Middle East, and let's have a look at what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had to say about the New York Times. Anonymous sources briefed the New York Times that Israel would be prepared to end the war before all of its objectives are achieved. And those objectives, according to Israel, include freeing all the hostages. We know they don't care about that. And getting rid of Hamas, wiping out Hamas, even though Israeli officials, including Israeli officials in the military, have said that that's an impossible goal. But let's take a look at what Netanyahu had to say about those claims. Anonymous sources briefed the New York Times that Israel will be prepared to end the war before all of its objectives are achieved. I do not know who these anonymous sources are, but I'm here to make it clear, unequivocally clear, this will not happen. The war will end once Israel achieves all of its objectives, including the destruction of Hamas and the release of all of our hostages. The government directed the IDF to achieve these war objectives, and the IDF has all the means to achieve them. We will not capitulate to the winds of defeatism, neither in the New York Times nor anywhere else. We are inspired by the spirit of victory. Okay, now that's what Netanyahu had to say. Now let's take a look at what a State Department spokesman had to say to fearless journalist and former guest of the show, Saeed Erekat, who asked the State Department if Israel is going to accept a deal.
I mean, can you tell us that with certainty that Israel accepts this?
Israel itself
have we heard the Prime Minister of Israel say?
Israel itself said that it accepted the proposal that the president laid out.
Did the Prime Minister say that himself?
They did.
He said that I accept this proposal as submitted and approved at the Security Council of the United Nations.
Said, I'm happy to help you look at people after this and look up who in the Israeli government did or did not say things as it relates to the proposal.
One last
but
question.
I just want to be very clear that this is a proposal that Israel itself has said that they supported.
Okay,
No, they
so
didn't.
it's interesting that Patel says he's happy to help Saeed Erekat with Google, because I think we at Useful Idiots would invite Patel to take
Oh
our
man, that would be
tomorrow, the
cool
Useful
if
Idiots
fucking
Guide
he
to
was on
Google,
the show,
where we
right?
can show you, for
Patel.
instance, that Netanyahu clip where he makes it clear that he's in no way ready to do a deal.
Really one of the most bizarre spectacles in politics I can recall, where you have Netanyahu constantly saying that he does not accept the U.S. version of a ceasefire proposal, and the U.S. pretending that Netanyahu has. It's been going on for a very long time now. Like, we've been covering this for weeks and weeks and weeks. The dance just doesn't end.
Yeah, they even pretended. Remember, they even pretended it was an Israeli proposal?
Yeah, it's annoying.
That's right. That's what Biden said. When Biden gave that speech, this was supposed to be some big shift in U.S. policy, and he said this was an Israeli proposal, and then Netanyahu immediately said that he didn't accept the proposal.
Right.
And this happened at the UN as well, UN Security Council. Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the U.S. ambassador,
dude,
says
you're
that
such
this
a
is an
cock.
Israeli proposal, and Israel says we don't accept the proposal. This is one of the longest just farces in public life I can recall, where just like one side is so blatantly contradicted by the other, but yet the Biden administration just keeps going with it. They just are not letting go of this talking point.
So ridiculous. Well, we have another fascinating clip for you related to Israel-Palestine and the domestic front. So this is a clip of Katie Yaroslavsky, and she is a Democratic City Council member in Los Angeles. We're going to hear her speaking at LA City Council about a motion that was pushed back until next month. And this motion would okay hundreds of thousands of taxpayer money to provide security groups, including the Zionist Magen Am, to patrol Jewish neighborhoods and keep them safe from the
Oh wow,
pro-Palestinian
just like in
protesters.
fucking
So the motion
Brooklyn.
was adapted last second to try and broaden it to hide the funding. And then, thanks to major pushback from organizations like JVP and other local groups, it was completely pushed back to avoid a vote. So it was kind of delayed. And here is part of the sore loser speech from Katie Yaroslavsky, who's devastated that there won't be a vote on this.
I've been in close contact with LAPD. They have serious concerns about public safety on our streets this summer. And the longer we mire this down in endless committees,
Yeah, we need
in the-
more
once
cop.
we
Just
come
what we
back from
need more
recess, I
cop
think
funding
the less safe Los Angeles will be.
to
And I'm very
fucking
worried
patrol
about the
protests.
fact that we can't approve this today.
Shut the fuck up,
temperature
Katie.
is high on all sides, as you see here today.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
And it's high not only in here, but it's high on our
Shut the
streets.
fuck up.
And our institutions
Shut the
are feeling that. And our
Poor woman. She does not get to fund Zionist militias. But let's take a look at the, some people are calling this a pogrom, what Jews are facing in LA. Let's take a look at this alleged pogrom. Now, as you can see, that person is surrounded and being kicked, and the person who's surrounded being kicked is being kicked and surrounded by someone with an Israeli flag. Here he is again, being punched. And you know what's great is to watch the cops. Right there, he's saying to the cops, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you doing anything? Because he's being pummeled by not pro-Palestinian people, but by pro-Israel people. And we keep seeing this again and again. The instigators of violent attacks. Here we're seeing it again. People with the Israeli flag punching people. The victims are not the Zionists. And of course, all these people use the word Jew and Zionist as if they're the same thing. The people who are not safe right now are, when we're talking about Jews, the people who are not safe right now are anti-Zionist Jews. Those are the ones who are getting arrested and attacked. And of course, Palestinians are as well. But no one pretends to care about Palestinians. They pretend to care about the Jews.
It's the same game as with the ceasefire proposal. Like, Israel and supporters claim that it's the other side, Palestinians that don't support a ceasefire, when it's actually Israel that is blocking a ceasefire. And same thing here. Israel and its supporters claim that they're the ones facing, violent attacks, persecution, rape, bigotry, but then they're the ones meeting it out across the country at all the protests. We talk about all the time, UCLA, there was nothing more violent than the attacks that happened against the anti-mass murder encampment at UCLA when Zionist hooligans attacked it with fireworks and batons, but yet they're the ones who complain. They're the ones who are the victims of violence.
Yeah, and also the alleged hate speech and racism or alleged anti-Semitism. What we do hear are people calling the Palestine supporters the N-word. We saw frat boys making monkey gestures in front of an African-American woman. The bigotry and racism is coming from one side.
Thanks so much for listening to and watching Useful Idiots. For extended episodes, bonus content, and our weekly Thursday Throwdown episode, please subscribe at usefulidiotspodcast.com. Support the show for free by subscribing on YouTube, Rumble, and wherever you get your podcasts. If you like the podcast, don't forget
I want
to rate
the
and
suggestions
review.
afterwards.
You can also follow us on Twitter at usefulidiotpod. Thanks for supporting independent media. We'll see you next time.
You said it, man. I want that. I want new chode, man. Where is it? There it is. 1 minute ago. Let's go. Brand new chode time. Brand new chode. Brand new chode.
Brandon Fugel fires back at the lovely Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. We've got that and a lot more to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs
Jack
and the
with
paranormal.
Cosmic
Please
Road.
like and subscribe, and let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, so Brandon sat down with Patrick on Vetted and had some really interesting things to say, of course, responding to the whole controversy with Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Here he is talking about the lovely right now.
And he goes on record with the New York Post stating that, number one, he'd never met me. He didn't even know who I was. He'd never met Brandon Fugel. Number two, he'd never attended a briefing
Refers to himself in the third
Skinwalker
person.
Ranch in his life. Number three, he stated unambiguously that he had no interest in these topics before 2022. And here we have a briefing in April of 2018. In April of 2018, we are summoned to DC, to Washington, DC, to provide testimony to certain committees where he was in attendance. And we spent 2.5 hours in that briefing. And I sat right across from him. I mean, we're talking eye to eye, right across from each other for 2.5 hours. And that briefing was 100% specific to Skinwalker Ranch. It had, I think, about 55 very detailed slides in the keynote presentation that also included video
Keynote these
and
nuts.
data documenting not only the reality of the UFO phenomena and sightings and activity on Skinwalker Ranch, but also acute medical episodes that have occurred. And the
i.e.
documentation
insurance claims I've
associated
made.
with those acute medical episodes, as well as electromagnetic anomalies and phenomena that seem to attend much of the activity.
Okay, yeah, so Sean Kirkpatrick lied about all of that, which is not a surprise, but it is further confirmation that Sean Kirkpatrick is a disinformation agent, that he, in fact, deliberately lies about his own knowledge of UFOs. He's not just some bureaucrat, that was put in a position that he didn't enjoy.
Yeah, man, he's such a
and
bullshitter.
He thinks UFOs are silly. No, he is deliberately lying about UFOs, and he still is in his position at Oak Ridge Labs. He's actually been just as outspoken,
Really?
if not more outspoken,
I didn't know that.
since leaving Arrow
Wow.
than he was while he was in Arrow. So, yeah, so I love it that Brandon came on Vetted. He had a lot to say. He's got more here. Thanks for this great breakdown by David Haith. Former Mormon missionary Brandon Fugel lost his faith prior to buying Skinwalker Ranch, but credits the events there for helping restore his lost religion. He said, I went through a crisis, a faith crisis at a time before purchasing Skinwalker Ranch that had me questioning not only my faith, but really whether there was anything divine that you can believe in. I was questioning the foundations of the faith that I was raised in, that I taught to others, and it was a challenging time. He described his 8-year ranch ownership as transformational and had gone back and evaluated my faith. I've looked at what I believe and why I believe, having a renewed and I think very inspired point of view that has restored my faith in a higher power. I love that, because Skinwalker Ranch is actually what led me to eventually believe in the spiritual. It's what got researching Skinwalker Ranch got me to take the paranormal seriously for the first time. I went out, I co-founded a ghost hunting group, did a lot of research, I had my own experiences. At first I was still thinking, the paranormal stuff that people were seeing was somehow associated with aliens or alien technology, maybe other dimensional reverberations of alien technology, if I can say that word. Reverberations. There you go. I think I got it that time. Okay, reverberations. There you go. I was thinking it was reverberations of other dimensional alien technology, but in fact, what I found from my own experiences was that something else was going on, and that led me to Reiki and a bunch of other stuff. And now I have had many of my own spiritual or metaphysical experiences, and it all came from my research into Skinwalker Ranch. So I think that's really cool that is what helped renew Brandon's faith in his faith. I think that's really neat. But what about the Stephen Greenstreet controversy? Well, Brandon comments on that as well. There wasn't one person, he says, who agreed with me bringing him, Stephen, out to the property and even shadowing me for several days. Greenstreet's subsequent debunking hit pieces, according to Brandon, were neither scientific or had any journalistic integrity. Mr. Greenstreet unfortunately chose to not only avoid but completely discard any facts, any data that did not fit his negative narrative. To just summarily dismiss anything that would not support a negative narrative is nothing more than confirmation bias, and it's the same type of blind ignorance that critics accuse the so-called believers of having. It's a little bit frustrating, but it's par for the course. We're dealing with very controversial frontier topics, and it's no surprise that people take very different approaches when trying to process the reality of these topics. Indeed, the whole Stephen Greenstreet thing was unfortunate, and I applaud Brandon for
Greenstreet didn't do shit, man.
Place. But unfortunately, when you do that, you get these debunking hit pieces from people that
he was like that whole thing with Fugel. Greenstreet was like right there and like didn't call him on the lie at all. Crazy.
Had this cognitive dissonance that
it's like such a fucking cock.
Predisposes them not to believe what is actually going on. Maybe someday Stephen will have an experience that opens his eyes, or he will, do more and better research into the phenomenon that will convince him. But until then, I will probably not be watching a lot of The Basement Office. Meanwhile, another government insider has been linked to TTSA. Tom was right. Once again, Galactic Troubadour says Steve Justice and Rob Weiss weren't the only high-level advisors from Skunkworks working with him at To the Stars Academy. In this photo posted by DeLong 4 days ago, the man on the left with Tom and Steve Justice is the Deputy Director of Technology Department and Integration for Advanced Department Projects at Lockheed Skunkworks, and a member of the United States Air Force Scientific Advisory Board. And that's this gentleman right here, Mr. Eric, name redacted from Galactic Troubadour, and he gives us his reason in a minute. Eric is the Deputy Director of Technology Development and Integration for Advanced Development Projects, the Skunkworks in Palmdale, California. His organization is responsible for technology development and transition to all Lockheed Martin aeronautics programs, and it also manages the engineering workforce for ADP. Prior to that, he led the conceptual design group at Skunkworks. In his career, Eric has participated in the development of many different types of vehicles, from transports, attack aircraft, bombers, cruise missiles, reconnaissance vehicles, and helicopters. And Galactic Troubadour says, I have censored his last name because Tom DeLonge did not provide it himself. Steve Justice's was already known, but it's public information that can easily be found via a Google search.
I hope he sees this, bro.
There you go. There he is right there, next to Tom DeLonge, looking very sporty. So, yeah, another very interesting insider that may have UFO links. Of course, that's speculative, but come on, he's with TTSA and he was with Skunkworks. What are the odds that he doesn't have some sort of UFO connection in his career, right? So yeah, very interesting stuff. A great find from Galactic Troubadour. Yeah, even Nick Gold and Claus are commenting on this and saying this is very interesting stuff. Meanwhile, check this out, guys. This is actually really encouraging from Chris Sharp of Liberation Times. He said, it is understood by Liberation Times that figures close to Biden and Trump were involved with the drafting and resurrection of the latest UAPDA. That is really cool. He goes on, regardless of who wins an increasingly dramatic election contest, if the UAPDA, the Disclosure Amendment, now called the Rounds-Schumer Amendment, if it's included in full within the final NDAA, it will be the responsibility of the next president to implement its actions. And Chris is saying that good news that figures close to Biden and Trump were involved in the Rounds-Schumer Amendment that hopefully will be included in the NDAA. Now, that's really interesting if both presidential candidates are involved or interested in UFO disclosure. I personally find that very encouraging, but let me know what you think in the comments below. Meanwhile, Prof. Simon Holland is talking about detecting alien technical signatures in space. And this is really interesting. There was a peer-reviewed paper talking about this. And here is Simon talking about the peer-reviewed paper.
On the 29th of April 2019, that's a bit after they first heard it, the Breakthrough Listen SETI project at Parkes Muryang Radio Telescope, that's in Australia, found data. You see, this is very interesting wording. In a narrowband signal, also very interesting, narrowband signal that is consistent with a technological alien signature in the 982 megahertz BLC1 band, where you would expect to hear something. Here in this paper, look at the description, we present how you would work out if it's real or if it's interference. You see, that's the point. I mean, it might...
Okay, so there you go. We don't know yet. We don't know yet if this is real, if they actually did detect some sort of communication in the stars or not. But there is a peer-reviewed paper talking about possible detection of this and how you can determine if this is legit or not. So yeah, this is early days in this story. So, it's too early to say we've detected communications from the stars. But, at least there are people talking about this in peer-reviewed papers. I love it. Meanwhile, remember that remote viewing that Anita Conan did on the Phoenix Lights? Well, she has this awesome video up on her channel taking you through the remote viewing, and she's using AI-generated imagery and some really great narration to take you through her viewing. Let's give a listen just a little bit as a teaser.
To build a small model airplane. The man at the desk feels no rage when he is working, though he has had thoughts about quitting this job.
Get out. I don't want my money. Get out. This place is about to go down.
Our object is a metallic gray device that can be steered manually. I find it indoors in a large room. The man is standing next to it. The object is not really big and is set on the floor of the room, kind of the size of a small tub.
It's really fascinating, and she does such a great job with all these visuals. It's
This
very
looks really cool.
engaging, taking you through her journey with this viewing on the Phoenix Lights and interacting with this man. Who she could actually communicate with. I mean, he was actually responding to her as if she was there physically. It was just an incredible remote viewing and a really interesting interaction. And I will link to this video, and I encourage everybody to go check out her channel and see her awesome videos. Meanwhile, check this out, guys. This is a communication that Peter Maxwell Slattery had with a ball of light.
Wow.
I love Peter. I've had him on the channel. Go check out the interview that I had with him a few months ago. He's a high-level experiencer, really good guy.
High-level
good
experiencer.
bloke, I guess. Good bloke. He's from Australia. Okay, here is the communication that he received. This is awesome. Temples and their logistics with trans-dimensional stargates, time dilation and energy, healing and library functions will all be activated along with a temporal and hyperdimensional grid as humanity enters into a new cycle as they take their place among the stars, showing their true potential not just technologically but spiritually as spiritual beings. Thus, at the same time, getting reacquainted with their inner technology, which is not able to be fathomed until the time of ascension is upon them. The choice for this elevation is up to the individual and the collective as to what scale this is done on. Wow, it's crazy. And it goes on. Galactically, from the systems of 13, the age of ascension, along with the 13 amongst the Milky Way galaxy, to those in Sagittarius and the Andromeda galaxy, a superluminal activation of the stars to their nurturing mother, father vortex points will be acknowledged by the children of the Creator, monitored by the Elohim, angelic and lords of light, throne intelligences. Thus, a manufacturing and monitoring of the new realms of ascension and the many mansions of the new age will occur as the Creator in turn unlocks realms beyond realms yet to be explored for soul evolution. And it's got the subtitles over it, but yeah, there you go. And then it ends with this communication right here. A remembering will be taking place of your multidimensional nature in the realms of light and sound within source. As the ones on high rejoice, so too will all living intelligences as they wake up to the glory of the divine Mother, Father, Creator spirits within the one that encompasses all that is. That's a beautiful message, Peter. Okay, and check this out. Speaking of interesting communications with beings, from Grant Cameron, Sherry Wild's publisher asked Sherry to challenge her gray alien Daw, her contact, after he claimed to be from Andromeda instead of Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, I've talked about Sherry Wild's story before. It is really wild. It is one of the wildest stories I've ever heard. It is incredible. And yeah, I'm not going to rehash it here, but it is a really, really interesting story. And if you're not familiar with it, I suggest you check it out. You know, you can check out the video I made on it, or go listen to her speak or read her book. But either way, she was challenged on this point, so she asked her contact about it. And she said, I said, my publisher wants to know, are you a Zeta? Are you? What are you? Are you a Gray? Daw, her contact, looks at me and says, that would not best describe the truth of who I am. I said, okay, well, then who are you? Where are you from? That's when he said, you know, I am a voyager of the universe going where needed in service to the Creator. I said, Sherry says, oh, okay, but you look like a Gray. You know, you look like a Gray. He says, well, that's just a suit that we put on when we come into your density to work in your world. We have a body to do the work that we do. I am what you call an etheric being. And that actually corresponds to various experience or accounts that I've come across. The idea that bodies, at least some of the bodies that look like grays, are actually just grown or built for other dimensional beings to come into. They don't look like grays, they just are inhabiting those bodies. Now, I've come across a good number of those accounts, so that's interesting. But she says, okay, I knew. I kind of knew that because I've seen him in that state. She's seen him in his etheric state. That was interesting that the publisher was able to get me to do that and talk to Dahl about that. Yeah, so a really interesting communication with this being. Okay, but the story that you really want to know about is what would I look like as a puppet? Well, now we know what I would look like as a puppet. This was sent to me by Tim Clark, a friend of his made this. I love it. Jack as a puppet. Oh, okay. Pretty sharp. I think the glasses need a little work. But otherwise, not bad. Last but not least, when zip lining goes awry. Look at this, guys. This is hilarious.
That looks like so much fun.
Don't worry.
Yeah. I did some shit kind of like this.
Oh, what did I do about the sloth?
Don't worry.
Oh, look at that cool sloth.
I don't know.
Oh. Look at him. He's so cute. Oh.
You.
So cute. Look at that kid for stopping. Look at him. Look at the real one.
You just wait?
We just wait. Yes, they just wait. Well, it started off very fast, now it becomes very slow. I love it. Let me know what you think about this amazing zip lining experience and everything else covered today in the comments below. Let me know what you think. Give me a big thumbs up and like and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos. You don't want to miss a thing. Join me on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Discord, links below. Buy a book or a t-shirt or a coffee mug.
Yeah, I saw the video earlier. He introduced his new book. It's called Cosmic Road.
Or you can become a channel member to support the channel. Channel members are rock stars, and I really appreciate your support, guys.
Channel members
also,
are rock
channel
stars.
members frequently get to see videos hours ahead of everybody else. Meanwhile, there's plenty of other videos on the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. This is Jack with Cosmic Road, signing out.
All right.
Froelich Gladstone Rainey was an American anthropologist, a master of narrative prose. He was the type of ancient specialist anyone in the field would have relished working with. Regarding the Arctic, he put it to the National History Museum as follows, quote, "We have now found an Arctic metropolis, many times larger than anything previously thought possible in this part of the world, and once inhabited by a people whose material culture differed markedly from that of the Eskimos as we know them." He continues, "One morning in the June of 1940, when Magnus Markey and I had returned to begin the second season of digging at Iputak, we soon became aware of the astonishing extent of these ruins. We could see long avenues of yellow squares, marking the ancient buildings, spanning east and west for well over a mile. Over the next several days, we hurriedly attempted to chart these ruins before they all became hidden once more. We eventually realized that more than 600 buildings would have once stood on this ancient site, a site well over a mile in length." End quote. Dated at many thousands of years old, you have to wonder, why is not more publicity shared regarding these mysterious people? Sophisticated objects have been unearthed, which demonstrate a far more complex civilization than the proto-Eskimo culture academia would have you believe inhabited the area. The architectural abilities of this mysterious group also far exceeds the capabilities of other ancient cultures, even as far as Mexico. The largest ancient settlement ever found to have existed in Alaska, it was even bigger than any Arctic coastal village in Alaska or Canada today. The town of Iputak would have once been home to more than 8,000 people. Just who were the Iputak people? How did they survive so successfully within an Arctic climate many thousands of years ago? Are we looking at a culture far older than we are told? Regardless, one reason to conceal such a fact would be the Bering Strait hypothesis, a hypothesis conveniently crucial to evolution theory, and one which numerous people have lost their careers over. Dr. Scott Elias at the Colorado Institute of Arctic and Alpine Research, quote, "As far as orthodox scholarship is concerned, the validity of the Bering Land Bridge route is not up for debate. Regardless of such cult rhetoric, the Iputak people are certainly an interesting and controversial bunch, and worthy of future study. We will keep you posted." Antarctica, one of the world's most mysterious continents, home to one of the largest and driest deserts on the planet, covering an area of around 5.5 million square miles. If there was anywhere on Earth where crashed, preserved, ancient alien technologies could still be found, it would be here. An untouched landscape, which may, in all possibility, be the final resting place as of yet unretrieved relics, which may have been stranded there to this day. The deep sea, which surrounds Antarctica, for example, are some of the most difficult and inhospitable environments to explore anywhere. Far away from the modern world, deep within the frigid, pitch-black waters of this massive chunk of ice, where our next discovery was miraculously made. An out-of-place artifact, which is still resting at the bottom of this sea. Known as the Eltanin antenna, if it wasn't for the brute strength of the nearly 2,000-ton ice-breaking vessel known as the Eltanin, we may never have found it. Initially a U.S. Navy cargo-carrying icebreaker, in 1962, she was reclassified as an oceanographic research ship and became the world's first dedicated Antarctic research vessel. On the 29th of August, 1964, while collecting sample cores and photographing the seabed west of Cape Horn, the Eltanin took the first known photograph of the antenna at a depth of nearly 4,000 meters. The first public mention of the unusual object would not surface for several months. A news item which appeared in the New Zealand Herald on 5 December 1964, under the heading "Puzzle Picture from the Seabed," would briefly disclose the discovery, yet any further exploratory missions, if indeed there has been any, have been operating in secret. Similar to the Baltic Sea anomaly, yet positioned at a far deeper depth, in an extremely remote, cold, and lonely part of our world, it too shows all the hallmarks of an artificially created object. The question is, what could it be? And more importantly, what was or is its function? In 1968, author Brad Steiger wrote an article for Saga magazine in which he claimed that the Eltanin had in fact photographed, quote, "an astonishing piece of machinery, very much like the cross between a TV antenna and a telemetry antenna," end quote. It is interesting to note that the Black Knight satellite, an anomalous object which is in a polar orbit, has been declared by numerous investigators throughout history as an artificial alien satellite. And with what appears to be an enormous alien antenna resting on the Antarctic seafloor, is it possible that the two are connected? Or possibly in communication with each other? In 2003, Tom DeMary, a researcher in underwater acoustics, contacted oceanographer A.F. Amos, a member of the Eltanin's crew in the 1960s, in an effort to debunk any theory involving artificial design. In turn, Amos referred DeMary to the 1971 book The Face of the Deep by Bruce C. Heezen and Charles D. Hollister. It seems Hollister had already attempted to identify the mysterious object as a carnivorous sea sponge. However, these attempts to discredit any unusual hypothesis was solely based on the same photographs we are privileged to. Further photographic exploration of the object, if undertaken, has been done in complete isolation from the public. What is the Eltanin antenna? A mere sea sponge? An actual alien antenna? Whatever it is, it seems certain fields of study would like you to believe it's natural. Regardless of whether confirmation of such claims was made, we always find this highly compelling. If we could prove beyond doubt that our continued posit of an ancient, once highly advanced yet pre-Ice Age civilization once existing here on our planet, we would literally have to rewrite our understandings of antiquity. We have covered numerous sites, found submerged all around the world.
That's that shit done by Cuba. It's crazy.
Back on that shootout at the beach, 20 deep. You tried to squeeze your gun jammed and they released.
Yet, unfortunately, due to their proximity to islands and the continental regions they are found amongst, many are dismissed as merely being 5 to 10,000-year-old ruins, fitting with modern paradigm, and alas, avoiding controversy or the questions which inevitably follow. Yet our next side of interest may turn out to not only be that most important of submerged ruins ever found on Earth, but the smoking gun previously mentioned. On the 19th of May 2001, India's Union Minister for the Science and Technology Division, Murli Manohar Joshi, announced that the ruins of an ancient civilization had been discovered off the coast of Gujarat in the Gulf of Kambahad. The site was discovered by INOT, National Institute for Ocean Technology. Using sonar, the discovered ruin is now being strongly argued as definitively pre-Ice Age, yet also advanced in nature. NIOT went on to describe an area of regularly spaced artificial structures. Located 20 kilometers from the Gujarat coast and spans 9 kilometers, Joshi claims the site as an urban settlement that predates the Indus Valley civilization. Further descriptions of the site by Joshi describe it as containing regularly spaced dwellings, a granary, a bath, a citadel, and a drainage system. According to Wiki, quote, "The structures and artifacts discovered by NIOT are the subject of contention. The major disputes surrounding the Gulf of Kamba cultural complex are claims about the existence of submerged city-like structures, the difficulty associating dated artifacts with the site itself, and disputes about whether stone artifacts recovered at the site are actually geofacts or artifacts. One major complaint is that artifacts at the site were recovered by dredging, instead of being recovered during a controlled archaeological excavation." End quote. Simply put, due to the fact that it has not been excavated properly, and we predict probably never will, academia are dismissing this ancient city as simply unconfirmed. We feel a quite ridiculous position to take despite NIOT's supporting data of its existence due to its accidental discovery, presumably via dredging. We find the marine archaeology in the Gulf of Kambahad highly compelling. Hello, fellow YouTubers. Welcome back. There is an old adage which states, "A history unknown has a habit of repeating itself." As such, we will continue to provide reruns of hand-picked content repeating on MH2. A link can be found in the description. For instead of avoiding an inevitability, we continue to add reinforcement to the arguments in regards to whether man experienced this, and if so, how advanced were they? And most importantly,
that makes a lot of sense.
Passionately believing, with a continual mounting mountain of supporting anomalies and direct contradictions to mainstream paradigm, a historical correction, or to possibly avoid such an event again, we all must work unrelentingly to unravel the existence of these past mysteries of history, to know where we came from. The beliefs, technologies, age, and chronology of at least 4 lost civilizations we feel have been identified, yet alas, regardless of whether there were 4, more, or just one now lost civilization, the mystery remains, regarding the sudden causes of their eventual demise. To expand our knowledge of not only world history, but to answer the question of the ages, where did we come from? Our work, our mission, our endeavor here on Mystery History is to expose smoking guns of conspiracy, the artifacts, ruins, megaliths, and other ancient high technologies which were all conveniently ignored by those who tow, or rather make a living, from the funding of mainstream historical paradigms. The undeniable evidence of a once highly capable group or groups accomplished incredible feats of ancient architectural, engineering, advanced metallurgy, and so on. Baffling, often far too advanced, and as such, out-of-place artifacts, and the, as we perceive, overwhelming evidence for once existing yet now lost civilizations. Furthermore, the exposure of the additionally yet equally abundant evidence for these multiple groups having experienced some abrupt, sudden extinction, vanishing amidst their workings, seemingly in an instant, yet were, we feel, displayed incredible capability and were, at the time of these vanishing acts, in a position of apparent flourishment. Polygonal joinery, gigantic megalithic building blocks, singing 1,000+ ton statues, specifically of Memnon, the pregnant woman of Lebanon. Also, north of the 1,000 tons mark, the east wing megaliths of Cheops. And Yangshan Quarry was also seemingly abandoned in an instant, had a stone that was busily being liberated from Earth's bedrock, is estimated to weigh over 16,000 tons. We suspect these huge stones and subsequent efforts in movement and placement were all deliberately motivated to not only show prowess and power, but also to leave a lasting reminder upon our planet, one to indicate their past existence. Footprints on coal, iron, and zinc pots found in or blown from multi-million-year-old strata, many found, yet subsequently, quote, lost over the years, are all indications to support our posit here upon our channel. Many questions remain unanswered. It is a journey of discovery, which we find highly compelling.
Yeah, he's gonna save it. It's only a matter of time. He really felt.
Tell me shit, nigga. We the no limit of the West, nigga.
No limit to the West. Hell yeah.
We're Frail Body. We're from Rockford, Illinois. Thanks for coming out a little early. It's really nice to be back here. We really like Nashville. And special thanks to Brutus and Converge for being the reason why we're here. We just put this song out like a week and a half ago or something like that. It's called Titus.
So far, it's already doesn't sound as good as that lead show. All I hear is the fucking drums, man. Oh my god. This exclusively drums. I don't know why I bother straying from the classics. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Classic. What song is this? Oh, as usual, my headphones are stuck in the crack. Last chance to buy your comfort as you lay your weary head to sleep. You wouldn't want like a fucking hitchhiker thing. Tickle you with their knives. It's not going to sound as sweet as this guy's guitar tone. In fact, it'll be quite the opposite. That's the last sound I'll ever hear. No? No takers? I'm not gonna live your life for you. It's a shame. I think you'll feel better about a lot. I'm gonna stop pushing. It's a shame we can't really dance. we still gotta work on this. You know, we're assimilating bullshit, dominating nothing. From up here. Only what I can show you. Sparkling, shimmering feather. You're gonna get disclosure and be like, oh, shout out to the unelectable airwaves. Oh, doing the disclosure. Fucking serious. Haters will be my waiters at the table of success.